Let's go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, March 23rd, 2026. We got a great show trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got JD, and Hogue is on vacation this week, but we brought our friend Coach Ray. Coach Ray, good morning. JD, how you guys doing today?
Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Ray. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Monday. We got a spicy one. We're heating up already. I can't wait to get into these markets. Ray, how you feeling this morning, bud?
Oh, feeling good. Ready to go. Kind of looking to see what kind of contest we can get in the market to help our viewers.
Absolutely. We had some headlines coming out a couple of hours ago. Got these markets moving around. We got gold opening up in a couple of seconds here. We're going to take a look at this gold opening range trade. Gold opens up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. Some crazy volatility in gold. What are you guys thinking about this opening range trade here?
Crazy volatility is right. Those headlines came out at about 6 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Let me read through these for everybody real quick, in case you missed it, if you didn't see the market action about an hour and a half ago. Man, we were rocking and rolling. First, Trump on Iran. U.S. and Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Trump said he's going to postpone strikes against Iran's power plants. But then Iran came back and rebutted the entire thing. Iran's Tasnim news source says there have been no talks. There are no talks. They said Trump's using psychological warfare against them right now. So who's on first? What's on second? I don't know. Third base, right? We'll see. We'll see what happens throughout the day. But man, headline risk is on today. That is for sure.
Yes, it is.
This gold market is just going wild too.
Yes, it is trading 43.97s right now. Gold is officially open for business. We normally look at a 1 minute opening range trade. Again, these 1 minute candles are pretty big here in gold right now. I got a high of the 1 minute opening range, JD, 44.0140. Got a low of 43.9410, and the high is extending
that right now. Yep. This is a wide opening range. The ladder is hyper thin right now. It's almost a $0.50 wide. It was $1 wide about just 15 minutes ago. I've got a single contract loaded to get into a gold trade. 44.0710 high, 44.9390 low. Wow, that is a pretty wide opening range. Let's call that 132 ticks wide.
Wow.
Sound about right?
Was your high in the micros 44.07?
44.0710. 44.07.1.
In the bigs, it's 44.06, so it's almost a full dollar off.
Full dollar. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what happens here. Single micro contract, we're going to be looking at a minimum, I think, of $150 worth of risk, which is quite a bit. That's like the max amount of risk we want to take on these opening range breakout trades. So we'll see if we get triggered into a position here. If not, we'll just move on for a few minutes and see. This first confirmation candle did not trigger a trade. I'm going to hold off a little bit here and see what happens in this market. A little choppy now.
Yeah, go ahead, JD.
I was just going to say, it's been a little choppy ever since that news hit. Gold topped out the micro contract at about 44.6590 after over $100 move, well over $100 move after that news came out. And we've been a little choppy ever since. So we might see some opportunity on both sides of this market right now. But man, it is rocking and rolling. We are shaking right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is. I got in the bigs, we did take out the high of the opening range. So I guess if we take out the low, then that's an invalidation of this trade, which it looks like it might be getting ready to do here. 43.9720 last trade here in gold. JD, anything else we got to look out for? Of course, this headline risk, the unplanned headlines probably move these markets more than the planned headlines, but anything on that economic calendar we got to watch out for?
We got plenty coming out this week. Yes, like you said, headline risk is on this week. Once again, we're seeing it early this morning, early on Monday morning. I wanted to talk about oil and gas prices a little bit. We're seeing moves in crude oil right now. Huge dip in crude oil when that Iran news came out. Let me pull up that chart real quick. As that news was breaking, as President Trump was hitting the Twitter, X, Twix waves, Truth Social waves, Crude oil had a high of 98.63, traded right around 100 briefly overnight, just above 100 briefly overnight. But that 5-minute candle that I'm looking at right here put in a high of $98.63 and a low of $84.37. $1.50 move in the matter of just a minute, 2 minutes, Oil and gas are risk on this week. Any headline coming out of Iran is going to affect this market, right? Back to the calendar. Yes. Plenty of inflation data coming out this week also. We've got productivity and costs coming out tomorrow. Construction spending today. We'll take a look at that later. Productivity and costs tomorrow. New home sales. Wednesday, we've got durable goods, import-export prices, retail inventories, wholesale inventories. Wednesday, we'll also have the EIA petroleum status report. Thursday, natural gas report, Treasury buyback announcements. And then Friday, we've got international trading goods, and the number of the week, the consumer sentiment number. You might get a couple talking Feds peppered in throughout the week also. 2, 5, and 7-year note auctions. Those are happening at noon every day starting tomorrow. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to have note auctions at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. So far, our only Fed speaker on the calendar is Mary Daly speaking on Friday at about 10:30 a.m. Central Time. But I got a feeling we're going to get a few more peppered in throughout the week. And of course, Trump will be scheduling his weekly or daily, minutely speeches. I don't see anything on the calendar yet for the president. We just had Myron. Myron just popped up on my calendar, 7:45 Central Time. Myron's going to be speaking. That was not there an hour ago. I guarantee it.
You asked for another Fed on the calendar, JD. There you go.
Ask and you shall receive. That's how they work, right? It's like, I think they're watching Topstep TV, and they want us to say something, so then they come out and say it. But that's it. We got a lot of moving parts to this week. We will keep one eye on the ditch for you, as always. One eye in the charts, one eye in the news, and we'll keep you informed as much as we possibly can. That's what we're here for.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. Hogue is out this week. He is on a much-deserved vacation, but that does not mean that we all don't have to do our homework. So let's go through that checklist. Let's make sure we are prepared for the trading day. Pre-market research, that's what we're getting ready to do here, provide some context for how we are seeing the markets. Again, anything we say here is for educational purposes only, but for some levels potentially. Morning checklist, did you get a good night's sleep? Did you get your coffee? Are you well rested? Are you ready to go? Mindset check. Did you forget about all the trades that you placed last week, the wins, the losses, coming in with a clear mindset? And when you do, make sure you have a trade entry and exit checklist, a reason to get in and out of the markets. And then after that, your post-market checklist. Make sure you review what you did for the day, what worked, what didn't work, what we can improve. And join myself and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer after the close. Join Coach Ray, Coach Vince, Coach Hoop, Coach Robert, all doing classes in Discord. Review what happened in the day and make sure we are prepared for the next trading day. That is our Topstep daily checklist. We did our homework. Coach Ray, you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
Real quick, guys, our gold opening range breakout trade was invalidated. We traded both sides of that 1 minute opening range candle, invalidating the 1 minute ORB trade. So no trade in gold to start the day, which I'm fine with the way this thing is moving. But all right, guys, I think we need to get into some charts because, wow, big moves in just the last
markets
hour.
Markets are moving. Yep,
for
sure.
Tell us everything.
Do you want to cover some news first, JD, or should we just get right into the chart?
Ooh, news. Yes. Should we do some news? Yeah, let's do it. Iran's effective shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz has locked up 20% of the world's oil. You've likely already gone through price shock at the pump, but the lockdown has restricted other goods too. Maribel Gonzalez breaks down how consumers here at home could be impacted by the ongoing conflict abroad.
From the gasoline that powers transportation to the packaging of everyday items on store shelves, oil is essential.
Oil and petroleum goes into almost every product that's produced.
And now more expensive due to the ongoing war in Iran. The global oil benchmark hit $115 a barrel Thursday after Tehran's retaliatory strikes on energy infrastructure in Qatar and Kuwait. Economists say this could have an effect beyond just prices at the pump.
The synthetic plastic that they use, right, to make pill bottles or saran wrap, plastic wrap that goes on products, that is a hydrocarbon-based product. The raw material for that is oil.
More than a quarter of the world's helium comes from Qatar and travels through the Strait of Hormuz, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. It's vital for cooling MRI machines and making AI chips, and is already in short supply. Aluminum is used in large building materials. Its price has surged to a 4-year high because of the strait's closure.
If this continues, they're going to be in a bind because they're going to have an economic slowdown that's like a recession, but they're going to have inflation. And when this happens together, we call it stagflation.
But Vice President J.D. Vance is urging patience.
It's not going to last forever. We're going to take care of business.
There you have it. And
Awesome.
We've got markets moving right now. All right,
Yes,
guys.
we do.
Jay Ray, take it away. See what I did there?
Let's do it. See what you did, JD. See what you did. Let's take a look at the gold charts on a higher time frame. It is Monday, so let's do like Hogue does. We'll start with the weekly. Weekly in gold, the last 3 weeks, we've had a ton of selling in this market. We had that 3-day bear market in gold at the end of January. But today we got the last 3 weeks, we have 25% pullback in gold at these lows here. We did get pretty close to the 50 moving average on the weekly, which is down at 40.5930. Really heavy selling last week was pretty much a downtrend the entire week. 50.25s, which was 50% of that major sell-off that we had. We did have rollover, so a little bit of a change here, but yeah, down week all week last week. We'll go to the daily, and we tagged an interesting level that we haven't touched in over 2 years. The 200 moving average on the daily in gold. It's been an uptrending line, but if you go back to February 2024, that's the last time we've traded the 200 moving average, and that happened in the overnight session after these headlines came out. So some real heavy selling pressure in gold. Taking a look at the open interest, negative 11,000 in the April contract, which, you know, on Friday, maybe that was some shorts covering into the close. We're not seeing a build in open interest as the market sells off. So maybe some short covering, but again, after these headlines come out, really aggressive sell-off. Daily ATR in gold, $189. So far, high to low range today, we have a $442 range. So extreme volatility. Coach Ray, what are you seeing on the daily in
like you said, I mean, there's a fair amount of selling pressure. I was just kind of doing a little bit of a measurement here on kind of some areas that I might be looking for maybe as kind of a selling strength kind of thing, right? I'm looking at the 4660, kind of that 50% level. That swing is kind of maybe a nice area, maybe to entertain a short, right? I also took a look at this wedge pattern that I had drawn earlier, and it's amazing how these wedge patterns kind of play out. I took the mouth of this wedge pattern and look where we landed, right? Exactly at this 200 moving average. Looking at the DMI, as you mentioned, the selling pressure in the market is still quite present. We have a very strong reading on the negative DI. Our ADX is above or pretty close to 25, which is indicating a pretty strong trend. Obviously, since we are at this 200 moving average, could provide us maybe a little bit of a bounce, I would say, in this market. I would say that we're probably a little bit oversold at this point in the gold market. So we could potentially get a little bit of a bounce maybe to some of these areas that I mentioned earlier. I'm going to be watching for that 50% range maybe to come in, maybe the 38% coming in at 44.15. 45.66, I think is kind of what I'm looking at here, would be the 38%. So those two areas give me kind of a sense that maybe this might be an area I want to focus in on for maybe a short opportunity.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Ray. 45.66. It's right under settlement price. We got settlement 45.74.90. Hogue is out, but before he went on vacation, he was nice enough to give us his weekly kickoff levels. So if you have those Topstep levels on your charts, they are still there. Those are updated. Thank you, Hogue. 43.65 is the weekly kickoff low in gold. 48.74 is the weekly kickoff high. Right now, we're trading around that weekly kickoff low. If we look at the overnight inventory here that we have in gold, obviously it's short, right? Here's where we opened up. The first 30-minute candle from last night, 44.50 is the low, 45.37 is the high. Again, your chart platform does a great job of aggregating this information and making it look like these candles are small. They're not. We've already had a $400 range in $400 range in gold today. So we're seeing extreme volatility. That volatility does present opportunity, but you can see it even when we take, the opening range trades. We're scaling down trading the micros in this market because there's enough opportunity to trade. Overnight inventory short. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of short covering coming in that, we're almost back to that first 30-minute opening range. What's really interesting to me is VWAP is lower than this opening range. But since the London session started, which is right here, 3 a.m. Eastern time, there's been a bid in this market. So we'll see how strong these buyers are. We did, again, from the London session open to now, we're up 250 points. And what I'm looking at here, Coach Ray, on the 30-minute is this candle here, which is 7 a.m. Eastern time, 6 p.m. Central. That is the highest volume 30-minute candle in gold for this session. And 50% of that is right at that Hoag's weekly kickoff low level. So that price meant something to somebody. It means something to someone now. If we continue to hold this 50%, I think I'm bullish gold for a rotation back up to 44.60s. But if we get up to 44.60 and there is no volume, the trend for gold for, the last 3 weeks has been to the downside. So this may be an opportunity. I'm looking at 44.60s for a potential short here in gold. What are you seeing here on the 30? We got some headlines.
Yeah. So I mean, again, a couple other areas that maybe I'd like to point out here on the 30-minute chart. So you could see that price is below Friday's range. I say yesterday, should be Friday. Friday's range here, right? So the low end of value here is coming in at 45.40, right? That's the low end of value. So that's also kind of a logical area for price to maybe potentially reverse, right? If we are unable to accept value from the prior day, this area here, this 45.43 level, which is obviously a little bit lower than what we were talking about on the daily, could offer us maybe a nice location for another opportunity for maybe a continuation trade to the downside. DMI is kind of a little bit mixed right now. We had obviously some selling pressure come in on the Asia side. As you mentioned, London is kind of coming in with a bid on the London side. So right now, our DMI is giving us a little bit of a mixed information, right? Looks like we have both participants coming into this market, but I'm kind of leaning a little bit on the sell side. As much as I haven't been able to say bearish when it comes to gold, this seems kind of an opportunity for us to maybe kind of lean on the bearish side here. And I would say that 45.40, maybe that area we were talking about earlier, 45.66, could be some areas that we can maybe kind of lean on that direction.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Ray. Yeah, it was hard to be bearish gold for a very long time, but over the last 3 weeks or last 2 months, really, we've seen some aggressive selling coming into this market. In the back of my mind, last week I have a price that Hoag mentioned, 3,500s before 12,000s. So maybe there is some more sell pressure here. We'll see what the market presents today. It is presenting volatility right now. We got gold trading 44.10s. So that is what we got for gold. And we'll get to the S&P in just a little bit here. But JD, if you got any other news, let's get to that first.
Absolutely. Austin Goolsbee, head of the Chicago Fed Governor Austin Goolsbee, is speaking right now, and we are getting peppered with headlines. He's talking about everything. First, inflation and employment. Inflation now seems the great risk. We're closer to full employment than inflation target. He went on to say the employment rate has not gone up much. Job creation may not be a good measure of stack right now. The employment rate has gone up too much. A lot of headlines coming out from Chicago Fed Governor Austin Goolsbee right now as we speak. Let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia all closed lower. Big misses in Asia this morning. The Hang Seng Index closed down 3.54%. The Nikkei closed down 3.48%. And the Shanghai Composite closed down 3.63%. Stocks in Europe currently trading higher this morning. The DAX is up 1.59%. The FTSE is up 0.09%. The CAC 40 is up 1.22%, and the Stock 600 is up 0.92%. The U.S. dollar index taking a little bit of a hit, down about 0.2% this morning, 99.46 last on the dollar. The VIX down 5.5%, 25.36. Last in the VIX, still hovering above 25 right now. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note up a couple of tickies, 4.394%. The yield on the 10-year is rising right now. All right, guys, let's get into those equity charts. I'm sure people are curious about what just happened in the last couple of hours.
Let's take a look, starting with the weekly here in the S&P. Another one. We had 4 down weeks in a row in the S&P. The equity markets are approaching correction territory. A correction is 10% off the all-time high. Bear market is 20% off the all-time high. The S&P got to about 9% off the all-time high, 8.5% off the all-time high with that 4-week sell-off that we had. And I'm going to keep saying this because it does remind me a lot of 2025, where we had 4 down weeks, we had 1 up week, and then the aggressive sell-off into the lows for the year. We'll see what continues to happen here. The rollover is finally over. Looking at open interest, we had a build in open interest of 18,000 in the June contract. That could be some rollover effect, so we'll see as the week goes on what the volume and open interest numbers do mean. But a 4-week sell-off in the S&P, we'll see what this week brings. We're 1 day into it, and we've already seen some extreme volatility. Looking at the daily here, we're under that 200 moving average. 67.78 is that price. Hoag's weekly kickoff high is right there as well, 67.77. We got a settlement price 65.59 in the S&P on Friday. We got Hoag's weekly kickoff low 64.20 at these lows. Daily ATR in the S&P 124 points. So far, high to low range, we got 263 point range. So today is already a range expansion day, and we are kind of just getting started. What's interesting to me here is the angle and the slope of this 20 moving average on the daily. It looks like it's aggressively trying to cross below the 200 moving average, which again, the last time we saw that was in 2025 before the market sold off pretty aggressively here. Coach Ray, anything you're seeing on the higher time frame charts in the S&P?
Yeah, I mean, I'm basically, because it appears to me as a market that wants to maybe take a peek lower here. I mean, other than this most recent daily candle that we're seeing here, I mean, we've been on a very, very steady downward trend in this market. I look at the DMI. The DMI is also giving me the same kind of indication that, there's a fair amount of interest in this market to the downside. We have an ADX reading of close to 50, which is double the normal strong indication of 25. And we have our negative DI well above our positive, although it's collapsing here a little bit, maybe because of the result of this most recent daily candle. But you've already mentioned it. We are below the 200 moving average. The other area that I'm going to maybe be looking at here is right at this edge of value here, right up at 68.50, 68.47. This is at the edge of value of this visible range volume profile here up on the right here. Again, seems like a logical location maybe for an opportunity, maybe to align myself with the general direction of the market, which seems to be down. That seems to be an area where I can maybe potentially manage my risk and offer me maybe an opportunity again for maybe continuation move to the downside.
Awesome. Coach Ray, that visible range volume profile that you're using, how far back are you going on the daily?
This right now is going back to actually October. It probably would make sense maybe actually take it to the beginning of the year here. Let's see what this does. Beginning of the year, but it was back to October is kind of what I was looking at. But if I take this back to maybe the beginning of the year, you can see that this area here right around 68.44 seems kind of maybe a logical area where we could maybe get a continuation move. Actually, rather than selling the whole, sell strength is kind of what I'm looking at right now. And that would be kind of an area that I would maybe focus in on, maybe if we do indeed get some sort of rally.
Awesome. I was trying to find a way to talk about the October 10th candle because I forgot to do it. But the low of that October 10th candle.
I was back around that October 10th candle.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah, the low of that candle, I think we've mentioned it every day since that candle printed, 66.48, which lines up with that value low that you're talking about there, 66.44s. So do we get price acceptance back inside this candle? We closed below that October 10th range for the first time since that candle printed on Friday. But now we're seeing price acceptance back inside this candle. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. And we'll see what we got. So last night, pretty quiet. We opened up right below settlement and a fairly flat overnight range until, of course, these headlines come out, right? Headline-driven markets, we've seen the inverse correlation between the S&P and, or sorry, the equity markets in general and gold and crude oil. So as crude oil is selling off, we're seeing the equities push pretty hard here. So overnight inventory long now. What I'm looking at here, Coach Ray, is the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart, 66.77 is that price. We have price trading above it right now. Clearly, since this news came out, volume is starting to trade above it as well. But I'm keeping in mind that these are, one, headline-driven markets, and two, range-bound markets, right? So as we get near the upper extremes, these 6,700s, does volume continue to trade above these prices, or is there going to be another headline that comes out that moves these markets around? So right now, I'm looking for price and volume acceptance above 66.77. That would look like candles closing above this white line here, and volume VWAP, which is down at 65.90, pushing above it as well. But going to be a very interesting day. Again, we're already double the daily ATR in just this 30-minute candle alone. I would frame out this 30-minute candle and look at the 50% mark, which is 66.25, as a potential area of interest. We can see it after we printed this candle. We came down, tagged that 50% to the tick pretty much, and we're seeing some buying here. So, the high of that candle, the high of the day, 67.48. Of course, you have to look at that as a potential level here. Right now, we got the S&P up over almost 2% on the day. So already an interesting trading day. I wonder how much is left for us to trade for this New York session. What are you seeing on the 30-minute, Coach Ray?
Yeah. So again, obviously there was some news, I guess, given to the president, a little present for folks here on the bullish side here at I guess that 6 a.m. Central Time. Right, we got a nice little spike to the upside. That spike caused the market to not only run through the value range for Friday, but now we're above that range now, and also above the 200 moving average. So the question now becomes, as you mentioned, how much more participation are we going to get now, or we are just going to remain in this range below this this high of this value area range that we have here on the right hand side? The DMI is kind of giving us the indication that maybe there is maybe a little bit of pressure here to the upside now. But I would say that I think the important area, and you've kind of highlighted as well, is I think the 67.05 level, the high end of value of this visible range volume profile. If we do manage to get above that level, then maybe we do get with some volume, maybe a push above and then a retest of 67.05. Maybe we can entertain maybe some of these higher prices, maybe as back up to 6,800. But I don't want to count my count my chickens before they're hatched, right? So,
yeah.
Right. I think we have to kind of remain cognizant of the fact that this was a news driven kind of event, right? Not necessarily. May not be a result of some fundamentals. And so we need to kind of be cautious here, I would say, around 67.05 and see maybe if it offers maybe a little bit of a rotation. I would say that if I am long, if I do believe this move, then I probably need to take maybe 50% of this candle that we have here and maybe look for an opportunity around the 50% range of this candle if I am going to participate in the long. I'm not really interested in participating in the long up at these highs. I need to see some sort of pullback. I'm kind of giving the 6,600 level here as maybe that area for me to maybe want to entertain a long in this market.
Agreed. Yeah. Trade location, timing, and trade location matter for day trades, right? You can get the idea wrong. How many times have you done this, Coach Ray? You have the right idea and you lose money on it. It's like, how the hell did that happen? Yeah, right. It's like, well, you bought the high before it pulled back, got stopped out before it continued. So trade location definitely matters. That 50% of this big candle that we saw does have the potential to be a risk limiter there. We'll see as the day builds. We got some questions in the chat. What was the news that led to the pop? We had the president basically saying that he was going to call off any strikes in Iran after some peace talks. So, of course, when we have de-escalation with what's going on in the Middle East, we'll see the markets respond to that. We see crude oil sell off. We see the equities bid. Then we did have Iran come out after and say, we didn't have any talks. So, again, headline-driven markets, we will see, but we are here to trade the markets, which I want to talk about a market that we normally don't mention during the opening call. But I'm looking at my quote board here, Coach Ray, and to the downside, of course, we got the energies. Heating oil down 5.62% RBOB gasoline futures down 6.58%. We got crude down 9.5%. To the upside, I'm seeing the Dow up 2.15%. The Russell, shout out to the Russell, up 3.35%, and the Nikkei up 4.07%. So I do want to talk about the Russell a little bit here. Coach Ray, if you have any inputs that you want to share here, but I do trade the Russell a decent amount. I look at all 4 equity markets day to day, and whichever one is providing the best trade opportunity, I will take it there. So looking at the Russell here, very similar to the S&P, but the reason I like trading it is, dollar wise, the tick value is not as expensive as the S&P and the NASDAQ, and it usually moves pretty well. We had Henrico on last week who called the Russell the snitch of the 4 equity markets, and however the equity market, however the Russell is going to go first, the other equity markets usually follow afterwards. So I'm looking at a couple of things here. We got that October 10th candle in the Russell. We're trading right at the high of it right now, 25.3580. We're right below that high. We can see we tagged the 20 moving average on the daily, which is up at 25.76. The Russell is one of the equity markets. The S&P didn't get there yet, but the Russell did get into correction territory on Friday. We closed 10%, more than 10% off the all-time high. We're back above it now. We're at 8.5 right now, but that 10% level from the all-time high in the Russell here is 24.88. So I'm going to be watching that price, watching how the markets respond to it from there. We are back above that 200 moving average on the daily. Coach Ray, anything you want to say about the Russell on the higher time frame? I know it's not a market we talk about often, but
I think it's a market. Very similar to what we're seeing in the equities, but I think that as far as location right now on the daily chart, I do like the fact that it's close to the lower end of value here. So as far as maybe a kind of a discount level, maybe to entertain along, it might not be a bad level. Risking maybe the support area that we have that you've kind of highlighted on your charts. That could offer us maybe a leg to the upside, but starting to get maybe some footing above the 200 moving average. If assuming that we can kind of hold above that. I'm looking at the DMI. I'm still seeing a little bit of obviously some selling pressure, but that selling pressure seems to be waning here of late. Maybe there could be maybe a leg here, a range, maybe range bound leg to the bullish side is kind of what I'm seeing here. I'm liking the fact that where price is currently as far as bullish, right? That's kind of what's kind of motivating me to maybe entertain it to the long side.
It's a great market, Coach Ray. The water's warm. The water is warm in the Russell.
Maybe I'll dip my toe in there and see how it feels there.
Take a look at the half-hour chart. Very similar, of course. All the equity markets are going to look the same today. But I think my goal for today is if I'm going to trade the equity markets, and I'll be on fast markets trading this morning, which one is giving the best flow in the market is my question, right? They're all doing the same thing, right? We're going to look at the NASDAQ charts. We're going to talk about levels. They're all doing the same thing, but where's the flow the best that, I have the potential for follow through on a trade? And that's why I'm bringing up the Russell here. Again, we have that 50% level of this highest volume candle that we had right around 2500s. We can see the 200 moving average on the 30-minute is there as well. We got a nice pullback into it and a bounce from that level here. Of course, we go back to that October 10th candle. Again, we're right at the high of it here. So my question is, when we come in for the New York session, when all that volume comes in, does it agree with where price is and continue to trade above this high? If so, then we're looking at the high of the session, that 20-day moving average. But really interesting here. Coach Ray, anything you want to say on the 30-minute?
Yeah, again, as you mentioned, I think that 25.15 level is kind of giving me so 25.1650. That's the higher end of value. The fact that we're above it is actually positive for maybe a continuation move to the upside. Might even be in a level that you maybe kind of lean on as far as kind of an anchor, kind of an area of invalidation, right? So as long as we can stay above that 25.16 level, maybe you can entertain a long. Again, if you do kind of a little measured move here, you can that's a pretty nice measure here. I'm just maybe to do this really quick here, but you can go ahead and measure this down to this level, and that gives you kind of a sense of where this can go, maybe up to this 26.63 level. That's just the measurement of this most recent candle that caused the market to go up. That would be maybe a logical destination for maybe a bullish move up, either at 2601, which is a psychological number, 2600, or up to this 26.6310 level. That would be the 100% extension of this candle, that's news-driven candle that we've been talking about.
Nice stuff, Coach Ray, using some measure move targets there. We will see. Just similar to what you said about the S&P, I don't want to be the guy buying the high, especially that we're already up 3% in this market. It's like, okay,
Right.
temper your expectations. How much do you really expect here? But I'm leaning bullish as this market is kind of finding some buyers in it as well. That is what we got for some of the equity markets. Thrown in the Russell there a little bit. Very interesting market to trade. Again, I may be trading it during fast markets, so we will see here. JD, before we get into crude oil, which is getting ready to open up in about 6 minutes here, any other news we want to cover? I see Coach Hoop in the chat. Myron's going off right now.
That is true. Hoop is in the chat, posting these comments. These comments are just flying all over the place this morning. News headline risk is on, guys. Stephen Myron's speaking right now, talking about rates. It's premature to judge the current situation. That's a direct quote from Stephen Myron. Also says we shouldn't make policy based off of short-term headlines. Traditional central bank view is oil shocks don't hit core inflation. So Myron is talking, could be market moving. President was just on the phone with Fox News. There were some quotes flying around there too, but he is sort of backtracking and reversing that aggressive rhetoric that he ended the week with last week and was using throughout the weekend. He's starting to pull back. Looks like he's looking for a truce, saying it could be as little as 5 days. But then Iran rebuts the whole thing and says that none of this is even happening. It's just wild. It's wild, right?
Yeah.
Who's telling the truth?
Wild
Is
times.
it happening?
Wild.
Is it happening or is it not happening? Someone speak up, right? We got to get one of these guys in front of a camera. What's up, Jay?
We've been talking about how this year feels very similar to, well, I've been talking about it, how this year feels very similar to last year. And I think we saw some of the same things, right? Obviously a different catalyst. But with the tariff thing, it's, hey, we have a deal. And then you hear the other side, hey, there is no deal, right? So, we're not getting political here, but it is, headline risk is on. And just know that that's the environment that we're trading in. If anyone remembers trading February through April last year, the one word you can use is volatile. And I think we're getting ready to see the same thing here.
Liquidity is going to be an issue today, guys. If you're trading with market orders, be very, very careful. You don't know you're going to get filled with those market orders. Maybe think about scaling down a little bit using limit orders. The way these markets are whipping around, limit orders are a very safe play right now. Slippage, folks. That's the word. It's going to be the word of the day. Slippage. All right. We've got another piece of news to share before we get into this crude oil opening range breakout trade. United Airlines is scaling back flights due to fuel costs. Here's another one. Let's roll it. Yes. You will soon have fewer flight options as a result of the war in Iran. United Airlines says it will be cutting flights due to surging fuel prices caused by the war. In a memo on Friday, the CEO says affected flights will be ones that are less popular, including midweek and overnight flights. The memo noted how jet fuel prices more than doubled since the war began in late February. United CEO noted the surging price could cost the airline an extra $11 billion this year alone. Fuel prices affecting flights at United, and I bet a couple of more airlines will be getting in line with the same policy very, very soon.
Fuel prices going up.
I read it. I don't write the news. I just share it, man. Come on, this is important stuff. I'm on your side. We're all in this together. We are.
I'm about ready to ride my bicycle to work, guys. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, man. I saw an article a couple of weeks ago that said airlines they stopped hedging their oil purchases with futures. It's all good when oil is trading in a range at $60, but when it's back up above 100 and prices go up, it sounds like
e-bike's looking pretty attractive right now.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Sure is. Is San Francisco a very bike-friendly town?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, you see a fair amount of bikes, yeah.
If you're going downhill, right?
If you're going downhill.
Well, that's why you have the electric bikes, right? So the electric bikes are like mini mopeds, so you're all good. You don't have to pedal all that much,
right? Battery powered. We're gonna take a look at Dolby says the airlines need some range traders. We're going to take a look at this crude oil opening range trade here. Crude opens up at 9 a.m. Eastern time, 8 a.m. Central. Of course, crude is one of the most volatile markets that we have here. So we'll take a look and see what the risk is saying for this trade. Right now, we got crude down just under 9%, down 8.8% on the day so far, trading $89.54. What are you guys thinking for an opening range trade here, Coach Ray? You like what you're seeing here, or?
I mean, certainly on the daily side, I mean, we're seeing some push to the downside. So maybe a trade to the downside might not be a bad idea. Bad call for me.
I gotta say,
what do you think, JD?
The crude oil ladder is much more liquid than gold is. Crude's been moving like crazy this morning. Same as gold, but there's still bids and offers at every single price in the micro contract in crude oil right now. We might get some opportunity on both sides of this market. I don't mind getting into an opening range trade here. If the juice looks like it's worth the squeeze. This range gets a little too out of whack, we'll stay away from it, but let's see what it gives us. We got about 45 seconds until crude opens. Let's see what it gives us.
I think I like a potential short here as well. JD, you're saying that the crude oil book is still pretty liquid. That's Scott Besson. He's still selling all those oil futures right now. So he's gonna, if there's gonna be anybody on the order books, it's gonna be Scotty B. Right now, 89.36 last trade here in crude oil. We got 20 seconds until this 1 minute opening range. We look at a 1 minute candle. If it closes above the high, we'll be long. Closes below the low, we'll be short. We say it all the time. It's a low probability trade, but when it does pay out, what's the most recent? We had a really good one on. I feel like it was last week. But we'll see what the market presents this year.
We had a couple good ones on last week, early in the week. And then we had a bunch of invalidations.
Yep.
So 2 good trades on Monday and Tuesday, and then a couple days of invalidation in both gold and crude. By invalidation, we mean that our confirmation candle or candles after that initial 1 minute opening range traded both sides of the market without signaling a trade. So that invalidates the trade. When you take out both the high and the low of the opening range without signaling a trade, the trade is invalidated. We got some movement here.
Yes, we do.
89.37 high, 89.13 low. Does that look about right?
88.13 low, right?
Yeah, pretty wide range.
88.13, yes.
Yeah, that is a $1.20 range. This is the market. This is the environment we're in right now in oil. If you're going to trade it, you're accepting that there is more risk in this market, which could mean more reward as well. But if you're trying to trade oil with a 10 tick stop, that's the spread. You're going to be out before you get in.
Yep. I've got a single contract loaded in the micros. I mean, if we get into a trade here, we're taking about, I want to say, close to $200 worth of risk on a single micro contract. Ooh, here's another one. Japanese government considering intervention in oil market. That's according to market sources. Japan's getting involved. What does that mean?
More volatility.
No,
it might trigger long.
And we're ripping here. Yeah, saw some buyers step in as that headline came out. Ooh, we just got one from the president on Truth Social. I almost called it Trump Social. Truth Social.
Trump Social.
It's a long one. Let me read this first before I blurt it out. I want to make sure it's safe to share.
Good idea. We got this 1 minute candle closing inside of this range, so no trigger on a trade yet. Again, we're waiting for a confirmation candle, which is a close outside of the range for a trade. Got a pretty wide range here in crude oil, so we want to make sure that we get some type of confirmation. Yeah, took out the high.
Just took out the high.
Yeah,
just took out the high. 89.60 last trade in the micro contract. I don't know. Is it going to give us something?
What are we doing here, Crude? 89.50s last trade there. Need a candle close. 1 minute candle close above 89.37s. If this does not close above the high and then trades the low, it's an invalidation of the trade. We don't take either side. So it's either a long or no trade.
Yep. Looks like it's coming back to close inside.
It's flirting. Ooh, that was pretty close.
Is that close above? Would you call that a trade?
It technically closed above. It closed a tick above, but
it closed a tick above.
Wow. A tick above. That's dirty oil. That's dirty crude oil.
That's not right.
I mean, I hate that. One single tick. I'm going to give this a minute. I'm going to give it another
I
minute.
think that seems
I think it's a good idea. We'll take a look at the charts, JD. You let us know if you do get into anything there. Take a look at the charts and then
That's dirty oil.
see if we get into a trade. Yeah, that's
Dirty
not
oil.
nice. That was not nice.
Real greasy.
Taking a look at the daily here in crude oil, of course, March 9th, we had this aggressive bear market in a day in crude, and $100 has been a level of resistance. We saw the market open up last night above $100. Really no buying above that level. Of course, there are market participants that have the incentive of keeping oil prices under $100 and maybe even under where we are right now. So again, when headlines come out, they have the potential to move this market in either direction. But from a technical perspective, we are still in that major sell-off range. We haven't traded or closed below the low of that March 9th candle, which is 80.47 is that price. We have 20-day moving average 83.59 is pretty close to the low of the session here. We got a little zone here. I'm talking about the 20-day moving average 83.59s up to Hoag's weekly kickoff low 86.50s. We saw some buyers step in that area. Again, these weekly kickoff levels are areas that Hoag expects longer time frame market participants to adjust their inventory or protect their inventory, right? We came down to these 86s. We saw some buyers step in. Daily ATR in oil, $8. So far, high to low range, we got a $17 range. So today is already a range expansion day. And like we said in the equities, we're seeing that inverse correlation. It feels like the world is watching oil right now and watching oil prices. What are you seeing on the daily, Coach Ray?
Yeah, I mean, I see the very obvious 100 level that's kind of being serving as kind of resistance here on the short term. It seems to be a market that maybe is trying to maybe find some footing here, maybe to the downside. We did manage to get below the 9 EMA, and we're seeing a little bit of loss of momentum to the upside. Maybe a little bit of momentum coming in to the downside, I should say. So a market that appears to be in maybe a little bit of a range, but I like the fact. I mean, if I'm looking for bearish to see that we have a quite a dominant bearish candle here, right? So that could maybe lead to something that could cause price to explore here a little bit further. I am seeing that price is kind of trying to make its way inside value from this visible range volume profile. That could maybe offer us an opportunity. Maybe that would take market maybe back down to this visible range, but also maybe fill in this gap that was left on this bullish swing that we had of late. So I'm assuming that this gap is eventually going to get filled here at some point. The question is, when is that going to take place, right? So right now, I would say that, given the development we're seeing on the daily side, I think obviously we won't know exactly how this candle is going to close, but maybe it's given us maybe a sense that maybe there is some more opportunities to the downside today. I think we'll take a look here at the 30-minute chart here in a minute to see what kind of context we can get from that. But right now, the daily is maybe indicating maybe there's maybe a little bit of rotation coming in on the crude oil.
Awesome stuff. It's funny that you talk about that gap there, Coach Ray. Scott Besson last week said that oil will eventually be trading under the March 2nd prices.
Yep.
I know sometimes they say that they're not looking at the markets, but I think they have trading view up on the side, maybe even Topstep X if they're trading with this. Let's take a look at the 30-minute here. We are under the 200 moving average on the 30, which is all the way up at 95.93. Again, looking at this market from a technical perspective, I think, we can find areas of interest. But when you get headlines flying out like that, you get a 30-minute candle, which we could even look at a shorter time frame. This is probably a 5-minute candle. This 30-minute candle alone is a 15% move in oil. There are going to be some times where you take your technicals and you have to throw them out the window because the market is saying something else, right? So, the way I'm looking at oil is it's presenting great opportunities to trade. But I almost, as a momentum trader, kind of just sit back, wait for volatility to show up and then trade it from there. What we are looking at, though, we have overnight inventory to the short side, obviously. Here's the first 30-minute candle from where we opened up last night. Again, we opened up above $100. We spiked up to 101.50s. We did take a look at that high in the overnight session right as the London session was coming online. And from that point on, like we saw in gold and in the equities, from London on, we saw a bid in the equities and gold and selling in the oil market. Again, that headline being what really got us going to the downside here. So I'm going to cut this candle in half. 91.57 is that price, and see how it trades here. highly doubt that we see prices outside of this range at some point today. But if we are near the extremes with low volume, that could present an opportunity for an interesting trade there. So 84.37s, which is the low of the session, 98.77, which is the high of that candle, and then 91.57. I want to see how volume trades around here. And, we go from there. But this is a big enough range. Do we get another headline that comes out that gets this market moving around? We will see. What are you seeing on the 30-minute here in oil, Coach Ray?
Yeah, again, looking at just ignoring the price charts here for a moment, you can see that we got that little spike in selling pressure that came in. Came in at this, 6 a.m. Central Time, right? So we've been above. We see a spike in momentum in the bearish direction. So if I'm bearish, again, I'm not really interested in selling in the holes, as they say, right? I'm looking to see where I might be able to maybe offer opportunity. I'm looking at the 9 EMA here at this point. Of that maybe could offer me a location where I could take a potential continuation trade to the downside. Maybe some of these other moving averages and maybe VWAP also offer me some locations where I can potentially take a trade. Now on this platform, looking at the regular contract here, I'm looking at 93.97. This is the low end of visible range volume profile. That offers me maybe a location where I can maybe take an opportunity. That's also a psychological number, 94. As well. So that might be the high end of the range where I might want to entertain on the bearish side. And then if I'm bullish, I need to look to the left here and see if I can find a location here. And I'm looking at this, was it 86, maybe 87 level here on the left-hand side as an area maybe where I might want to entertain a long trade, right? So those are kind of maybe the ranges that I'm kind of looking at it. Based on the daily, we've been kind of in range of late. So those are maybe the extremes of ranges. I want to kind of poke the bear here a little bit and try to see if I can wake up some people that will cause the market to kind of react. And those are kind of my levels right now that I'm looking at.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Ray. I just measured that 5-minute candle on that headline with one big contract in oil that was a $13,000 candle, which sounds awesome, only if you're on the right side of that. Again, with a micro. Again, that happens in 5 minutes, and if we look at a 1-minute candle, you see how quickly this is happening. Trade the position size that your account can facilitate, especially if you're trading oil.
Absolutely.
JD, anything done in that oil market? We want to get into the NASDAQ charts here.
Nothing yet on this crude oil opening range breakout trade. The 5-minute did not signal a trade either. We're still trading right around or hovering just above or right around the high of the opening range right now. Again, our opening range breakout high, we're looking at that 1-minute candle. Our high was 89.37. Last trade, 89.51. We're just above it right now, but we really haven't broken out too significantly yet. I don't know if I like the long here. Usually the more uncomfortable trade is the right trade, right? And getting long here definitely feels a little uncomfortable. But still, nothing done. Nothing done.
Good stuff. Well, keep us updated if you do. We got a VWAP up there, 94.86. If we do find a bid here, of course, $90 level is going to be an interesting spot to get through. But then above that, it looks like a lot of room to 92s there. So we will see what happens here in oil. We're going to get into the NASDAQ charts. I saw somebody in the chat says, why don't you just look at the NASDAQ? Well, thanks for tuning in. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Like and subscribe, and we are doing this just for you. JD, any other news we want to get to before we get into these NASDAQ charts?
Yes, absolutely. There are other markets outside of the NASDAQ that are moving this morning, folks. Just a heads up. Doesn't matter what you're looking at. It's probably moving right now. All right. On the AI front, artificial intelligence, the White House has released its National Artificial Intelligence Legislative Framework. They did this late on Friday. Let's roll it. Its purpose is to help nationalize policy on AI. President Trump issued an executive order in December that blocks states from enforcing their own regulations. The new framework calls on Congress to give parents better tools to manage their children's digital presence. It also calls for requiring data centers to generate their own power on site. The framework has additional language aimed at forbidding AI providers from banning partisan content. It further says AI should be overseen by regulators that deal with specific sectors instead of having one overarching regulator. Feds are getting involved in AI.
good though. AI is getting a little out of control.
How do you feel about data centers having their own power sources on site? So each data center has to have its own power source on site.
That's crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
Crazy
It's a lot of
amount
power, a lot of energy. A lot of energy. A lot of energy in these markets as well. Taking a look at the NASDAQ on the daily here.
Yes.
Crude oil.
Give the people
Crude
what they
oil's still
want.
trying to
I'll be
figure
right
out
back.
what it wants to do there. So we're sitting out of that one for now. But let's take a look at the NASDAQ on the daily, taking a quick look at open interest. We had a build of open interest of 12,000 on Friday. Again, rollover was ending on Friday, so maybe some contracts just coming in there. But we did see some aggressive selling. Again, we have equity markets approaching correction territory. The NASDAQ before this news came out was below that 10% off the all-time high level. That price is about 24,170s. We got Hoag's weekly kickoff low that was already tagged. You know, it's funny. Last week, Hoag said every time he goes on vacation, something crazy happens in the markets. And we're one day in, and we've already seen one of the biggest candles we've had of the year. $1,000-point candle in the NASDAQ here. Daily ATR 550. So we're, again, already at a range expansion day. Looking at this low of the October 10th candle, 24,623. We've had price trade above it. No acceptance yet. So that's going to be a line in the sand for me today. What happens at this level? Do we get price acceptance back inside of that range? Or is there going to be another candle that we can start talking about here? We do have the 20 moving average crossing below the 200, and that is a potential setup that we have in the S&P, but in the NASDAQ, it is confirmed that the 20 is below the 50. 20 is below the 200, which hasn't happened since early 2025. What are you seeing here on the daily?
Yeah, so I'm seeing that we're getting some reaction away from this 24,000 level, where we got down to as low as 23,800, and looks like we've managed to find some buyers. It's an area where their buyers have been in the past, right? So again, that could maybe spell maybe a temporary kind of bounce here on the market. But I mean, looking at since the end of January here, I still see that a market is still on the bearish side. I'm not seeing anything in the way of higher highs and higher lows, so to speak, right? It's still a market that's kind of sloping to the downside. Again, I feel like even with this move, and we've had these kind of bullish candles in the past, they've always been met with some selling, right? So until that pattern changes, I need to focus in on areas where I can maybe benefit from that kind of pattern. And right now I'm looking at this 24,000, I'm going to say 900 level, maybe 24,890 level as maybe an area where maybe there's a little bit of a ceiling to this move. And that could maybe trigger the initiating maybe some shorts or maybe some bearish trades up at those levels. So that's kind of the area that I'm focused in on right now. I'm seeing some reaction off of 24,000, which is obviously supportive maybe for continuation to the upside. But given that we are in this kind of pattern structure wise, I would say that we're still very much, and the DMI is actually supporting that view as well. We see that our negative DI is above our positive with a good amount of momentum to that downside. So until we start to break some of these highs with volume, I'm kind of erring on the side of looking for areas to maybe for a continuation trade to the downside is kind of what I'm focused on right now.
Yeah, and look, you said it, Coach Ray. We've had some of these these bullish moves. But one of the things, and again, you go back to 2025, if you were trading then, bear market rallies can be very aggressive moves, right? With the short covering that comes in. Like you said, though, on a higher time frame, we are getting lower highs here. So still in somewhat of a downtrend. It's not going to be easy. These are equity markets. They're built to just go up. And when you get headlines coming out like what we had, you're going to see an aggressive move to the upside that could change the structure of this market, at least on a shorter time frame, which is what we trade on here. Let's take a look at the 30-minute then. 30-minute, of course, overnight inventory was pretty flat until that headline came out. We did take a look below Hoag's weekly kickoff low, which is 23,900. Price traded below there, volume didn't. So, it was a decent range trade until, this ridiculous move to the upside here. Right now we got the NASDAQ up just under 2%. This is a 3.75% move in what was a 5-minute candle. So again, this candle is going to be my frame of reference for the day. We do have the 200 moving average on the 30-minute up here, 24,614s. The at the buzzer viewers have deemed that the money line the money line, the 200 moving average on the 30-minute. We rejected off of it, seeing some selling here. VWAP's still well below it. We're about 400 points off of VWAP right now. So this candle will be very interesting. This is going to be my frame of reference. How does volume respond to this candle when we come in for the New York session? Are we going to see price acceptance up here and push through these highs above the 200 moving average, or do we just fall right back into the middle of the range? 24,319s is an interesting price there. Coach Ray, what are you seeing on the 30-minute here in the?
Yeah, it was kind of the tale of two cities, right? Looking at the daily, we see a market that's kind of looking at a little bit more bearish. Looking at a shorter time frame, especially given the fact that we got this this bullish candle as a result of the earlier news. Now we're kind of looking at a market that maybe potentially is heading higher, right? So an area that I'm kind of focusing on is kind of the edge of value from yesterday, or from Friday, I should say. Right around this 24,361 is kind of an area that it's kind of a little bit of a pullback area that if I'm aligned with the bullish move, that's kind of an area where I might want to take a peek. Okay. Otherwise, if I'm going to align myself with the daily chart, well, then I need to find some levels above, right, that I can maybe kind of fade this move. And I'm looking at 25,000, maybe 25,200 as possible areas of focus for me to maybe line myself a little bit better with what the daily chart is telling me. But right now, like you said, kind of a tale of two cities, right? We the higher time frame is telling us that maybe we still have a fair amount of pressure here to the downside. The lower time frame charts are telling us a little bit different story, but we still have to make this. Still need to get above. I would say this peak here, right? So 24,762. If we really have an opportunity to maybe for some further price action to the upside.
And we are seeing the equity sell off a little bit as crude is catching a little bit of a bid here, 90.70. So that inverse correlation is still working today. Still working today. We got a great show lined up ahead for you. Hopefully this opening call is helping you with some context for the markets. That is what we got for the S&P, NASDAQ, gold, and crude oil. JD, let's go through that schedule. Who do we have trading with us on Topstep TV today?
That's right. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Ray, for that top-notch analysis. Thank you to all of our friends and traders in the chat for joining us this early. These markets are moving. Headlines are flying. And we've got a full stacked schedule of Tradertainment live for you right here on Topstep TV from bell to bell. Coming up next in Fast Markets, Andre is going to be driving the bus. And we got a handful of rotating characters. Coach Jay and Coach Hoop will be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Then Dolby Time and Deanna will be here from 9:30 to 11. Coming up at 11 o'clock, we've got Power Players. Dolby's going to be back with Braden and Coach Jay. 12 o'clock, Group Coaching, Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. In just a little bit, we're going to pin a form to the top of the chat. If you've got a question for Gabe, Deanna, or Anne-Marie, grab that form, fill it out, click Submit, and we will get your question, and we'll do our best to answer it live right here on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock, I'll be back with Coach Vince and Gabe. Coach Vince making his triumphant return today and trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time today. Make sure you're here for it. And then we're closing out the Dayton Power Hour with Andre, Ted, M, and Dolby Time. Bell to bell all day long. Tradertainment right here on Topstep TV. Let's get it.
Let's get it. I see some people in the chat talking about those headlines. The time of that news is so weird. Getting tired of these headlines. Yeah, decision fatigue is a real thing, right, everybody? So, if the headlines are making the markets fly around too much, remember that we have a choice as traders to maybe not place a trade. So, don't let those headlines get you down. They're presenting opportunity, but sometimes it makes it a little uncomfortable to sit in a trade. Make sure you're in the right position size and know where your stops are, right? That's the biggest thing. That's what we can control here. As we see oil continuing to catch a bid.
When we have these times of high volatility and low liquidity, it might be a good idea. Just think about it. Scale down on your size and widen out your risk parameters. Might help you out to stay in the market for a little bit longer without taking on any additional risk. Something to think about, guys. Or just sit on your hands and watch these moves. There's nothing wrong with being an active observer if these swings are getting too wild for you.
Mm-hmm.
Oil is catching a bid here. We're back at $91 here in crude oil. That they did us dirty with that opening range close right at the high tick. That was
that was not very nice.
I think we all kind of looked at it and said, I don't know if I could trust that. And of course, oil does what oil does. Back at $91 here, seeing a little bit of selling coming into the equities. We got a couple minutes here before the opening call. JD, you got any other news you want to get to, or should we just get right into fast markets?
I got one more.
story.
Yeah, one more piece of news we could share. There's one brand that's doing very well during all this confusion and chaos. An EV brand, BYD, appears to benefit as oil prices are rising. The price of oil is causing demand for electronic vehicles to spike, at least in parts of Asia. Let's roll that. Dealers for Chinese EV brands, BYD, say they've seen sales skyrocket in places like Vietnam and the Philippines. EVs have been gaining popularity in Asia even without gas price spikes. But the region is susceptible to supply disruptions from the Strait of Hormuz closure, which is raising oil prices, and people are moving into electronic vehicles. So this is a real thing, folks. I read another article this morning about Uber striking a deal with Rivian for autonomous driving taxi cabs. They went to Rivian instead of Tesla. Interesting.
There's competition in the EV business. Like I was telling you, JD, in the green room, in Mexico City, I don't think I've ever saw a BYD car in the States, in New York. I saw maybe 2 Teslas in Mexico City. Everything else, every other EV was a BYD. So there's some competition out there. And they're nice cars. They're nice looking cars, yeah. So we will see.
I have not seen one yet. I have not seen one in person.
Yeah. They're pretty nice here. But I think we're good to go. We can do the thing. This is where I normally pass it over to Hogue, but Hogue's not here. But Coach Ray, great stuff as always. Coach Ray's going to be with us all week for the opening call. You can also catch Coach Ray in Discord, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Coach Ray, anything you want to say before we head out of here?
No, I think kind of what you guys alluded to, right? If the market is getting a little bit too wild, we don't necessarily have to participate. Sometimes kind of waiting and being patient and disciplined, maybe stepping away from the markets for a bit until they get settled down. That's the beauty of what we do, guys. We control when we participate in the markets, and that's one thing we do control. So let's don't just let that slip away.
There you go. Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Ray. JD, we will see you back on the show a little bit later today, but it is time to do the thing. And Hogue, I don't know how he does it, but he always catches who's first in the chat. And I've said this before, but you're all number one in my eyes. We got fast markets coming up here in just a little bit. This is where Hogue would say, stay humble, grateful, centered. There's one other word that I'm missing there. I'll do better tomorrow, Hogue. Creative. Stay creative in your decision-making today. Pray for peace. We got fast markets coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, now I'm putting on my Jack hat and introducing the show. Welcome to Fast Markets, everybody. There's that horn. We're ready to trade here. Andre, we got markets moving around. It's been pretty wild. What is going on, man?
Just let it sit there. How do you think that went, Jay?
No, I passed it to you. It to you. It went great. It went amazing.
Okay, yes. Fantastic. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. We got Jay, just saw him in opening call. We got Hoop in the lower left-hand corner. Let's get right into it on this Monday. Huge headline coming out about an hour ago about perhaps a deal with Iran. Saw the NQ pop about 1,000 points, ES 200 points or so. Crude selling off. Let's get into it. Hoop, 2.5 minutes till the opening bell. Thoughts coming into this trading week and first trading day of the week. What's up, Hoop?
What's up, guys? Was trading gold overnight. Holy cow. Yeah, I mean, I was looking for a dip in gold, got one early, but man, this headline news right now has the markets, once again, what to believe, what not to believe. Ultimately, as traders, I'm widening out and looking at larger time frames because the moves within 1 to 5 minutes are are pretty volatile right now. So the beauty of micros, Andre, how would we have traded this in the old days with minis only? I mean, just think about how you would have survived the night.
Size, lots of it. No, I'm kidding. Hoop, to that point, yeah. These headlines, we'll see. Whether we believe it or not, the markets surely react to it. Again, NQ popped about 1,000 points in that 5-minute candle. Look at that 5-minute candle, 1,000-point rally in the NQ. ES 200 points, give or take. Jay, what you got? I got Hoop and Jay. These guys are looking at pretty much every market. Every market we have it covered here in fast markets. Jay, thoughts coming in. What do you have your eye on? Levels, prices, headlines. It's pretty clear on the schedule. We did have some speakers pre-bell here, but Jay, how are we going to navigate this?
So me and Hoop are, of course, monitoring the situation. I think we have every market that we could possibly trade covered right now. But I'm looking at the equities and gold and oil, obviously. I don't know that there's a need to look outside of those 6 markets. There's more than enough opportunity there. Of course, headline risk is on. We are seeing oil catch a little bit of a bid here, so I am curious to see how the equities open up in about 30 seconds. I think I'm going to trade. If I do trade the equities, it'll be either the Russell or the S&P. Unless something else is a little bit cleaner, but early focus is on the Russell and the S&P right now, Andre.
You got, again, those headlines, something along the lines of U.S. and Israel are going to stop attacks on energy facilities in the Middle East for now, perhaps working a deal as well for a ceasefire. These are just headlines, nothing confirmed whatsoever. However, the markets did react. We are about to ring this bell. Another big trading week in store. Here we go. Take a look at the NQ. NQ trading 24,500. Call it. We earlier highs 24,736. ES trading 66.56, I should say. About 100 points off the highs there. Gold trading 44.07. We bottomed out at 4,100s. Crude oil. We are looking at a $17 range.
Insane. Insane.
Yes, we are $6 above the lows right now, trading, call it $91. Dow trading 46,650. 50 on the tilt. Oh boy, took a look at the VIX. VIX, somewhere in the 24s or so. 10-year was above 4.4%, now back beneath around 4.3, give or take. Keep an eye on all that. We had Myron speaking earlier, Goolsby speaking as well. Again, all eyes on the headlines. Okay.
Absolutely. So normally for my trading day, I usually let I trade off a 3-minute chart, right? So 3s and 30s for me. I'm normally going to let at least the first 3-minute candle play out here and then see if we get a potential opening range breakout trade in any of the equity markets. So that's what I'm looking for right now. We got another minute and 30 seconds before we get a 3-minute candle close outside this range. And then we'll go from there. Right now, this 3-minute candle, if it closed here, would be a doji. So not a ton of opportunity just yet, but of course, we are very early into the session, so we will see as we continue to go on.
Sounds good. Hoop, what do you got your eye on? Markets?
I'm scoping out gold here. I think it's a little bit oversold, so I'm looking for a good trade location. Kind of if we can get a pullback maybe into, a little below 45.80, maybe get down. It's just with the news flying right now, you gotta be very judicious on the spots you're going to pick because we're trying to limit risk in here. I'm looking at the 3, but the 30 is kind of going to be my barometer in here right now today. I'd almost rather see how we act back in here if we get a pullback below. Like I said, that 45.80 area is probably what I'm looking at. And I'm keeping an eye on cattle. Cattle had cattle on feed report on Friday. I call it cattle on fade. It was supposed to be a little negative, and sure enough, cattle is, trying to rally. So that's another one I'm keeping an eye on as well.
We said 45.80. I got last print 44.70.
Sorry, 43.80. My bad, Andre.
All good. Okay, 43.80. Roger that. About $40 lower from where we're at right now. Got a little bit more selling here in the YM. Again, the scale on the Y-axis here is I've got to continue to readjust it. These are big moves. However, they don't look so big based on scale. All right, we got a little more selling here in the ES 6647. Keep an eye on that ladder using that level 2 data right now. Pretty thin on the ladder in the ES, 10 on the bid, 10 on the ask. What's going on in crude? Crude, $90.75. Now 68 cents. 50 on the tilt.
I know I said I'm going to wait for a 3-minute candle to trade outside this range, but I think I may go early here in the Russell.
Okay.
It looks like we're getting ready to get some selling in here. Be patient. But early tilt sort of to the downside right now. I saw some volume trade up at 25.05s in the Russell that could give us some continuation here. Just measuring the risk right now. We get a pop back up to 25.02s. I'll be in short one.
So is it selling off? Russell selling off?
It's not selling off. It just looks heavy. I saw a burst of selling coming at that 25.05 range. So I'm just trying to gauge whether or not they're going to follow this up.
Okay.
And just another burst of buying there. So we'll be patient.
Yep, sounds good. One more selling here in the Dow. A couple points or so. ES muted. NQ muted as well. Gold trading right around 44.20. On the tilt again, take a look at the schedule for economic calendar. We got a number at the top of the hour. Construction spending, not the biggest market mover, however. We will give you that here on Topstep TV. Noon Central simply says Trump Roundtable. If we do have that feed, we will be bringing that to you here on Topstep TV. We're selling here in the ES. 66.45. Now 44 trade. This is the ES. NQ not doing too much. Pretty muted open. Again.
The only reason I'm not in this trade already is because we're sitting right at full session VWAP, which we just bounced off. So this is a decision-making spot. So I'm not surprised to see a ton of volume trade. No flow outside of that 3-minute range so far. But if we get some selling below that full session VWAP, that's where this could really pick up, I think.
Okay. Yes. Maybe looking to continue some little light downside pressure there. NQ pretty muted. What was the 7 a.m. NQ spike event? Headline. President essentially saying there's going to be a pause halt on strikes against energy facilities in the Middle East and perhaps looking to make a deal for a ceasefire. Nothing confirmed whatsoever. However, the markets did react. As you saw, about 1,000.5-minute candle in the NQ and 200-point rally on the 5-minute candle in the ES. What, $15 sell-off in crude. And gold catching a bit of a bid here.
Wow. Volume starting to pump into the ES a little bit here. 200 lots got filled up there. Did you see that, Jake?
Yeah, they tried to get me there, Hoop.
No, again, Trump did not say ceasefire. Trump did not say ceasefire, essentially alluding to perhaps making a deal, ongoing talks. Of course, nothing means has been confirmed. Did not say that. The markets reacted to the simply perhaps a pause halt on attacks against energy facilities in the Middle East.
Chat, that is why you do not preempt trades.
Yep.
Trade off. Yep. Trade catching a bit of a bid here in crude, closing on $91 even. Pretty muted open right now. Calm before the storm.
Yeah. Right. Someone was asking in the chat earlier. They said, "Well, can we say that the move for the day is already priced in?" And I don't think we can say that, right?
No.
No one knew that headline was coming out 2 hours ago, and there's potentially another one coming down the line. So, is the range for the day in? Maybe, but
it's impossible to say.
Yeah,
it's possible to say. All right, we got some buying here in the equities. There it is. Energy and power infrastructure. No tax for 5 days. Seeing a pop here in gold. 44, 41, now 42s. Buyers stepping in gold. Crude selling off a little bit. $90.35. 26 cents. But no trade there, Jay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They held that full session view up, which is can't ignore it, especially with all the volume that we saw trading the overnight session. They got to make a decision here. And so far, like you said, pretty muted open for the New York session so far. We've moved so much already that it's not surprising to see this little indecision to start.
For sure. When you have that big a range overnight, 100%.
Right.
market's got to feel it all out, right? I mean,
Yep.
What was the volume? The volume on that pop, or the rally, not even a pop. What was the volume on that? Just very.
The NASDAQ on a 3-minute, or let's look at a 5-minute actually, because that was the full move. 16,000 contracts traded in a 5-minute period. And the average at that time was 1,500.
There you go.
So 10 times the average.
16,000. There's ones and twos on each bid and ask. All right, we got some buyers jumping
Right.
in the equities here. And Q2 24,525. Now 530s trade. Yes, pushing higher here as well. 66, 56. Man, these are 20-point pops. These 5-minute candles. This is a 20-point pop in the ES, and it looks like got to really adjust the scale here.
Yeah, 16,000 contracts trade in a 5-minute period, like you said, trade. It's ones and twos on the books. That's why we can move so much, right? That's why I can move 300 points. So when we say,
slippage,
thin markets, that's what we mean here.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Slippage is definitely a possibility in these thin markets. You heard the guys talking about some levels they got their eye on. Well, they're getting those from pinned to the top of the chat. You got those Topstep daily levels. Update and refresh before every New York Open. But like I always say, I can do you one better. Click on that indicators tab at the top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels. Have them slapped, overlaid right there on your charts. Again, update and refresh before every New York Open. Crude, the peak beneath $90, $89.99 last trade. Some buying jumping in the ES and Q. Nothing on the tilt. So we get some more downside pressure in crude. All eyes on crude, perhaps. Again, $17 overnight range. Low, $84.37. High, $101.67. We're currently trading $90 even. Buckle up, fellas. Buckle up. Nothing on the tilt.
Yep.
Everyone flat.
Nothing on the tilt right now. Still being patient. We're still in this 3-minute opening range here in all of the equity markets. For now, the NASDAQ did look above the high. The S&P did as well, but volume is flat, right? VWAP is a flat line, which is telling me range-bound market for now in the last 10 minutes that we've seen, right? So no real direction yet. I see gold catching a little bit of a bid here. Flexible bias for sure. Like I said, I was coming in maybe looking at shorts, but I don't control where this market goes. So wherever it decides to go is where I'm going to try to get in.
Yeah, Hoopo's digging in gold. So a lot of the sell-off is just one big liquidation. That's what all this gold selling has been.
I think if you once again, you always have to be careful from a macro perspective too, right? I mean, with interest rates looking like they're going to go higher than lower, that's not super positive to gold, right? The dollar's been rallying. Gold's just had a hard time catching a bid lately. And, Jay, you and I traded a ton. If it doesn't have that momentum, then it just kind of rolls over and flattens out. I think 4,100 overnight, which is crazy. We have a $430 range in gold from overnight.
Long one RTY here.
Yeah, we got a headline here. Trump on Iran simply, we've had strong talks. We'll see where the talks lead. Iran needs better public relations people. This is coming from the president right now. We've had
long
major
one
points
RTY
of,
25. Go ahead. Sorry, Joe.
No. Go ahead. Trading RTY plus one.
Long one 25, 11, 40.
11, 40.
Yep. Little feeler to start the day. I'll take at least $100 out of this trade. See if we get some continuation here.
More from the president coming out right now. If they carry through, we will end conflict. We've had major points of agreement. Seeing sell-off here in crude, about 50 cents currently. Now more selling here in crude, $89.30. Now $89 even. We've seen the pop here in the equities. Equities catching a bid day long. More for the president. They want to make a deal. We want to make a deal too. They want. Okay, it's discussions on Sunday into the evenings. President hitting the wire right now.
Yeah, long one from 25, 11, 40. My stop's already in profit, 25, 16. So let's see if we get some continuation. I don't mind adding to this trade if it shows the structure that shows me I should add to this, but we'll see here. Quick little feeler to start the day. And VWAP still hasn't left that 3-minute opening range to the upside, so this is a little preemptive here, but saw a little bit of flow coming in here that I wanted to try to jump on. See if we get some continuation here. And out. So plus 220 there.
Nice.
Didn't get the follow through I was looking for, but we'll see.
Hey, Jay, would you,
What's up?
with the volume candle that happened overnight, Dan Emmons made a point there, and I think that's a good one. We always talk about VWAP and do a session VWAP. Would you attach
100%.
Typically a VWAP to that? Well, yeah, okay. That's a good point he made. Yeah.
Hoop, look at this high here. You see this green line on my chart?
Mm-hmm.
That's VWAP attached to that news candle. So that's why I'm managing that trade so aggressively. I have it up on another screen. I didn't put it up on this one, but yeah, that's VWAP attached to that news candle. So could it continue to go? It could, but it's not a coincidence that we were just rejected there.
Mm-hmm. More headlines here. The U.S. talked to Iranian top respected leader, followed by have not heard from Ayatollah's son, the supreme leader. We got headlines continue to fly around here. Just 15 minutes into this New York Open. Take a look. We're seeing, again, pop in the equities. Sell off in crude gold. Pretty muted for now. 70% long tilt on the ES right now. And President Trump hitting with some headlines regarding Iran. Major one, Iran would like to make a deal. We would like a deal too. We're looking for no nuclear weapons, peace in Middle East.
And we just need the confirmation from the other side, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. What did the Russell follow through, or did it come back?
No, it came back right back into that opening range. So that's why I could want it to push hard, but if it's not going, it's not going. I'll take my money and be wrong. That's okay.
Oh, 100%. I think that's the type of environment we're in.
Yep.
100%. Yeah.
More from president. If the deal happens, it's a great start for Iran and great for the region. We want no enrichment. We also want we want no enrichment. We also want the enriched uranium. Crude getting bought up just a little bit. Now getting sold. The tilt in the long tilt in the ES did flatten back out. Interesting.
Just talking about military funding now. I don't hate these longs. Again, let's see here.
Gotta watch crude.
Yeah.
$89.50. $89.50 last trade.
$17 range in crude.
It's wow.
It's insane. I mean, we just talked about being stuck at between 55 and 60 forever.
Yeah. There were days in 2025 we'd have 60 and 70 cent ranges in crude for the whole day.
Somebody woke it up.
Indeed.
I'm long one again here, 25.1370.
Okay. 25.1370. You were long from 11s last time. Now long. Okay. 13.70. Again, minor number at the top of the hour, construction spending. We will bring that to you. However, we are getting headlines from the president right now. Also, upper left-hand corner, you will see the name of the segment. This is Fast Markets. Well, use that hashtag, Fast Markets, and hit us up at Topstep TV on the X. Again, or use the hashtag Power Hour. I want to see who is watching more markets. Take screenshots of your setup, screen setup. Who's watching any more markets than a Hoop or a J? These guys are probably watching 10, 12 markets right now, if not more. Who's got them all up? Who's got every ladder, every chart up? Even I on all across. Got hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep TV on the X.
I got 8 up right now.
Who can beat 8? Hoop, you top 8.
Actually, I don't know if I can beat 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6.
Okay, who can beat 6? Well, I got 5 up, but do you have the ladder as well up for everyone, or just the charts?
No,
just charts.
Just
okay,
a couple ladders. Yeah.
More from the president. Israel will be very happy with what we have on Iran. Again, hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power at Topstep TV on the X. We'll turn that around to you, well, in Power Hour. More from present. We cannot guarantee a deal. We'll pop here in gold. RTY, how's it look over there? I should probably have it up. Did it stall out?
A little bit, yeah. The president's saying that Iran called him. He didn't call them.
Okay. It's all right.
We'll see.
No matter.
Get this pop here. Yep.
Catching a bid.
Hey, as long as it's positive.
Right.
10-year prices catching a bid. Yields going lower. Crude. Right around $89.25. Only $5 off the lows. We'll get back down to them. We got an overnight lows. Printed about 3 hours ago. $84.37. Continue to see some selling here in crude. $89 incoming to the downside. More from the president. We are very willing to make a deal. Reaction. What do we got?
Right. Stops and break even now. This is not the best flow in the world here. So, there's some trades where I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to sit back and let this work. This is not one of those. There's still a lot of indecision in this area. So I don't need to take an unnecessary loss. I'll take this trade multiple times, right? I might take this trade 6 times before it eventually plays out. But once it starts presenting profit to me, I don't see a need to take a loss on the trade, especially because it's not A+ setup. So this is probably a B- B setup at best, just because the flow is not continuing. So, but if oil is going to keep selling off like this,
yeah, it's
tough to go the other way. That's for sure.
Right.
Yeah. Don't want to be turning losing trade or winning trades into a losing trade, or massive losers for that matter. Obviously, you get blindsided from a headline. Crude, $88.50, call it. Down $1.50 here in last 20 minutes or so. So 50-50 across most part. Hoop.
Nasdaq's catching a bid here.
Are the ags? How are they responding? Are they sensitive to these headlines as well? Maybe off the dollar or something at all?
The grains have, Andre. The Strait of Hormuz and the fertilizer that comes out of there. We're about 3 weeks away from planting intentions, so it's caused them to rally recently, the grains. But tonight, when everything after tonight, things kind of smooth out, so the grains pulled back a little bit. So planting intentions are a huge one for the grains. For cattle, right now, cattle still got an inventory problem. It's a buy the dip market still, in my opinion. I've always shared I have a cattle fundamental guy I talk to like 3 times a week, and there's just that thing that hasn't been solved. So your ribeyes are going to cost more for longer. So but right now it hasn't affected that, but it's affected the grains.
Gotcha. Okay, good stuff. So this does reach
flat there.
Scratch.
No, we took $300 out of it, so I'm plus 544 on the day. And I saw a question: why am I trailing so tight? So big thing here, right? There's 2 lines on my screen. There's a green line and a red line. The red line is full session VWAP. The green line is VWAP from the news. And if we get a 3-minute candle to close above that green line, then I think this runs back up to the highs. But because there's headlines flying around, I'm okay taking money off the table. This move could go without me. It could go another 5% without me. I'll probably find another spot to get in. But if I see $300 on the table, 12 minutes, 20 minutes into the market, I'm going to take it, especially because we're trying to decide what happens at this VWAP here. If this 3-minute candle closed above that VWAP, I'd probably trail a little looser, but taking what I'm seeing for now.
Some more buying here in gold. Gold trading 44.60, now 62 is about $30 or so off the overnight highs. Right high in gold, 44.95. Buying, stepping in. ES, NQ, and the Dow. Crude right around $88.50. Hey, Jay, regards to stops, are you letting it hit your stop, or are you just manually cutting it? Will you let it go full
to the
stop?
downside, you're saying?
Either way, upside, downside.
Upsides, I'm not trading with upside targets, or if I'm long, I'm not trading with an upside target. I'm just moving it out of the way. And then on the trails, it is hitting my stop. Yeah. Right. So, and if it's a full stop on the trade, like that one, I was risking about, I think 6 points on that trade. Yeah, I'll let it hit.
There you go. You said, Dolby Time in the chat said it perfectly. Oh, wow. 3,200 people watching all across the globe. Please click like, please click subscribe, click notify. 206,000 subscribers, none of which have been paid for. So if you'd be so kind, please click like, click subscribe, notify for that matter. Thank you kindly. 66.75 last trade. Now in the ES, more buying jumping in here in the equities. Oop, you got Delta? You got cumulative Delta? Any chance? You're gonna be the new Delta Don, by the way, this week. I'm gonna lean on you for that.
Well, Hope's gone. Hold on. Yep.
I got it here too.
SNQ. Positive. I got
positive
feels
both.
like positive 3,500 in the ES.
Oh no.
Feels like that.
800.
It's it?
Positive 800 ES, positive 270 NASDAQ.
Is that
negative in the Russell.
Is that cumulative?
Regular trading hours only.
Okay.
You want full session?
Yeah.
It matters after that headline, right?
Yeah.
We'll pull it up.
Okay. We're buying here in crude back above $89, $89.16, now 20 cents. It is wild. Back to 70% long tilt in the ES. Yes, trading 66.68, now 66.69. Hoop's got his eyes on gold, 43.80. 43.80. We're about $50 higher from there right now.
The beauty of trading, waiting.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Get the
Spend more time waiting, right?
have to. From the president, more from the president, in regards to Iran, I think it was an imminent threat.
I think Iran was an imminent threat.
Crude back above $89.40 last trade. Something from U.S. Energy Secretary Wright hitting the wire is the headlines as well. U.S. oil stockpiles started moving last Friday afternoon. Headlines are flying right now. Stay locked in. ES thin. Look at the 10 on the bid, 10 on the ask on that ES ladder.
Yeah.
That's market dynamics have changed. Take a look at the NQ. What's going on the NQ ladder? It is thin. There are gaps. There is buckle up.
Yep. And with these trades, I'm happy being flat here. Again, nothing I've seen so far is aggressive flow in any direction, right? So what I look at these trades that I'm doing right now is it's building a buffer for a potential bigger trade later in the day, or this might be the price action that we see. So taking something off of it, and then if we get a better setup later in the session, I'll take it. If not, already a decent day so far.
Oh, I think there's a lot more to come. Based on that headline, that 6 a.m. Central Time headline, 1,000 point.
Yep.
There's going to. We haven't heard from the other side yet. Let's put it that way.
Exactly. Russell closed above that VWAP from the news, right? So now, if I was taking this trade long here, which is still valid, risk limiter now goes below 25.20s here. We're going to see this pop.
Yes, sketching.
One of my best trades last week was listening to Topstep TV, and crude popped when crude popped above $100. I'm listening to you, and you're like, hey, oil's popping here. and then just got into the flow. So saving some ammo, if you will, for stuff like that, right? You never know.
Why did it pop again? Do we remember?
Nope.
Just headline. Headline, yeah.
What was that? Oh, the export ban. Export ban.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Ban. That's right.
Headline. Yes.
The negative correlation and correlation moves between some markets sometimes are just a beautiful thing sometimes, man, Andre.
Yeah, Hoop. Yes, they are indeed. When they don't work, when they like last Monday. Oh, I got killed last Monday because that wasn't going. Mm-hmm. But yes, well, Hoop, when it's rocking, yes, absolutely.
There's an edge there.
Andre, I got some delta for the full day for you. The S&P negative 12,000.
Really?
And the NASDAQ positive 2,000. Nice pop here in the Russell.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Thank you. Pop in the Russell, stepping in the ES and Q, 24,582. Last trade. We are looking at, again, the 1,000-point range in the NQ. That was all done in 1 5-minute bar, essentially. Yes, you heard that correct.
He is still going.
What do you got? What's moving?
No, just the president. He's still speaking. Where is he speaking right now?
Yeah.
We got this number coming out here as well. Construction spending, top of the hour.
Yep, thank you. We construction spending month over month expected 0.1%. 0.1%. Previous 0.3%. Yeah, president. I do not know where the president. I did not see the source. Here we go. Construction spending actual negative 0.3%. This.
I think that might be a little secondary to what's going on, right?
I would agree.
Just a little.
Yeah.
Just a little. Do I follow full session delta much? I usually look more at the regular trading hour session, but because we had all that volume trading pre equity open, I think it's kind of important to look at. It's funny that that candle, Dre, was negative 5,000 delta in the S&P.
Head of profit. Maybe it was profit taking then. Maybe it was profit.
Right. Yeah.
So hammering into it. Wow. More from the president on Iran. They have agreed to no nuclear weapons. Nothing confirmed. This is purely headlines from the president. $89.07 last trade in crude. Gold on the move to the upside. Gold closing in about $30 off the highs there. 44.65 last trade gold. 73% long tilt in the ES right now. 73% long tilt. Average price of 66.66. I'm happy. About $12 in the money right now. No more numbers on the calendar. For now, again, at the bottom of the hour, we will get those initial balance, high initial balance, low prices for the equities. What are those? Simply the highest and lowest price trade in the first hour of the New York session, which is much narrower than what we saw pre-market open, which is it's going to be interesting to compare those two. When you have never seen this scenario. We saw that headline that absolutely had us rocking to the upside, but then we've got initial balance from the New York session. How do you compare? How do you play those two off of each other? More buying gold.
I can't sell gold.
No.
It's can't do it.
It's hard.
As much as I want to scalp a short, it's the wrong move.
I will say, I did short gold last week on that aggressive sell-off, but I think we might have found a low after tagging that 200-day moving average. That's it's still under heavy sell pressure, but for today so far, it's catching a nice bid here.
Yeah,
oil looking interesting for sell.
President talking about oil prices. Oil prices will be suggesting oil prices will be significantly lower.
I'm short one micro crude, 88.55s.
88.55. Did you Did you hear the audio on that, Jay? Was that what that was?
No, just watching the flow here. We had some selling that happened at 88.50s, and then we were getting ready to test it again. Okay. So short one. It was this candle right here.
All right, President has concluded. He's now going to be jumping on Air Force One, I do believe. All right, Jay Short won. Crude from $88.50. Last trade, $88.26. Gold catching a bid. $44.78 last trade. $44, okay. Buyers stepping in on gold. Gold up about, gold up $80 since power hours. I'm sorry, since fast markets began. 88.50. Okay.
Jay, you've been trading crude more. What are you typically using for a stop? Would you say 50-cent stop?
Just structure really, Hoop, and I might quickly cut this one. I'm out. So took a $20 loss there. So I'm just looking at the structure, Hoop. The stop is. Anytime I place a trade, it's at a minimum $250, $400, and then I find the structure from there. But I'm really just trading the flow of the market, right? If the flow stops, then I'm out.
I got it. You just cut it.
Yeah, exactly. But if you're going with like the ATR on a 3-minute right now is 75 cents, right? So based on that structure, I just don't want to be sitting in a crude oil trade if it's not moving. So they're usually like I took a trade last week. I think I caught 200 ticks in crude and started with a 40 tick stop. And immediately when it got to 1-to-1, I'm going stop in the profit. I don't care what happens from there because this is it's jump on the train while it's moving.
Yeah.
Seeing the equities pull back here now.
Yes, they are. Yes, there is a slight pullback. What's the difference between a pullback and sell-off? I can't in these equities. 10 points is a pullback, 20 points is a sell-off. Yes, I
think to me the volume matters, right? Is there volume selling this, or is it just buyers stopped buying?
I like it. Lack of a bid. Okay.
Right.
Anything triple digits is like 50 or we'll call it 40 handles away almost. That's insane.
Amazing.
6,700 is the first 100 lot.
Oh, you're talking about the ladder? Yes.
Now a couple of I'm looking at the dome. Yeah, it's just 20s, 30s, Andre. I mean, now there's someone's filling in a little bit, but that market will get pushed around pretty easy with 40 and 50 lots hanging out there.
Sure will indeed. I was very curious coming into this session, maybe if anyone did catch the move from earlier. Well, I want to take a look at some of our live funded traders. Let's see if we have any early numbers. Whoa. Tyler A.
What?
128,766. Bowie up 75,000. But Tyler A. Up almost $129,000 live leaderboard. That's
have a day.
Wow. Again, okay, let's
year.
Bowie up 75, Jeet up 25. These numbers are all massive. Dewey up 24 plus. Manal up 19 again. Tyler A. Bowie putting up ridiculous numbers. Tyler A. up $128,000. My oh my. Wow. We will check back in on those numbers throughout the day.
Lock it up.
Let's take a guess. Was it short oil or long equities or both?
There's your home run. 120 Bowie. 75. Those numbers absolutely just live fun traders.
Yeah.
Just absolute home run trades. That is in one day. We are my oh my. Well, job well done. Sure they will be in contact with Topstep Risk team. But man, oh man, 120. I haven't seen a number like that in a while. Bowie up 75. We think he caught the move. May have something to do with it. I don't know for sure. I do not know for sure. But that would most certainly be the wave they rode. However, job well done. Bottom of the hour, 22 minutes. Initial balance, high initial balance, 120. Goodness.
I'm short oil again here. Short of 2 micros, 88.36.
8836. Okay. What was the last one you got short from 50s?
55s, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Again, finger over the flat and all button if it doesn't go.
You called me out, BYO. Caught the move? No, he was just scalping. I know. I don't know for sure, but
That'd be a lot of scalping.
he just turns around like that. Talking crude. You trade micros, Jay?
Yeah. Micros and crude for sure. And the Russell, I traded the big contract, and in crude, I'm not playing around.
Are you taking what's the setup in crude? I'm curious. What are you seeing in the crude setup?
So there's some volume that traded right at the low of this candle right here, this 950 candle. I'm just looking for a breakdown and a flush of volume. I'm not really seeing much as far as volume to the upside, right? It just kind of feels like low float moves to the upside, and then the aggression is to the downside. So I'm just trying to catch this eventual break of these 88.20s if it does happen. If it doesn't happen, then I'm wrong. But like I said, I don't want to be
below.
I'd rather not sit in it up here, right? I'd rather try to catch it on the flow to the downside. So like I said, I might have to take this trade a couple of times for it to work out. But
I guess
looking for that eventual flow if it happens.
The reason I ask, it's so sensitive to the headlines.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You get blindsided by a headline, kind of caught, but you catch it. You're good.
Yeah, and that's why you have to have a stop in. Again, I'm up on the day, risking about 30% of the profits that I made for the day so far. If a headline comes out, could I get caught with some slippage here? For sure, and that's why I have to trade it with micros. Right, I can't do this with bigger size. This one trade based on this structure would be a $500 risk, actually $1,000 risk with one big contract. So.
Hey, Jay, since you're the volume Don, we know what the Delta Don is, but with volume, like if you're looking at the ladder on the MCL right now, you see that big, like right around 88 even, you see how much trade is up there. Do you look at that? It's like 1,100 contracts traded up there. Do you watch that on the Domino?
88 even, 89 evens. Yeah, right. So a ton of size traded there. A ton of size traded there. So that is probably somewhere close to the point of control for the day, right? If so you look at it that way?
Think, yeah. Yep. Where is the point of control in crude?
Crude, $88.78. Dow, most sensitive to crude prices in terms of correlation goes. Dow trading 46,780. And Q catching a bit of a bid here to 24,600 prints. 160 points off the pre-market highs. So 50-50 across the board. Again, President has concluded for now. There is a roundtable, noon Central. We'll see if we have that. We will bring that to you here. Topstep TV. Hoop still flat. Good patience there.
Well, trust me, I'm itching, Andre, but trust me, as a scalper, I'm like, go.
I'm taking all the trades for you, Hoop. Don't worry about it.
Thanks, Jay.
What am I at, 3? Let's see what we got here. What do you have your eyes on? Is it just gold? Are you looking at cattle at all? Is cattle interesting, or is it?
Well, all the volume in cattle trades on the open, right? Typically. And that's like any market, right? Open and close, that's where all the volume is. Right. Problem is when a number comes like that, monthly report comes out like that. Andre, you've been around this a long. Both you guys have been around this a long time. Usually, to be honest with you, they're typically fades, and this is kind of how it came in here today. You got all that volume on the open, market went down, and then just rallied 200 points. So this is no different than any other market, cattle. You might only get opportunities maybe twice, 3 times in a day. Like I'm looking at VWAP there as a test, and maybe catch along. But that's the difference between an ag market and a gold or something like that. You get a lot of opportunities inside of a day. With the meats or grains, you might get 2 or 3. And once again, when you're trading, it's not a cheap contract. So every dollar it moves is $400. So
right,
your trade location has to be good, or you got to cut it quick. So I'm looking at cattle and I'm looking at gold. I'm a little. Once again, I got stingy. I pulled my inner Dolby and got a little stingy early, but that's once again, I get it. Right now, with as volatile and news is like from a person that fires the news through chat a lot. I mean, every 3 minutes there's a new headline, so you got to manage risk in this environment. It's awesome. Guys are making $100,000, but it's just staying patient is, and once again, the day session, there's so much that goes on overnight, and then we get into the day and we're like, where is everything? So yeah, it's staying patient is the key right now.
Looked like NQ wanted to. We got a new 5-minute open. 15 minutes to the bottom of the hour. NQ did pop up to 24,615. Buyers do want to continue pushing this thing higher. It's initial balance high, initial balance low. Again, first hour, the New York session, highest and lowest price trade in the equities. You take it with a grain of salt based on that move we saw, that 6 a.m. Central Time move.
Yeah, that's the real range.
Yeah, I think, Jay, that's what I'm thinking. No, Andre, you hold those. That's the range. That's the initial balance high, initial balance low. Excess failed upside auction. No, we will get those down. We will definitely jot those down. Looks like NQ's trying to
catching a bid. All right, there we go. Oil. That looks better. Come on.
What are you short from? Are you short from 36?
36s. Yeah. Everything catching a bid. I got my finger over the flat note button. That selling got rejected pretty quick.
Yeah. A little bit more buying here in the NQ 24,627 last trade. $89 even last trade. Crude.
Those 89s you were talking about, Hoop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a lack. And there goes gold. Gold. 44.80 last trade. $15 off the highs. Now 44.82 last trade. Buyers jumping in gold. 44.83 and 44.95. Overnight highs. Gold going higher here.
Nobody talking about silver anymore. That's for sure.
Well.
We did have D trading it.
Yeah, I took a little sneak peek. I took a little sneak peek. We're gonna have JD come in. We're talking about Tyler getting up $128,000.
Oh,
they've taken some silver trades. May have taken some silver trades. That's called a tease. A little tease there. And Q as well.
See what you did there, Dre.
Yeah. Well, when JD comes in for P&Ls and payouts, we'll see, get a little more insight into Tyler. Up $128,000 live funded trader.
That was my end.
Looking at gold, Hoop.
No, I missed cattle. See that in the 3-minute, came right to VWAP, just a little short of it, and I was going to pull the trigger in there, and then, whoop, see ya.
NQ.
I haven't been on fast markets in a while, so
hoop. The markets are rocking.
Man.
Markets are rocking. We got more buying here in the NQ. NQ looking at a NQ up about 90 points here in the last 5 minutes. NQ trading 24,636. Jay, you still short? Did you cut?
Yeah, still short. Still short.
Okay. New session highs. New session highs in gold. The price would be 44.96. Now 98. 44.98. New session highs gold. Gold rallying.
Looking at the Mag 7, NVIDIA's up almost 3% right now. Microsoft up 1.25%. Broadcom up 4.5%. Google up 1.3%. A lot of green. Apple up almost 2%. Amazon up almost up 3.5%. Meta up 2%. So a lot of green on the screen there for the components of the NASDAQ. See if that continues to drive us higher here.
Bitcoin caught a bid today too, didn't it?
Oh yeah, what's MBT?
Yeah, it did.
What's MBT?
71,680s.
71,000. Okay. Are we buying this? We have confidence in this rally in the equities here. 66.89 last trade in ES. ES. Okay, it's not that quite. ES up 60 points. ES is up 60 points since fast markets began.
Right.
Scale on the y-axis is distorting everything for me. It's
really is.
ES up 60
How long's this flight?
Well, he's you got to make a round table.
He could talk on the plane too. Yeah,
sure.
Round table, right?
NQ up 200 points in fast markets. Okay, yes, we are rallying. This is a rally indeed.
100%.
Question is, how much do you trust it? Or do you even really have to trust it? Can you take your money off the table if you're already long, like I did with the Russell? But yeah, I get you, Dre. Like, it's
not that
is something coming.
Correct. That's, I guess, what I mean by that. Just
Anne Marie states it in there. The dollar is running the show. She's right. Right on that one. People are scared of the dollar running too much.
It's 24,633 last trade. Dollar running the show. Dollar seeing strength, I would imagine. What's going on in the Dixie, the DXY, the dollar index? It was above 100.
Dixie.
What do we got? Dixie is 99.20. We're above 100 before that.
I'm going flat here.
Okay.
Not like
I'm going flat here. Yeah, like I said, in crude oil, I don't want to be a sitting duck. And I sat in that I gave it 15 minutes and it didn't go anywhere. So there's potential volatility coming up at some point. Watch it flush as soon as I get out, but I don't want to be sitting in a trade.
All right, equities rallying here. Equities on the move higher. NQ now trading 24,651. All the while, crude trading still beneath $89.
Highs regular trading hours for the NASDAQ continuing to push here.
On the move. And NQ up over 200 points. 200 points higher in fast markets. ES, 70 points. So about 60 points higher in fast markets. Dow pushing higher as well. Gold on the move. Gold up. Looking to go up about $100. $100 in power hour right. I'm sorry, fast markets, not power hour yet. Fast
not
market.
there yet, right?
44.95 last trade. We were trading right around 4,400 evens. But he's on the move. 72% long tilt in the ES. I'm going to get this initial balance high, initial balance low. Still got to jot it down. Highs aren't in. What do we got for low? I'll get the low in here. Low is ES 66. Help me out, chat. Help me out. What will initial balance low
in
be?
the NASDAQ low in the Nasdaq here, 24,432 half. Low in the
Say it one more time. 432.
24,432 half. Yep.
Okay. ES, I got 66.38.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
And the high's still being made right now.
Yes, it is.
Push here.
6,700s.
Gold not done.
Gold not done. New session highs. Gold 45.02. Gold up $100 in fast markets. ES up about 7 points.
Short
now.
2 again. 88.27s. Let's see if we get this follow through flow here as the equities bid. Again, being tight with these, I'm not trying to give back most of the profit for the day, just trying to catch some flow to the downside here. So risking $100 here would still be a profitable day, but let's see if we get some follow through.
So we're from, you said 2.7?
88.27, yep.
2.7, okay. NQ on the move. NQ on the rally, 24,685. Who's catching this rally in the chat? Let us know. And who's catching the rally in the ES as well? ES, we're coming up to 6,700 even. ES up 70 points in fast markets. NQ up 280 points. Come on, Crude, sell this thing. Do the right thing.
Yeah, right? Come on.
Do the right thing. Cold.
Equities are catching a bid.
Gold continuing to print new highs. 45.05. We get Crude might be taking a peek lower here. More buying in gold. Gold really just on the
gold is moving right now.
Yeah, it is. 45.09. 45.09 last trade. New highs. 5 minutes in
line
the
up
hour.
Here. 45.40s was Coach Ray's price. He was looking at to the upside.
Okay.
Yep. Like a deer.
Looks like we might be speed running that right now.
Sure, $30 away. Gold absolutely on a tear higher. Gold not done, some might say. 45.13 gold. Gold up $120 here in fast markets. Crude's just chilling. What is going on? What's going on in the 10 here?
Yeah.
They're going higher, rates going lower. Okay. Hoop, you're itching.
What's up,
I can sense it. Hoop, I can
Yep,
sense
I'm
it.
itching.
You're watching.
Oh
gold
yeah.
run. You're watching the.
Oh yeah, I'm watching it run without me. Mm-hmm.
It's all good. It's all good.
You guys read that right.
Oh yep. Been there 45.16.
All right, so I'm out of that oil trade. I'm gonna sit on that one for a little bit. Oil really doesn't want to go anywhere, it looks like. So back to 340 on the day. And we'll continue to take trade setups if they set up, but
good discipline.
Need to follow through.
Nice cut because
So I can find a trade.
Let's come. Gold just popped. Gold back up to almost $89. These moves are wild. These markets are absolutely rocking right now. Even though that 1,000-point spike has just distorted the entire y-axis, we were looking at almost a 300-point rally in the first hour of fast markets in the NQ, looking about a 70, 75-point rally in the ES. Gold up $120 in fast markets. We got crude catching a bid now, $89.30 last trade, 40 cents. Nice cut, Jay.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, just trying to find the flow. Again, I like being short oil if from what I'm reading here, but timing and location matter, right? So
yeah,
if I'm wrong, I'm okay being wrong. And we're seeing oil catch a bit here as the equities pull back. So, you know, Dre, I said something the other day on Twitter. There's a lot of things that happen in the trading space where it's just like, hey, you just take this one perfect, beautiful trade and you make all your money, you drive off in a Lambo, and that's just not how this works.
What?
Right?
No. What do you mean?
When you get to see how the sausage is made, for lack of a better phrase, sometimes it's not always pretty.
Wait a minute.
Nope.
You mean you don't get long right before that headline comes out and you
just draw a box, right? You draw a box, and then you hit the replay mode, and it's like, oh yeah, it just went from here to here.
So there you go. That is Topstep TV for the day. We'll end on that note. After Jay said that, what's the point of all this if that's not? No, I mean, yeah, 100%, Jay, 100%.
Got to figure it out, right? Figure it out as you go. We deal in uncertainty. You get new information as the market trades throughout the day. Nice little pullback here in the equities.
Well, you got Chevron CEO commenting.
Points off. What's the IB high? IB high in the ES will be 6701, I do believe. Help me out, Jay, before you get out of here.
Yeah, we got a IB high in the S&P if it's set. We still got another minute or so, but we're seeing the pullback here, so we can call it. The high is 67.01 half. The low of the initial balance, 66.38. In the NASDAQ, we got an initial balance high, 24,688 and a quarter. Initial balance low, 24,432 half.
All right, we'll work off of that. Some buyers jumping in. Buyers jumping in crude, $89.40 now.
Interesting spot to look for initial balances. Also, I know I'm going to get out of here in a couple of seconds, but the midpoint, 66.69 is the midpoint of the initial balance in the S&P. Regular trading hour VWAP is right there, and it's also the point of control so far. So decent spot to look there. And then the NASDAQ, that price is 24,559.
All right, bottom hour coming here in 10 seconds. 10 seconds. First hour of the New York session is in. How about that? All right, Jay, Hoop, thanks for jumping on, man. We'll see you guys a little bit later. How we always see you guys. Anyways, good stuff, fellas. Let's get you out of here. Good trade. Keep us posted in the chat how it's going. Hoop, good discipline. We got a doorbell knocking. Who we got? It is the revolving door here on Fast Markets. Bring in the star of metal markets. 5:30 a.m. Central on Topstep TV. D in the house and Dolby time in the middle. D, welcome board. Thoughts coming into wild session already.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's good that it's moving, but definitely be careful of the size of these movements. I'm widening my stop and dropping everything down to 1 micro because you don't really need a lot. And I did manage to catch a little bit of crude oil and a little bit of copper earlier. Yes. Now I'm just trying to figure out where this thing is going to go. For now, it's still a bit rangy, I'm going to say. Crude oil is trying to fail the auction, but we have a level that's going to pop up intraday, which is 90. That's dangerous. If we cannot reclaim it, then we have some more shorts coming in towards that 85 level where we bounced off on the news. If it goes higher, that will be a failed auction rotation, maybe VWAP as a target upside. But at the moment, it's all just a little bit flat for these first 90 minutes of NYMEX. And I am looking at copper on my
Are you really?
On my Topstep X.
Are you really looking
at copper? Of course.
Oil, come on.
Yeah,
in minutes. It's good. It feels good.
Listen,
it feels good.
It feels great to have crude oil back. Yes, 100%. It's been my bread and butter since 2013. I was devastated when we lost the movement. Obviously, it's great that it's moving, but this is a dangerous time where crude oil can literally go anywhere, right? It looks like it's short, but crude oil is one of those products that can change in like 3 nanoseconds, and then you're out and you don't even know what happened, right? So that's just the nature of crude oil. Whoever tells me they've been trading crude oil for like 3 seconds and they're like, I've worked it out. Did you? Did you really? So I really want to see how it behaves in the next sort of 90 minutes before I decide to do anything else with it. I'm glad that I caught a little bit to the downside. So let me just change this to crude oil chart. So I caught a piece of this drop after the news. So I waited and I did my pre-NYMEX trade, and that was the right call. I did grab about 296 ticks from it on 1 micro, right? And then the rest of it, Crane. Yeah, this is the ranges that we're working with. So it's like, what? So I'm happy for now. I'm happy that I caught some of it. Now it's slight observation before we make our next move. I had a little nap. I picked up my Cavalier from doggy school, so I had a bit of a break, went outside, reset my mind. And now we want to see whether this failed auction has juice or whether it's just like carrot on a stick to seduce everybody. And then we smash all the way back down to 85 again. So the copper should follow something similar to a lesser crazy degree, but they do have almost a complete negative correlation of -1. So whatever crude oil is doing, copper is going to do the opposite.
Really?
And I'm watching both of them. Yeah, literally. -1. So yeah. So whatever trade I take, it's still going to be crude oil, right? It's just expressing it through a slightly less crazy market. But I might do a crude oil trade as well. We'll see. It depends whether I can manage risk on it. And if I can't, and it requires me to risk all of the stuff that I've already made, I don't want it. I don't want to risk $300 on it.
Hey, Dolby Time's here as well. Also used to trade crude back in the day.
Yeah.
Also, perhaps.
I remember.
What is up, Dolby Time? Let's break this thing down, man.
Y'all?
Fast markets. D's back in crude. The world is right again. Let's break it down. Dolby Time. NQ trade 24,640. What's happening, my man? Good to see you. Let's get into this thing.
Doing good. Volatility has just been absolutely insane today. More news-driven headlines per usual. But it doesn't matter because I'm a range trader, so I just like drawing lines on charts and obeying the ranges. So let's talk about some ranges. The 30-minute range right here, right now, is looking pretty awesome for the NASDAQ. So 24,345 up to about 24,700s. A lot of 30-minute candles just stuck in that range, so there might be some good opportunities there. D, good news. I've also gotten access to crude oil in the house account. So let's take a look at crude here. There's also another 30-minute range in crude forming. And maybe this is kind of doing the same thing that NASDAQ's doing because the chart also looks very similar here. So I got 88.40s as a 30-minute range low and about 92.30s as the range high. But we do have lower highs in this range, so I'd be a little bit more inclined to go short on possible tests, and then probably on the flip side, try to find longs in NASDAQ. But if we can't break above maybe 89.60s here in crude, I think a decent short might actually set up, at least for doing the risk.
That's trade crude, $89.40. $89.40. Overnight range of $17. In crude, high of 101, call it, low of 84. Again, the headline had a lot to do with that. All right, let's settle it. In terms of numbers, we don't have too much. We don't have too much for the rest of the day. D, question for you. Euro close, is it in an hour still, or have the clocks changed?
2 hours.
Still 2 hours.
We change we changed this Sunday, so it's still a weird March. Yeah.
Why do we still do this?
It's so weird.
Okay.
Why do we do this?
I know. I hate it. It messes with all the data. It's horrible.
Little buying stepping in here in crude, $89.88.
We're getting to that lower high trend line on the 30-minute.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be right around 90s. Kind of see if that sticks there and it manages to maintain the lower highs. They've been pretty good levels. The lower highs have been. Dre, I did have my first ever Topstep sighting in the wild. Got off the plane, went to a restaurant in Aspen, and I was decked out in my Topstep gear. So Finn, if you are out there and you're watching Topstep TV, please put it in chat. Finn has been trading with us for about a year and is in a funded. They're in a funded account, Dre.
Really?
They're in a funded account. Finn? Yes, they are. Finn, if you're out there and you're watching. Yes, so props to him. He was great.
Dolby time? Are you?
Yeah.
Are you Dolby time?
Wait, Topstep? Yeah. The whole thing, dude, finally happened.
Yeah.
Finally happened. It's weird, Dre. It is weird.
It can be, yes. My follow-up is, it depends who's at. Are you Andre? Oh, it depends who's asking. Yes.
Depends.
Yep.
What's your handle in chat, and then I'll let you know.
Depends who's asking. We're watching Crude bumping up to see almost $90, $89.88. Hey, D, you said copper and crude. Is it negative one?
What?
Negative. Yeah, negative, -1. Factor of -1. Yeah.
That's the trade.
That is the maximum.
That is. All right,
That is, yeah, the maximum. Yeah. Can't go more negative than this.
Crude above $90. $90, 4 cents, now 5 cents.
And we're starting to see a sell off in NASDAQ. So I guess that correlation there is still kind of happening. Man, longs would have been really nice in crude about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, and Q ladder so thin.
Okay.
Are you looking at micro? You got the micro ladder up?
I'm micros in both, yeah, across the board. How do you make any money? How do you make any money trading micros, Stray? How come no one trades E-minis on top? I don't know. Have you seen the volatility chat? Have you seen the volatility?
Have we gotten that already? Have we gotten the why you're trading?
I mean,
you put on massive. I know what you're saying.
I mean, honestly, we're starting usually these accounts on maximum 4.5 grand capital. If you had 4.5 grand in your own account, would you risk like $3,000 on one trade? Because that's kind of what you need to do in this kind of volatility. Or you can try a smaller stop and then get whooped out. Like, blink of an eye and go, what? Where's my trade? Yeah, it's volatile market.
No, actually, where's my account? That's the question. Where's my
account? Yeah, where's the account? That's right. Yeah, where's the money? Yeah, it's gone. Poof.
Yeah, 16,000 NQ contracts traded on that 1,000-point rally. If you haven't been short, and you're very high likelihood your stop price would be you'd be seeing some slippage. Let's be honest.
Dude, do you remember a last time that we've had markets like this that were just so incredibly headline driven? And kind of what was your take when you were trading it? Tariffs?
Tariffs, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, the
tariffs, yeah.
Yeah.
I was happy then. It was great. That's how I got into my second live account because it was like insane volatility. But then that followed a super slow summer, which was super painful. And yeah, so it goes both ways. But yeah, I don't mind extra volatility as long as it's like within some sort of sense. If it goes too crazy, typically if it goes over 2,000 ticks of average on the day, I'm like, especially on products that have no real micros, like RBOB, it's just RBOB. There's no micros. Platinum.
There's no micro RBOB?
Is $5. No. Well, there is, but nobody trades it. There's like two people across the volume. Two. They're great. Yeah. So technically it is there, but it's not really a product that anybody touches. So yeah, it's great. It allows you to make decent amounts of cash, even if you're trading very small. So size is not everything. Wink, wink. Yeah. So,
on a Monday, D?
Yeah, I know.
I love it.
I know. I'm gonna get chat going now.
So you knew what you did there. You know exactly what you did there.
Me?
We do have.
Don't know what you're talking about.
We got hold on. We do have some headlines coming out from Prime Minister of the UK. I'm sorry, Prime Minister of the UK as well as the U.S. Energy Secretary. U.S. Energy Secretary. We will find out who Iran's leaders are during talks. Interesting headline there.
They don't even know who they're talking to.
We were aware of the talks between U.S. and Iran. So starting to see some headlines. They've been going for the last 3.5 hours or so. We've been seeing these headlines fly around. A little selling here in the equities. Crude did take a peek above $90. Back beneath there now, $89.77.
Yeah, that's a pain point, 90. It's a decent put wall with some. It's a big round number, but it also has an implied volatility weirdness there. So it's not a huge area. If they run through it, they're going to run through it. But it's a bit of an odd price, so it can act as a ceiling for the move down. So that's why I wouldn't want to do anything until I see what the price does and how we end in the next 17 minutes, because 30 minutes are very important. So if we want to keep selling it, we shouldn't see it above 90 in the next 17 minutes. I mean, it can go above it, but it can't stay above it, if that makes sense.
It is up against that line. I am definitely taking a look at it there. Might be intrigued. Might be intrigued. Now I'm less intrigued.
Let's see what this headline is. See, we did see a pop here. Crude did pop now above $90, $90.30, 26 cents, give or take.
I mean, just looking from like a technical perspective in crude, after bouncing off of what 88.30s 1, 2, 3 times, I kind of just wonder if this is going to go range to range, which could be all the way up to like 92s, and have that happen pretty easily. The other possibility would be maybe it does a retrace to 50% of the range, which would get us to around 90.60, give or take.
$90.60.
Yeah, that's about the 50% of the retrace.
Okay.
All of a sudden.
Oh man, these headlines.
It's tough.
So one thing that's worrying me about gold, about long crude, is that gold is sitting up against its own 4,500 megacore wall, and it's not really able to go through that. Mm-hmm.
Mega call wall. Essentially, we're seeing it in futures act as a resistance, if I'm understanding that correctly, because we keep. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of open interests, and it's a point where if they can't break that, then we are going to see a move down and crude oil up. But for now, they're not. They're not really doing much. So I would doubt this move in crude oil. Yeah. So this would need to be really firmly below 4,500, and they're just pinning it. So they're like constantly dancing around it and then coming back down, then popping it back up, coming back. It's a very indecisive price action. So until they decide what to do with that, it's still anyone's game.
Crude getting
jittery. They can just
crude getting a little jittery to the upside here.
Mm-hmm. Do we have any?
Well, actually, in terms of headlines, the energy secretary, perhaps another strategic petroleum reserve release could happen, but it's unlikely. That you think that would take crude prices lower? Crude above $90. Crude above $90 now. $90.25.
Mm-hmm.
And sellers come back in. Nope, just to be.
Yeah, I mean, just kidding. Just kidding. As fast as you say it, Dre, it's already been undone.
Yeah.
I mean, just from like a technical perspective, looking at crude on like a smaller time frame, it's doing a good job of doing range over range. But with like news events coming out like this, it can just undo all your technicals at the drop of a hat. Drop of a tweet. All it takes.
Yeah.
I love that you're trading crude again.
One tweet.
I love that you're trading. I love that you're trading crude oil again. What was what did the range have to be, D? What was it? What was like fine? I'm back. What was it? $2?
It was $280. 280, so closer to 300 what it used to be, and then it becomes pretty tradable. Before that, I mean, you've seen it. You've seen my face when it went dead. It was like $1, and that would do it like inside the initial balance of the first 30 minutes, and then I had to check my internet connection to make sure that I'm on, because I'm like, there was nothing going on. It was just like static, no ticks, no nothing. I'm looking at a tick chart, and there's no ticks.
Nothing.
And then one. And I'm like
tapping your screen, like he's checking your technology, see if it's you. We got more from Energy Secretary. We've got more levers we can pull the price of oil. Seeing crude.
That's going to be bearish.
Hello, macro. Am I saying hello? Yes, it is. $89.76. Last trade crude. You saw equities pop. We got 1,000 lot upside in the ES 66.99, offered 1,000 times, 5 points higher. We'll get filled. Closing in on 1,000 lot. Won't it get filled? We'll get pulled. 1,000 offered. Use that level 2 data on Topstep X. 66.99 offered 1,000 times.
All right, copper hitting back against that 550, which is a gamma wall and a gamma flip there as well. So far, not able to do anything with it.
What is copper trade per tick, D?
So it's like ES, so it's $12.50 for the full contract. Micro is a tenth of that, so $1.25.
$1 fucking quarter. Nice. Okay. I don't think I have copper data. Never trade copper in my life.
Do you have gold data? Do you have gold data?
Do not.
Yeah, then you don't.
COMEX, right?
Copper data. Yeah.
Aw.
It's COMEX, yeah.
Chat, never traded any copper before. What's up, Dre?
No, you just look. I love it. Look at copper. Got crude back.
Dude,
we can get in there.
All fields, Dre. All fields. Not just the NASDAQ show anymore. A lot of markets are moving now.
Yeah.
They are. That's a little song coming in here in the equities. ES 66.90 now 91's trade. That 1,000 lot came in at 66.99. Markets ran away. The ES ran away from it to the downside.
Ooh, shorts and crude look pretty interesting now. We're gonna stay back under these 90s. The 1 minute structure's kind of changed a little bit. So maybe we're gonna start forming like a range under range. We've done lower highs pretty consistently as well. Gives me to believe that buyers are not super aggressive currently. But all it takes is a headline. That's why we have stops, chat. That's why we have stops.
You can see there is definitely a concerted effort regarding the messaging we're seeing from the headlines from some of the speakers to, how do you phrase this? Limit the upside in oil prices.
It's nice, but we still went above 100 this week. So
they're trying their damnedest. They can't. It only works for so long, and then we go above 100. It only works for so long. A little more selling here in the equities now. 66.85 last trade. ES NQ selling off as well at 24,596.
See, I did say this morning, I'd be a little bit skeptical about Trump's statement, how, complete and total resolution in 5 days. And I'm like, really? And then I got called a Trump hater, and I'm like, I think he's actually quite funny. Like, we all saw the SNL skits and everything back in the day.
Trump,
but I was like, I don't hate anyone. Why would you think that? And then I just said, I just think that he over exaggerates some statements to suit his narrative, and he's a great manipulator. There's no doubt about that. But complete resolution, just like they won the war in an hour since it started. We won the war.
Whoa,
like,
was that?
Did
hold
you
on,
really?
hold on. Was that your impression? Hold on, hit me with that impression. Hold on.
Yeah,
was that
clips.
hold on, what was
we
that?
need clips, D.
I tried to do the mouth thing.
No,
I tried to do the mouth thing. I'm not very good.
You're fired.
Wait, just the way he talks, it's all like always in here. It's Trump talking.
Oh,
talking.
D.
Yes, it was over. It was over. The war was over. Oh God, now he's gonna come after me. God, let's not do this.
You're gonna get canceled.
Not good to make fun of president.
I think
we're gonna get canceled, D.
The markets show the reactions.
Yeah.
The markets show the reactions. Words, but right now, yes, we are seeing gold selling off. That $4,500 as resistance, D. Definitely seeing that play out right now. Gold, 44.69 last trade. We're down about $40 in the last 5-10 minutes there.
Say, just technically speaking, it's kind of hard to find a trade right now. I love trading, but with like these higher highs, higher lows, all the news-driven headlines, seems to be a little bit tricky to find like a nice, solid range to trade here. I prefer to have more equal highs and lows, but it's just slowly bidding up with the higher lows. See if we can find something.
I think it's right in the back of my mind. We haven't heard from the other side, is essentially, or some of the other parties that were involved in with these discussions. With the, how do you say this? We haven't heard from Iran. We haven't heard from Israel yet. So maybe perhaps patience there until we do hear some from the other parties.
Crude on the
parties. Yeah. Wait till see what
Crude
they say as
wiggling.
well.
Yeah.
Crude wiggling like crazy. It's like a 30-cent wiggle right there in crude. So that's $300 in an E-mini.
You bought it up. Yep. Flipped it higher.
I don't know if crude's tradable right now.
I think you use crude as an indicator. I think crude can be an indicator.
Yeah, benchmark. Yeah.
Benchmark. Thank you. Yep. Use it as a leader. $89.80 last trade in CL. Back down to the $89.60. We're seeing very thin. 1,000 lot did get pulled in the offer in the ES as we trade 66.88.
It is tweet analysis. That's a good point.
What's that?
How do you interpret tweets? Dan Edmonds, it's not technical analysis. It's tweet analysis now. It's just how do you read the headlines and how fast are you at reading them, placing trades, adjusting your targets, your stops. Crude is just 30 cents up and down within seconds right now.
Let me look at that ladder. What's going on? You got the micros up. I'm going to take a
just insane. Oh, big sell off crude.
Mm-hmm.
89.30.
Yeah. It's on the move.
It is on the move.
Yeah. Well, and then you blink and it's
I'm
right back
still
up
going to wait.
Yeah.
Now it's not tradable.
Still going to wait until the next 30 minutes is done, which is in about 5 minutes. So then we'll know where we are.
Mm-hmm.
What do we got?
Right now, it's just like wiggling, like Dolby says. Wiggle, wiggle.
$89.60.
Doing a little lap dance.
D.
Whoa.
What?
But
Don't
I
say
like this.
anything.
Yeah,
Just-
hey, D, coming in hot, doing your Trump place.
You've forgotten. You've forgotten, Dre. I'm a bit cheeky.
A little bit.
Love it.
You're fine. $89.50 last trade. Even the pups are like, Mom, it's PG. This show's PG.
Easy.
Man, yeah, $89.65. You got.
I didn't swear.
No, you did
Didn't
not.
swear.
A little bit for slow
I love
markets.
it.
It's
I
the
love
innuendo.
it.
It's that cheeky British innuendo.
I love it.
Sneak it in there.
One time flat like Kate Moss. Remember? What was that?
Yep. Yep. That was D as
Price
well.
action
That was D
flatter
said
than
that.
Kate Moss's chest.
That was
Yeah,
D. Thank
that
you.
was
Yep.
mine.
Oh my goodness.
D. Yep.
Let's go.
D.
Crude bidding back up again.
Couldn't choose. All right, so metal markets, 5 a.m. Central Time. Can they expect more of this? D on Topstep TV for people that want to tune in. You alluded to that. What can they expect?
I try to keep it PG.
So
Try
you
to
bring
keep it
here.
PG
Well, you do
as
that.
much
Okay,
as
got it.
as much as. Yeah, I think here we have a bit more of a kind of frat house situation, so it's maybe a bit more appropriate. But our community during the metal markets and the Euro show previously, they're there to learn. They're pretty serious. So I might break out a funny hat, but I try to keep it very PG. So there's no swearing, there's no F-bombs or anything. It's just levels, overview, occasional troll, but very occasional. So very happy about that. But yeah, I think this chat is a bit more spicy. So they kind of appreciate my my jokes.
Say it. It's a joke, okay?
Some people take me too seriously, man. They're like, "Oh my God, D, what are you saying?" And I'm like, "It's a joke." Really?
Clutching their pearls.
Joke.
Clutching their pearls.
Innuendo.
Yeah. With Gen X. I'm Gen X. We're a bit different.
Yeah.
More headlines here from the U.S. envoy Whitcoff, I believe, off negotiating with Speaker of the Iranian Parliament.
Okay.
Not much. Appears that's who the United States was communicating with. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament was the quote-unquote point person over there. Again, still haven't seen anything.
Somebody's saying Gen X generally most lame. Are we really? let's have a debate.
Item.
Really?
Item.
You have no idea, man. I'm gonna guess you're much younger by that comment.
Wait, who said that?
He's just getting after right now.
Snuffle platypus.
Oh,
2028. Was that your birth year?
Really?
Not not even born yet. Let's go, man. Let's go.
Dee's struggling. Dee's looking for anything right now. She's looking for a life raft right now. Help me. We're letting her sink right now.
How much coffee have you had, D?
Top of the hour.
I've had a Celsius. This is why. This thing is evil.
Oh, that's why.
It's like
That's a silly drink. That's a silly drink. That is a silly drink.
Yeah. And I only had like a third of it as well.
Yeah,
I dread to think what would happen if I had all of it.
Let's find out. There's only one way to find out, G.
Let's
only
find
one
out.
way to find out. You can finish
every new low that Crude makes. I take a sip.
What are you doing to me, man? I'll never sleep.
Right, let's take a look. At Crude trading $89.39. Crude in the range right now. Low of around $89, high $90. And looking at the 5 minute, give or take, of course. Gold trading $44.72. We saw gold round up about $100 first hour of fast markets. Now back, like I said, $44.73. We got ES trading $66.89. Last trade there, and NQ trading 24,617.
Yeah, we got a Dorito Foreman here on the 3 minute in NASDAQ, which leads me to believe this market might be a little bit tired of all this nonsense with the news.
I would be inclined to agree with that because we have some conflicting things. So if crude oil is going to go for another serious run down, we need to see gold over 5,500. That's not happening. So it's like, is this just a range after the big smash? Might
55 or 45, D? 55 or 45?
45, sorry.
45,
yeah,
okay.
Sorry, Celsius.
No, both prices have traded. I mean, both prices have traded in the last 2 months. So yeah, 4,500. Okay.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, we're starting to find some support around 600s here in NASDAQ. Something
the top of the hour. There's top of a little selling there in Crude bottom of the range right now. $89. $89.
So that means we take a bid in NASDAQ then? We'll bid NASDAQ if Crude's going to sell off like that.
One more selling there.
Right, you know what?
88, 87 last trade. 86 is now. I'm talking about Crude, of course. A little more push to the downside. $88.69 did just print. Will we see?
Wow, look at this.
What's Crude doing? Is Copper rally? Is Copper going higher right now?
Copper is trying to go higher, but it's also tackling the 550 level at the moment, and it's not really gaining. So this is what's worrying me. If this is like a true move down on Crude, why isn't gold following?
Oh,
because they've had this negative correlation.
I'm with you.
And that makes me think they haven't hedged yet. They're just like deciding what to do. And what could happen in light of all this volatility is that crude oil goes below the current session lows and then pings back, and then gold sells off. Now, that's something that I might consider entering. But for now, this is still a range. Okay, copper is trying to break out. Copper is running the show here to the upside.
Crude selling off. Here we go, $88.43. Copper catching a bit. Equities catching a bit.
I'm going to get a bid in Crude at 88.01. About probably a 20-cent, 25-cent stop. It's bottom of range. We've had big bounces off there before.
Don't know whether 25 cents is going to survive.
See. This is the first Crude trade, so we'll feel it out. I mean, it's moving like crazy right now.
Yeah, what do you?
All right, we're in.
Yeah.
Careful. This headline. Hold. What price? Dolby time. What do we get?
88.01. Our stop is. All right, we're out. Minus 41.
Yeah.
That was.
You gotta use Crude as the indicator. If it's a headline like we're seeing right now, North selling Crude $87 40 cents last trade there. Crude down about $1.50 on this. Look at this 5 minute. ES now taking a peek above 6,700. And NQ, we're selling here in crude. Hello. NQ now 24,000. Look at that.
Should have just taken those 89.80s. The 1 minute range was much, much better to manage risk in.
Crude selling off. 87.
Yeah,
Crude down about $2. Crude down $2 here. Not seeing any headlines.
Wow.
How about
the dome? It just got like evaporated too. It's
beneath
it was in trouble. All right, watching a different market.
If you get beneath 87, $87.05 last trade. Go ahead, D.
I might try a long in gold because gold seems to be lagging. Oh God, Jesus Christ! I'm just looking at the 5-minute ATR.
We're now beneath 87. Beneath 87 in crude.
Okay.
$3 sell off.
That's difficult.
It's okay. Hey, no trade. Everyone flat. That's fine. All good.
No, it's just it's so much risk even on one micro.
Oh yeah. Okay, let it breathe. If you do take the trade, by all means, let us know on the other side of this. We're seeing crude pick up a little bit, a little pop in the equities, gold as well. Crude now bouncing or pulling back. All right, James, come on in here. Come on, let's get some announcements and some news, and we'll keep an eye on this market move. What's up, James?
What's up, guys? Yo, I'm here. How are we all doing today? It's a new week, new opportunities await, and today I'm talking about Discord. That's right. Discord, not just the platform where you can bully your friends about what games they're playing. It also hosts the largest trading community with the Topstep Discord community. And if you're not a part of the Topstep Discord community already, what are you doing? We got tons and tons of resources all found in our Topstep Discord. You can find rooms about products that you trade. You can find rooms in individual languages if English isn't your first language and you need some trading buddies. In fact, find a trading buddy, join the Topstep TV channel. There is so much to find and so much to do and so much to learn in the Topstep Discord trading community that you should join today if you're not already a member. We're going to pop the link in the chat. Go ahead and click on it, drop into the lobby, say hi, and meet 1,000 upon thousands of your new trading buddies. Fast support when you need it from our mods and ambassadors, and essentially any question you could ever have has probably already been answered, but you can still ask it. Our ambassadors and our mods are happy to help out. So go ahead and join the Topstep trading community today in our Discord if you're not already a member, and become a part of the movement. Seriously, one of the biggest communities out there. You're missing out if you're not in there already. And additionally, we have classes in there. Classes all throughout the day, even when Topstep TV is on air. Coaches like Coach Jack, Coach Vince, and Coach Paul hold classes in Discord throughout the day and throughout the evenings when we're on air and when we're off air. There's always something to find in there, so go ahead and check it out. Then, if you have any questions that aren't being answered in the Discord, you can bring them right back here to Topstep TV, because at 12 p.m. Central Time, we're doing group coaching. Group coaching, it's the point of the day where you get to ask your questions and have them answered live right here on Topstep TV. Each day, we're joined by 3 esteemed Topstep TV personalities, and today is no different. You see her here on Fast Markets. Well, get ready to see her again during the noon o'clock hour, because Deanna is coming back with Gabe and Anne-Marie for group coaching today at 12 p.m. Central Time. Do you have a question for Deanna? Do you have a question for Anne-Marie? Maybe you have a question for Gabe. No matter who you have a question for, or it's just a question about the markets in general, you can ask it by clicking on the link that just got dropped in the chat and is now pinned to the top. Bookmark it. That link doesn't change, but if you're a new person, go ahead and click on it, submit your questions, and then again, be back in your seats for group coaching at 12 p.m. Central Time. Now, before we get back to the charts, earlier today, Donald Trump took to the tarmac in front of Air Force One to answer some questions from reporters. And if you missed it, here's what he had to say about the ongoing deals with Iran.
We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. We'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
And we're back. Look at that volatility. We're seeing some more selling there in crude.
That's crafty, Dre.
Done this for. Little pop there again in the 6,700. Last trade there. We get more downside in crude.
Looks like it.
Look at that, $86.50
Oh, good
now.
85. 85 is where
unreal.
it bounced before.
Yeah, we have a nice little 1 minute range with lower highs. It's already selling off. So that trade opportunity is gone. That was fun. It's already down almost 80 cents. Crude is out of control.
86.
Crazy market right now.
Oh, yeah, 86. Do we see 85 handle? No.
So I guess, are we going to start seeing some of these indices break out then? Like, are we going to see NASDAQ over 24,700? Is there enough like optimism in these markets now? Because NASDAQ's not doing a whole lot right now.
Yeah, on these kind of days, there's usually a subsequent reaction. The crude oil is smashing down, and the correlation is still there, the negative correlation. At some point, you will see it
decouple. When it does,
Too early hoop ends.
Okay, I mean,
NASDAQ's been in a tight range. We've been like 24,650 up to about 24,680. It's on like a 30-point range since 10:03. What time is it? It's about 5 or 6 minutes of just kind of hanging out. Maybe we catch a bid here and finally pop these 680s. I'm not much of a momentum trader, but someone out there might be interested in buying up 680s.
Like crude beneath. Ooh,
there's our 680s.
Was beneath 86, 85. $85.83 did just print. To get back to the low of overnight lows, we're about $1.60 away from it.
All right, I'm trying one micro long copper, copper.
Cool.
Just see whether it's got enough juice.
Did you get filled, or are you working a bid?
Yep, 53.80.
53.80. Long. Okay. Are you playing the crude copper correlation trade? Is that
yeah, because copper is kind of leading, so it's the only one that's above its own high open interest gamma level, and the next one is up at 560. So there's a bit of room there.
Okay, nice. I'm seeing a copper trade on fast markets. What time to be alive, Dre?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is great.
Israeli official now confirming that the U.S. is holding negotiations with Iran's parliament speaker.
That might be bearish for oil.
We are seeing that reaction. Push lower there. Again, crude down. We're down $3. Crude down $3 in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah. I'm definitely intrigued in shorts and crude. We can get the right technical setup here.
Dolby time. What if we
had
use
a lot
Crude
of lower highs?
What if we use Crude as the leader? Because Crude's so sensitive. Like we'll get blindsided.
Well, I mean, are we going to start trading YM then? Because NASDAQ is not really following suit. I mean, we're still stuck in the NASDAQ.
What's RTY doing?
What is RTY?
Snitch.
Do you have RTY? Snitch, yeah.
RTY is catching a bid. Is RTI catching? RTY, yep, on the move higher.
Mm-hmm. But similar structure to NASDAQ. It's stuck in this sort of range that's going on right now.
NQ just popped 100 points, by the way. NQ was just trading 24,600. And now we just got up to 690s. It's the y-axis. It's throwing everything off. It's look at the scale. We're seeing moves.
This is when you have like your bracket orders and your stop loss is like 2 millimeters on your screen. You're like, what's going on? And it's like, oh, the y-axis is 30 points or 40 points.
Every increment on the y-axis scale for crude is $4. I mean,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm at 40-cent range here. Okay, crude oil might be setting up here. And NASDAQ selling off. We rejected off the 690s, so still stuck within like this 30, 40 point range. Crude new lows, question mark?
Mm-hmm.
And NASDAQ is selling off, so a correlation trade I think is done there between NASDAQ and Crude.
Forever?
Something.
Or for now?
Forever? But it was
No,
so
for now.
good. I don't know.
For now.
Okay, yeah.
For now.
Yeah,
So
for
There you
now.
go, copper.
This
Copper.
thing is forever.
I'll tell you what, that copper crude trade is definitely looking good right now because crude's selling off $85.70, and we're watching copper rally. Look at that. More selling here. More selling in crude.
$85.80 crude.
Where's that in Q? Right.
Yeah, we do need gold to start following though for copper because it's all very well, but if gold doesn't start jumping, then crude is just in its own story at the moment.
It's kind of what it feels like. Crude's just doing its own thing. Do you have YM? Is that correlation still super tight between crude and YM?
Look, I do have YM. Just need to change a couple things.
Crude down $5. Crude down $4. Crude down $4 in the last 10 minutes. Crude trading $85.58.
Yeah, Nasdaq's just hanging out in this range.
Everything kind of
interesting.
Yeah, it's still.
I'm gonna see.
Look at you, Crude.
I'm gonna see if we can bid 650 quarter in the Nasdaq.
So YM is about minus 0.8 correlation, so not quite a factor of 1.
That's pretty good though for the equities. It's definitely more sensitive.
Yeah.
Than the NQ and ES. Look at the other two. They're not even close to that. Look at that. Equities. Selling off. Touch.
See if we can get these 650s.
Wondering if
long in Nasdaq.
Yeah, Nasdaq correlation and crude is climbing.
What is
it's
it?
Minus 0.5.
Or 5? Okay.
It's minus 0.5, but it keeps rising. So, yeah.
What's copper? Is it still -1? Get that
copper.
That's crazy. That's a crazy statistic.
That's the trade.
Yeah, copper is also gone to minus 0.8. That's
good enough for
high.
me. That's
yeah.
Let's see.
Copper is slower than crude. Is why I'm choosing it because it's not insane. Doesn't require a million ticks for a stop.
We working that bid Dolby time?
Yeah, we're gonna move it down though a little bit to I think like the 640s.
50-50 tilt. 50-50 on the tilt failed upside auction. I did it. Potential failed upside auction. We are coming up against IB. Oh yeah, IB high. We're up against IB high in the ES. There's a 60 lot on the offer in the NQ. ES, we're trading 6700s. IB high 6701. We got NQ. Pretty much right up at IB high as well. I'd get short up here. Short ES.
Yeah, that was a good trade, Ray.
I'm gonna get short the ES. ES up against short two. Short two. Don't tell anybody.
Shh. It's our little secret, chat.
What am I short from? 98.5.
What's my position?
That's like reversal challenge. All right, we got D. D long, copper, she says. Say I'm long copper and you're never mind. Don't. We're not going to beat that joker in the ground. No, we got the drum already. We got
gold hedging.
We'll catch a bit of a bid.
Okay, crude oil back on the bid.
Short. Gold selling off. Gold 44.55. Okay, gold sells off. Gold sells off. We've typically seen crude pop when gold sells off like this.
For
shorts. Initial balance high in NQ 24,688.
Dre's liking the shorts. What are you seeing, Dre, to get you short? Just the price
IB
action,
high,
movement,
initial balance high.
No, IB high, nice.
Initial balance high, and equities didn't rally on that sell-off in crude. Equities did not want to go higher. Tells me something's coming.
I just don't know if the market even believes any of the headlines anymore.
Although equities certainly didn't.
It's just a
Equities didn't.
crapshoot.
On that, if you look at a $4 sell-off in crude in equities,
Crude up $1 right now.
Yeah, and they're more. It's much more
85.
sensitive. Equities are much more responsive to the $1 pop here, the bounce in crude, than it was on that $4 sell-off. 50-50 tilt. Gold.
Yeah,
44, 45, 44, 45, 44, 40 now. Last trade. Gold down. Down $30 last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, nice initial balance. High short
chat.
there.
Yeah, shout out to the chat.
Yeah.
I'm pointing that out for sure. 50-50 tilt. We got bottom of the hour, not the London close. That's not for another hour and 12 minutes. We got more selling here in gold. Gold 44.33 last trade. Gold down $50 in the last 5 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So dollar's doing pretty well then, huh?
What happens? Let's take a look. We'll go over 10-year. What's 10-year going? What's going on 10-year? 10-year sell off? Oh, 10-year's been rallying. 10-year did roll over a little bit. Okay. Interesting. One market wants to move, the other one doesn't. All right. Hey, let's bring you the Topstep tip of the week. We bring you a new one. Well, every Topstep TV tip of the week. What is this one? Plan for different scenarios. I absolutely love it. Have a plan for failed setups. Know your re-entry criteria up front. Define rules for managing runners. Be prepared for unexpected market moves. Prepare for unexpected market moves. Also, I like the plan for different scenarios. Plan A. You see, D calls them hypos. D, you call them hypos, right? Hypothetical.
Mhm.
So, plan for different scenarios. If thens. What?
Yep.
How do you plan for headlines? Let's be honest. How do you plan for headlines? Obviously, you cannot plan and know when the headline is going to come.
Can't.
How can we manage dumb down
There's,
size?
there's no planning.
So
headlines, if you're already in and it goes your way, I said it this morning, kiss the ground you walk on and be happy. If it doesn't go your way, again, be happy that you have a stop and an account, and that's all you can do, because you never know when they're going to come out with stuff. So that you can't plan for. Everything else, where your stop goes, how much you're going to risk, what's the position size, when you're going to get involved, that's the thing to focus on.
Agree.
All right, gold is continuing to sell off here, so I'm going to jump out.
Okay. Yeah, plan for different scenarios. You see this. You see all that hyper volatility coming in. In the back of my mind, I'm saying plan for the volatility to essentially come, or the velocity, the volatility is the biggest change. Plan for that, for it to stop and pick up, hurry up and wait. Very, very important. Also, plan for scenarios. Experience, screen time, repetition helps you kind of adapt there. As these markets, we get a new market state every day, essentially. We got gold, crude back above $87. $87.02. Market did not care. Equities, that is, did not care about that $4 sell-off. In crude, did not.
No, fashionably late, if anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we look at NQ selling off 24,616.
Yeah, Brad has a point. Thankfully, the ATR kept me out of gold longs. Absolutely, yeah, agreed.
ATR, average true range. Oh, good point. D, help me expand on that. What was Brad seeing there?
Well, like Brad is one of my former VIPs in the Chameleonaires, so he knows how I trade. Yeah, and he knows the concepts I use. And we talked a lot about using the ATR and ADR to figure out whether the risk is too much. So obviously on the day coming in, I don't have like oodles of cash to play with, but I've made a bit of cash. So if I'd gone into that gold trade and it went against me, I would have lost at least 220 on one micro, pretty much erasing most of my P&L for the day. not a good idea. So that's why I stayed out. And I was like, that's too much. Don't want that. So I turned to copper to see if there's something similar. And I could risk $93, but I exited at minus 67. So to me, that's a lot more palatable. And the only thing that kept me out of running a similar trade in gold is the amount that I would need to risk. And that would mess up my risk model. Because you can't risk 75 once, 220 the second time, then $15 the third time. That's too much inconsistency. So whenever I'm entering a trade, I'm always like, how much can I lose? And if that's too much, then I stay out because it's too much. It's going to mess up my expected value over time. I don't really look at any single trade as, I won or I lost. I look at it through a sequence of trades, and then how is that performing? Is that consistent? Is it giving me a smooth equity curve, or is it all over the place with a lot of variance? That's not a good thing. So I do make a decent amount of effort to keep my variance pretty low in the funded accounts. And that means not just winging it and going into a trade that would require a lot more risk. So that's what Brad was saying. It's like that ATR kept you out, rightfully so.
How much? Yes.
Nice.
It seems, seems kind of, I don't know, negative thought, thinking, how much can I not lose? How much can I afford to lose? It's kind of the name of the game, though, D. It's just...
Yeah. Most people are like, why are you being so negative? I'm one of the most optimistic people that you'll ever meet.
Is that true?
But as a trader, oh yeah, absolutely. Like to the point of lunacy, man. People have many times told me something is impossible. And I'm like, yeah, sure. I'll just do whatever I want to do. And my parents had to deal with that sort of a crazy child when I was a child. And I maintained that almost like a childlike fascination with possibilities. And I've done everything that I've done because of that. I never see anything as impossible. But at the same time, I'm fully aware of the math and longevity that math brings. So if you step outside of that, I can be optimistic and go, today I'm going to make $100,000.
What's that voice?
That's awesome. It's my voice when I'm imagining things that will never happen. And it's on a proper count where we're starting with low, you're starting with very low amounts. So you don't have $1 million in there to play around with position sizes that have the potential to bring you $100,000. And we get a question constantly, hey, can we get top 5 people that are on the day, out of which only one, I think, has proper consistency and risk management and stuff. All the others, we hear stories of, they were on a DLL run for the last 30 days, but today they made $50,000. Like, I never want to be that trader where I'm like, daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit. And then one day it's like, yay, I'm banking. I want the opposite. I want 300 here, 700 there, $2,000 there, 300, 500, $1,000. It's fine. And then it mounts up over time. That's how you survive. You don't survive by going full board, yes, and then smash. Oh no, I have to buy another account now. Great. More costs.
Wow, D. If you want more D, well, get her in group coaching. You pin those, pin in the top of the chat. You got questions for a group coach, and you got Deanna, Anne-Marie, Gabe. We breaking it down like that. Here after we are seeing. All right, again, we got back up to additional bales high in ES and NQ.
These headlines, Trey.
Mm-hmm.
Just back and forth right now.
Are you seeing anything? Are you seeing anything bullish for equities? Have you seen a bullish headline come out in equities?
I mean, the only one we heard was Trump saying that the war is, all but over, and then of course NASDAQ is going to bid on that. But there's been no follow through. And it's like, we're going to have talks, but it's like, who are you talking to? Because I'm pretty sure you bombed everybody that you were talking to.
Well, don't be time.
Is
the market buy? It's not for us to determine what's real and what's not, and who's confirming what. Is the market? Is the market?
Seems like they're not convinced, Trey.
What? That's where I was going. What's the market?
Seems like they're not convinced.
Yeah, that's kind of what.
mean, it seems like there's like an initial pop off the headline and people actually start to process it that aren't like an algorithm, and they start asking questions, and it's like, oh, this headline maybe is, full of dead air. NASDAQ getting down the 600s. Nice short, Dre.
Yeah, what am I short from 97.5 in the S? Yeah, we're seeing some selling here in the NQ as well. 24,605. 605 last trade there. We're starting to see some of the terms on these negotiations between Iran. Now, Iran has two main demands to end war: guarantees against future attacks, compensation for its losses. This is according to a Turkish source. All right, nothing's confirmed by any means. We're just reading some of these headlines here that these markets may be reacting to.
But they want money now?
I mean, I just...
Money, please.
That'd be nice if that worked that way.
The market is looking for clarity. Of course, the uncertainty is definitely in the back of everyone's mind. We're starting to see a little bit coming out from the Iranian side. This is the first we've seen in terms of headlines here. All right, bottom of the hour in 1 minute. That is not the European close. That will be next week, Deanna. So we got still another
next week from Monday. Yeah.
Here in the chat from Vladislav. Want to challenge Dolby as we're up over 2% on the day. Who's to say that we are simply not accumulating at these levels before another leg higher? Dolby time. No one's
saying.
Yeah, it can be. Most certainly can happen. It most certainly can be.
No, we don't.
Dolby. They want to challenge. I mean,
we've been like, what, the last 2 weeks, it's like you get a headline, and if it's bullish, the market goes up. If it's bearish, then the market goes down. You've seen crude oil go absolutely all over the place. And like, Dan said, it's not technical analysis anymore. It's tweet analysis. We're just reading headlines and then waiting to see how the market wants to behave and participate.
Who's to know? Absolutely, that could be the case.
Who's to know? I have no idea. We don't know a lot of things in trading. Like, most of this stuff we don't know. The only thing we know is our setup and our risk management. That's literally it. Everything else is just an assumption. So few constants in trading.
Yeah.
I bounce off the 600s.
Indeed.
If I can ever get my mouse to move, I might try another copper.
Is it wireless? Do you have a wireless mouse, D?
No, I have a laptop. I have a laptop that's sharing my screen because I'm trying not to do it through the same. Yeah. So I have Mouse Without Borders, which I thought was an awesome name. So I have to drag it through all of my screens, and I'm still not used to it. So I try to drag it, and it's nowhere near. All right, let's try another long.
Okay. Copper.
Yep. Yes. 551.20 is the entry price.
551.20. All right.
Yeah.
Dolby time itching right there. Itching.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Who's coming?
Something's gonna happen. It's so frustrating having the euro close. This whole
it's so
2-week
annoying,
delay
isn't
is just so aggravating.
3 weeks.
Yeah, because it's just such an important level.
Yeah.
Such an important time.
Can you imagine how I feel? Everything is an hour earlier, and I keep forgetting. I'm like, oh no! I'm going to do the Comex close. Oh, it closed already. Oh no! It took me 10 days just to remember that it's an hour earlier. So I'm looking forward to the change back.
It's one of my favorite times of the day is the euro close.
Mine too.
On the setups, yeah. Especially we're trading around the highs or the lows.
Yeah.
I think it says a lot about the day.
I think it says a lot about. Still gonna jinx it right now, but all right. Market was not convinced that equities. That is, what we got here. What's going on in the 10-year? What's going on in the 10-year? For yields, we were above 4.4%. We did have some speakers out earlier as well. It's just saying they don't know. Uncertainty is definitely there. We just do not know.
Oh.
Goolsby and Myron. What we got?
Other hard thing too is that most of Trump's headlines are so wishy-washy. They're not decisive. He's typically offering up like both cases in the same headline. Like, oh, maybe we do, maybe we don't. Like, how do I read this? I mean, he always gives himself an out with most of his headlines and statements, which is smart, but it's terrible for trading.
Isn't that what politicians do, though, and central bankers?
Yeah, but
they say a bunch of stuff without saying a bunch of stuff.
We got to think about the two mouths he's trying to feed. Trying to feed two mouths here. Essentially, he's trying to keep obviously energy prices. Want to keep those. How do you say? He wants to keep oil prices lower, as well as not show the hand that perhaps this is influencing, maybe leading to some of the decisions. So it's a lot to be.
We don't know who he's talking to. You know what I mean? Like he might not be talking to us. Maybe he's saying the stuff in public, but it's actually directed towards someone behind the scenes that we're not really privy to. Some conversation he had that now he's talking about in public. Like, we just don't know. We have no idea. It's all speculation.
Well, whoever's talking to, we know the markets are listening. I guess we saw.
Oh, yes, they are.
We saw that again. NQ 5-minute candle. NQ 1,000-point rally. 1,000-point rally in a 5. I don't know that I've ever seen something. What about ES? ES 230-point rally in a 5-minute candle in the ES. 4.5 hours ago. I'm not kidding. Crude, $14 sell off on that 5-minute candle. So
yep. Crazy range.
It's incredible. Right now we're seeing a little grind lower here. Continue. All right, 24,600 seems to be the level, the downside level in the lower end of this range. Looking at the NQD. Long copper.
Back at 550. So if they can't bounce it back from here, then I'm just going to leave it for another couple of hours and come back for the end of the day.
Well, you're going to be here for group coaching too. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yep.
Well, that's Celsius.
I'm not forgetting. I'm here.
Crush that Celsius. Can you promise us that that Celsius will be empty?
I'm crushing. It's almost empty.
Gosh.
Oh, let's go.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, D.
Wow, Crude.
Why a D coming up?
Whoa. Crude, 87.45. We must have news coming out soon. Crude just bounced like $1. Like a NASDAQ selling. Gary, how does she sold those shorts, buddy? Are they getting there?
Yep. What am I short from? 97 hook. Last trade in the ES 66.81. PL1 right there. Thanks for reminding me, Dolby. Shout out to the chat. IB high. We're up against IB high. We got NQ. Nice. NQ beneath 24,600. Trading 24,581. 581 as Crude does catch a bid. Gold selling off as well. Dow. I knew that. There's your headline. That's the headline I've been waiting for. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson had no talks with the U.S.
Great.
Waiting for that. So reverse everything.
So who do they speak to?
So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just undo everything then?
Where my mind goes. Yep. I'll stay short.
So Crude back to 90?
We're seeing the bid come in here. You don't need to think. We can just see if we're catching a bid here in in Crude, $87.54. 87.60. Here we go. I'm about to sell you another one.
I mean,
caveman, don't be. What do you think's gonna happen? Again, this is coming from Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson. Had no talks with the U.S. Saying had no talks with the U.S. Catching a bid here in Crude. Seeing some selling in the equities. JD, I want to get you in here. JD, let's take a look at some P&Ls and payouts. Also, did you do a little digging in regards to to Tyler?
I did do a little digging. Yes, Tyler, our big winner overnight. Oh, we're doing let's do it. So I dug into Tyler's trade report a little bit. He was trading it up this morning. He was in silver market and the NASDAQ market. Pulled a nice chunk of change out of both. Majority of that came from the NASDAQ, though. Happened to be on the right side at the right time for that giant P&L. $128,000, almost $129,000 in profits. Quite a few trades. Wasn't just a buy and hold type of situation. He was trading it up this morning. Started trading pretty much right on the reopen last night, or late Sunday night, and continued throughout the morning. So Tyler was in there digging through these markets, and man, did he cap one off. Big day for Tyler. Nice job, bud. All right, let's take a look at some payouts and P&Ls from Friday. Friday's top 5 live funded payouts and P&Ls. Up at the top, Kai is on a runner. That is for sure. Trading on 100K live funded account in the NASDAQ and the S&P. Kai topped this list 2 days in a row. Picked up $40,000, $40,624 on Friday. Day before that, picked up $46,000. Just about $86,000 in profits Thursday and Friday last week. It is a great way to close out the week. Lucas H. next up in a 150K LFA trading NASDAQ and silver. $26,372 in profits on Friday. Also took a $37,000 payout early last week. Big week for Lucas also. Sohybe, $24,657 in profits trading the NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ in the 50K live funded account. One more winning day for Sohybe to get payout eligibility. Go get that money, Sohybe. Rizwan, $24,622 in profit trading the ES and the NQ in the 150K live funded account. Second winning day in the LFA for Rizwan, getting closer to that first live funded payout. Again, go get that money. And of course, I'm getting tired of talking about this guy, Karab. I'm just joking. I'm not getting tired of talking about him. He's here all the time now. Trading that 150K LFA in the NASDAQ market, another $21,828 in profits. He's already taken close to $150,000 in profits already this year. 2 more winning days. I think we might see another payout from Karab. Those are your top 5 live funded payouts from Friday. I'm sorry, P&Ls from Friday. Here are your payout numbers from Friday. Up at the top, Andrea A. We talked about her a couple of times last week. Top of the list from Friday, $61,604 payout going in the pocket. Again, let me remind you guys, these are live funded traders in the live markets, pulling money out of the live markets and lining their pockets up with it. Number 2, Clement C, $57,600 in profits, payouts. Jean Costel, I looked up how to pronounce that name. Jean Costel, $27,000. Jacob, $22,500, and Mireille rounds out the top 5, $22,095 payout on Friday. Great job to all these funded traders, showing everybody what is possible in that live funded account. Back to you guys.
Thank you, JD. All right, quick another headline here from Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson. In recent days, friendly countries sent messages indicating U.S. requests to talks to end the war. Iran has not responded. So we're seeing crude push higher here. We're seeing equities selling off.
What's going on?
We were waiting for the response. We're starting to get a response from Iran. Yeah, there's a 650 lot on the bid in the ES 660. Yep. Caveman.
Trey, all I can do is laugh, man. All I can do is laugh.
Well, you can get in. I mean, hey, are they going to unwind? Are we going to?
You could just put risk on.
Are they just going to completely? Are we going to completely just
undo all of the crude move?
Unwind all of it? I mean, the reason we went
could happen.
If the reason we went somewhere is not that reason isn't there anymore. I mean, that's where my head goes. Obviously, markets have certainly have other ideas, but we're watching crude push higher here. $88.24 now, 27 cents. Prince, how's copper reacting, D?
It's kind of dripping lower, but it's not exactly picking up too much steam either. Gold is about to reach 4,400, so we'll see whether we survive. But if this one doesn't survive, I'm just going to have a break before group coaching and then come back for that COMEX close. Because there's no point. Like, it's just kind of tries to go up, comes back down. tries to go down, comes back up. And, it's all so heavily news driven that I don't want to keep playing the ping pong here. So I want a smoother area. I want to shake out to a major level. Right now, we're just teasing the gamma flip at 550 and kind of goes down, then bounces up. And that's kind of a little bit of a gamma pin. Probably better for a range trader than for me. I'm a mean reversion trader or a momentum trader if it sets up. But we're not getting either of that. So it's like, oh, great. And this is where D chops herself up like sashimi in a range because I'm expecting a bigger move either side, right? And there's only so much that I can allow myself to get involved in a chop, 2 trades, 2 attempts, and now we wait. If you continue to click buttons, that's where you lose accounts. That's where you start getting annoyed. At that point, it's just better to stand up, go do something else, maybe have a break, watch a series or something, wipe your mind, and then come back with a little bit more data at a different time of day when the probabilities are, again, coming back. So
we are
Crude
picking up some steam to the upside here. $88.60. Crude up about $2 in the last.
I mean, look, if none of it is true, if they haven't actually spoken to anyone, then there's no reason for crude to keep dumping, nor a reason for equities to keep rising, and no reason for gold to keep rising either. So now we have to flip. You have to modify the hypotheses and go, all right, so this is not a momentum trade. Now what? Well, this is where contingency plans have to come in. Now, for me, I don't have anything else until we actually get all the way back down, somewhere near 540. If we don't even stop there, then I'm having to look at even lower levels at 520. But at the same time, I have nothing here. I had something up at 560, which we never got to. So therefore, for me, I'm just going to wait for better levels at this point. Similarly on crude, we have 85. Missed that this time around. We have 90 as a potential. So maybe 50% of IB if that range kind of holds on a 30-minute time frame. That could be something for the Euro close.
What price?
You're short crude, are you?
No, NQ 537s.
Oh, NQ.
We'll offer another. We'll offer another one at 557 to average in, but crude is cruising, and I think Nasdaq's probably about to break this 1-minute range, so we're just going to range under range trade this one to the downside. So we're looking for these 520s to break, and then see what happens, see if we get another range, and then start managing risk from there. We're probably not going to get into a second one here, and just let this momentum play to the downside. It looks heavy though. It looks really heavy.
It feels like the headlines are going to really start picking up now. Now that we're starting to get the response that we've been waiting for. It was a lot of very one-sided headlines coming out from the United States. For the first for the last 3.5 hours or so, we're starting to see some response from the counterparts, being Iran, and saying things to the contrary. So we are watching.
This rally here. This could be a big sell-off, Dre, in NASDAQ. I mean, we rejected the 30-minute range highs, also the initial balance highs. So if we're going range to range with this move, we're looking back down at 24,350s. I mean, that's almost 200 points lower than where we're at right now. We're just gonna are we just gonna undo all of this?
That's where my head goes, Dolby. That's where my head goes. I know the answer is we don't know, but if we are starting to see comments to the contrary,
look at it from a technical perspective. If we take in these single prints, another thing that could happen is that we try to pop into the single prints and then reverse, and that goes for both crude oil and ES, probably even NQ, even though I don't really look at it that much. But yeah, so single prints can be a form of a demand. But now it's rotating to the other side. You have VWAP just under the IB or around the IB low on ES. That could be a good target.
Yeah. All right. We're
All right.
Just click.
Going pretty good.
Just click. Just click.
We're just in risk management mode right now. Crude new highs, not new
Just
highs,
click.
but
Just
within this
click.
little trend.
Well, all right. Well, Pakistan's army chief spoke directly with Trump. This is according to the Financial Times. Okay. We got here. What crude? What do we see? That sell-off in crude an hour ago or 45 minutes ago. Markets didn't really react to that. Did you get out of the copper trade?
Oh, yeah. I'm out of that. Okay. The thing is, gold just did a sweep to the downside.
See that?
Bounced. Yeah.
Is the party over now?
I don't know. We're going to try to short 518s.
We need follow through. No follow through, then yeah, this is what you're going to get. Yep. Yes, is it a 50% initial balance?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah, President's going to be participating in a roundtable in about an hour, 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
We'll see. Obviously, I would imagine that's not. All right, we're starting to see some of the response now, either from Pakistan or Iran. There's some back channeling communications, it sounds like, is the kind of what was happening there.
Ooh, let's get Pakistan involved. That would be fun.
4,400. We bottomed out at 4,400 even in gold. You saw that sweep. We actually bottomed at 4,396. Back above. Yeah. Interesting.
Trump is speaking right now.
I haven't seen Trump. President's been speaking for the last 4.5 hours, so President's on the airplane. The president's on the airplane.
Yeah, he's been speaking
now.
for the last 125. All right, we're going to offer 518s for a range under range short. We're going to try to size up into this one.
Well, make sure you get the follow through. Make sure Crude confirms the move. Make sure Crude,
I think. All right, short too. I think Crude is just testing its higher low line off the 30-minute. So I'm not necessarily convinced that NASDAQ is going to bounce here, but we'll see. We will see.
Okay,
got good rejection. Average price 528s. That was a really good ad. 528s stops at 520s, just above the pivot.
528.
This is why it's so frustrating trading with all these headlines. Is that you could be in a great setup technically, and I love this trade technically, but then it's like Trump speaking. There's another headline. Now your whole trade is undone. Nothing you can do about it other than just manage the risk the best you can.
You get
on board, yeah, but with how much risk, I think that's the question.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's tricky. That's the tricky part. It's How much risk?
All right, that's Because I like the caveman. I like the caveman trade, but this is like a coin flip caveman trade, and I think that's where it's a little bit annoying because we just had a headline. It's like Trump, I'm speaking to people, and everyone's like, I never talked to him. And that never happened. It's like, what do you do with that? What do you do with that?
Let the market. We'll watch what the market does, right? The market's.
I'm just trying to play structure. That's all
I
know is ranges.
One last couple long.
All right.
Our stops at 515s of the pivot. It's a balance between like accepting risk and making sure that you're able to take profit in these trades, right? Because it's like you don't want to get nothing out of the market. Like you want to have to at least get something out of the work that you've put in for the trades.
Shit. Oops, sorry. There's a shout out to Jay. There's a 1,200 lot of the bid in the NQ. 1,200 lot in the bid. 24,485 bid 1,200 times.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's about 10 points lower. Thank you, Jay. Wow. 1,200 on the bid in the NQ ladder. That's massive.
Just blame everything.
They come up
on
getting out flat, going flat. If they come up on this price, they really want it. They're gonna clear out everything. Whoa.
Crude's trying to break its higher low in the 30-minute.
Okay,
NASDAQ about to hit new lows again.
All right, they're stepping on the.
Wow. Stop moving down.
There you go. Sellers coming in. Yeah, they're going to unwind this whole thing.
We're flat plus like $300.
Straight.
We're up 268.
Nope. Nice trade.
Crazy. Yeah. I'll just take it. I'll take it on the move. Take it on the volume. How does it feel? It's frustrating, dude. It's even if it's a winning trade, it's still frustrating to have headlines just run your life and all of your trades.
It's wild, man. It's wild. They're not going away either. That's the thing. That's the thing.
Not.
It's not. And when the correlation trades goes out the window, it's gonna. It's brutal.
I'll see money, take money. See money, take money. This can do whatever it wants. We'll find a new setup. I mean, like referred to it before. Like all you.
There's 1,000 on the bid. Yes,
you have
66.50 bid 1,000 times. Where'd that NQ bid go? NQ. We saw 1,200 jump in on the bid. No longer there. Seeing some size. The bids are coming in here. Last couple minutes of fast markets. We got DUCB. Got more D in the in group coaching form pinned to the top of the chat. Doby Time's going to be on after this. We got Brady going to be joining us.
Keep the show going, baby.
Oh my goodness. We are just getting started. This is.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those days where a lot of volatility is kicking around, so no need to rush things.
Headline. No negotiations have been held with the U.S. Okay, this is coming from Iran's side. No negotiations have been held. No negotiations have been held. This is coming from Iran, I believe is the Speaker of the Parliament. Is manipulate the financial and oil markets, escape the quagmire in which the U.S. Okay, so now we're finally starting to get that response from Iran. Say no negotiations have been held. We're watching the response here in crude closing in on $90. Closing at $90. $90 does print. We're starting to see the equities sell off as well. Okay, we got Braden going to be joining us in Power Players after this. Markets are really picking up now. Nice work, D. We'll see you in group coaching. There'll be time to see you on the other side of this. Topstep TV, let's go. Headlines flying. Capture the opportunity. Come on.
Oh, hello, everybody. Welcome back. The show must go on. Also, the show's not stopping. There's way too much to talk about. Jay, welcome back. You're on double duty today. So am I. So is everybody. But markets are also pulling maybe double or quadruple duty right now with all the headlines, everything going on. It is just absolutely bonkers right now. NASDAQ had sold off a boatload on the back of what we can say is basically Trump said we had talks. Iran said, just kidding, no, we didn't. And everything got undone. So markets thought things were going to be cool. Now things are not cool. Just like that. So let's see what this headline-driven markets, Jay. Have you taken any trades since then?
I have. So I ended fast markets up about $530. I hit a P&L high of $1,500, and right now I'm sitting at 1020. So we'll see if we continue to see some opportunities. I set a personal trailing daily loss limit, so can't give back more than $100 right now. I'm $500 off the P&L high, but we're seeing some opportunities here. Up a G. Don't mind locking it up there, but these markets are moving right now. We'll see what happens. I'm looking at the S&P right now. On the S&P book, there is a ton of size. 1,300 lot at 66.35, another 1,000 lot at 66.33. We saw that 1,000 lot in the Nasdaq at what price was that? Sent it to Andre, 485s, and they pulled it. So kind of what it looks like to me, Dolby, is that they're selling in front of these bids, right? Just someone's putting up some size out there, selling in front of it, and then pulling it so the market has the room to run lower. We did just come down to full session VWAP in both the Nasdaq and the S&P here, so we will see. But again, as headlines continue to move and come out here, we'll see some volatility. So oil back above $90. Great trade that you just had, 100 point banger there in the Nasdaq. Let's see if we can get something.
Yeah, close to it. Yeah, Weston, close to it. So we'll see. I love you, chat. So we'll see what. We'll see what happens here. I think we have Braden coming in, maybe momentarily in about 10 minutes. So it'll be fun to see what he's up to. But yeah, this has just been absolute. Oh, there he is. Oh, nice background, Braden. Let's go. All right, so we'll get Braden ready here. Got NASDAQ trading 24,400s, still doing range under range. Crude oil still kind of bidding. I mean, we were all the way down to the 86.30s, maybe even 85s, and now we're back up to 90. I mean, about a $4 turnaround, $4.50 turnaround in crude oil. So the volatility today has just been absolutely bananas.
Short one micro Nasdaq right here, 24,393. Again, I got $100 worth of wiggle room here, so we will see. But I do like potential flow to the downside. Continuing here.
Yeah, it
Short
is still
one MNQ.
Range under range. Nice. What price did you get?
393s. My stop is at 431s. We'll see if we get some follow through here.
Nice. Looks like Braden snuck in through the screened-in porch, all stealthy and stuff. Braden, welcome to Topstep TV. Look at that. No doorbell or nothing.
That I'm here.
Through the back. Braden, what is up, my guy? Welcome to the show. The markets are putting on a show for us. We are just simply observers of the universe that is the market right now. How have you been trading today?
Pretty good. I caught a trade last night on NQ, then one more about an hour ago. So just slowly kind of building a little bit of profit on the day. We're up about $470 on my live account. So far so good. Just being able to survive this volatility is a feat in itself. So I'm happy.
Yeah, I think so. Survival, just staying alive, being green. It is. So the markets are still moving a lot here. Jay, when we get these sort of headlines or anything, how does it change your approach to your strategy? I think kind of what we're talking about with D is, the only constant is what we have, in our journal and our trading strategy and our risk management. Do any aspects of your trading get shaken up a little bit when we have headlines like this? And Braden, I'm going to ask you the same thing.
So it actually shakes up my strategy, Dolby, I think in a good way. I'm a volume momentum trader, right? And a lot of times when markets are just kind of sitting around, if I'm at my desk, I'm more inclined to take a trade, right? Just because I'm sitting here. But as a momentum and volume trader, there may not be enough flow for a move to continue. So when the headlines start to come out, there's a higher probability of continuation for some of the moves, right? So it almost turns my brain off where I don't have to think and I just have to see, okay, where's this volume trying to trade? And is there a spot for me to get in? And can I limit my risk, right? There's somebody, my trading mentor used to say this all the time. I don't have to decipher the headlines. There's somebody who gets paid millions to maybe billions of dollars to figure out why they should be trading, and I just get in the flow with them. So when there's flow in the market, it's a lot easier to trade. Dee was saying that she likes more volatile markets, and I think it's for that reason, right? If it's kind of just chopping around, going back and forth, then there's a lot more room for my opinion, and my opinion doesn't move the market. So, when somebody else's opinion who has deeper pockets than me moves things around, I just get in the flow with them.
What do you think, that's Braden? A great answer.
Yeah, I agree. It's for me, I like to take those momentum trades too with a mix of breakouts, and it's this range right now is still, the range is very wide, and we are getting some direction within it, but it's still a range. It's been a little bit difficult to take the breakout trades, but yeah, with the volatility, it's definitely a bit of a blessing to have some more clear movement today than we've had the past couple weeks. So, yeah, no, this is just kind of back to normal. In fact, what we've been seeing, the ranges is like I'm waiting and waiting and waiting for us to be done with that, because like I'm reaching into deep pockets, figuring out kind of what do I need to do to kind of implement in my strategy. I've been thinking about doing a little bit of mean reversion, kind of not as a strategy in itself, but kind of a baseline to take my price action trades around, just because of how undirectional and rangy this market's been. But yeah, if this war clears up and we start to get maybe some more trendy markets, then it's just back to normal for me. But yeah, trying to make the adjustments in the current market environment.
Stuff. I'm flat on that trade, and I just went ahead and locked my live account out there. Had $19 left before that trailing personal daily loss. I'll save myself $19. So, and then the day plus 942.50, and we'll switch over to a combine and see if we get any more opportunities. Nasdaq did hold that full session view up there, so locking it out there, and we'll continue to trade here.
Cool. And it looks like we're at initial balance low currently in the NASDAQ, which is around 24,433. I just put it on my chart, so if that's incorrect, please someone in chat let me know. But I have initial balance low, 24,433. Initial balance high, 24,690. That is the lowest point and the highest point of the first hour of the pit session open. That is the initial balance. Yeah, I mean, I think even going back to that question that I asked you guys, I think it's helped me even in this just moment locking in on what my setup is. So that's all you have, right? You kind of realize what your constants are when the market is so totally insane. And all I have is a range and my stop. And that's it.
That's it. I also like being right or wrong fairly quickly.
Yeah.
Right? It's like if I don't have to sit in a trade for 3 hours to figure out whether or not I'm right, I appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely. I've been liking getting into some of these entries where at least I'm expecting it, at least initially, that I'm going to get some reaction in the form of a retracement or something. Should happen around the area I'm interested in getting into the trade, which hopefully it can be quick, and then I can either go break even or just take some early profits and then assess if I want to get back in. But yeah, just getting into the kind of these levels where we expect a reaction quickly, and then it just helps me be a little bit more flexible with how we want to manage the trades. So I've been making an effort to do that a little bit more, so that's doing okay. Not getting in right in the middle of the range is obviously just brutal.
Well, like live data might be frozen right now. I am for sure frozen. I got price stuck at 24,451 in the NASDAQ. Jay, you're in a trading combine, right? Can you switch to your combine and see if is it moving at all or no?
No, not right now.
No. All right.
Let's see. A little bit of
Cool. All right.
See, it should come back.
Happy Monday, everybody.
Happy Monday.
Get this back. Okay.
Brady, your overnight trades were equities?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. I took a I always forget. It's like it feels like a week ago. I forget what happened yesterday after I go to bed. I think I took a long in there somewhere, to be honest. Yeah, I took a long trade on NQ last night.
Let's see here. Switching time frames just to see.
Yeah, I wish I had brought my Trading in the Zone book. I would start reading off quotes and we could start talking about them.
I got the I have it on my phone, Dolby, if you want. If you I know you got a bunch of highlights in yours though.
There was, yeah, I know. It's like my bag of tricks is pulling off the Trading in the Zone for Mark Douglas. It's just a fabulous book. Yeah, Dan, we know. There's
somewhere around here.
You got a physical copy?
It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do I. Yes, chat, we are aware Topstep X is currently frozen. So we talk about something else. That's why we're just going to wait and see. Everyone knows behind the scenes that needs to know. All we can do is kind of just hang out here and talk with you. But one of the quotes that I'm going to paraphrase is that, having a good attitude in your trading is more important than having good technical analysis or good fundamental analysis. I thought that really stuck with me, because just having that PMA, positive mental attitude, that can really help us in our trading more so than almost anything else.
For sure.
And I think what it highlights too are the other times. It reminds me of the times that I haven't had a positive mental attitude and how detrimental that has been to my trading, to blowing up an account, blowing up a trading day. Just staying positive can do wonders for our P&L, and it has nothing to do with trading per se, but it's just having a positive outlook. If you're flipping coins and you think you're going to get the right answer more often than not, that can help. That can help. Let's see.
Yeah, it definitely can help, Dolby. I don't know how many times I've probably come into a trading day knowing that I shouldn't trade just because, something was off, and you ignore that feeling and you're just like, okay, yeah, I'm just going to trade it. I'm just going to trade through it. And then you look at your P&L at the end of the day and it tells you that, yeah, you should have listened to that. So, just keeping that in check, right? And
yeah, that's the worst. Taking a loss in a market you shouldn't be trading, and then it's like, man.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like, I know I shouldn't have been trading it. I did trade it, and now I'm down for no reason at all because I know I shouldn't have been trading it. Oh, it's the worst.
It is, yeah. Chat, we're aware of the issues currently going on with Topstep X. We're frozen on live, frozen in Trading Combine. We're going to get answers. Everyone who needs to know knows. So we're just going to hang out and wait. And when I get the
just
word,
to quote some prices for anyone who wants them. NASDAQ is trading right at 450s right now, 24 450s. The S&P 6650, 6649.
I'm going to refresh, see if that does anything. Nope, still stuck. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Brandon, if you find yourself, having those moments of, self-doubt, negative self-speak, getting into trades you shouldn't have. I mean, does it go away? Let me say, does it ever go away, or is it a practice?
No, I got into a trade I knew I shouldn't have right before the stream. It doesn't go away. But I will say you get better at managing the emotions of it's like you're always going to have an emotional slip up. But it's just about doing it less, right? I do it a lot less than I used to back when I first started trading. So a small tweak like that is great, but yeah, doing it less is really key, because you are going to go on tilt. You are going to get emotional about trading. It's impossible not to. It's impossible not to. Just everybody does. We might be unfrozen on gold. Yeah, unfrozen.
Yep. Yeah, we're back.
And we are back. What's really funny is that we basically just opened right where my candle was frozen, which is 451. So we're at 450s right now. That's unchanged. That's insane. What are the odds of that happening? Okay. We're back.
We are back up. Shout out to the tech team taking care of that quickly. NASDAQ still trading at those 450s that we were talking about. So let's see here.
Yeah, that's kind of insane, actually, for all the volatility we just had.
Right.
For us to basically just open back up at the same price. Okay. Game on. As they, say. Cool.
What happened in between that? We dipped to 370, then popped it back up.
Yeah, right. We'll never know. I guess. I don't know. We'll never know. Yeah, that was insane. Okay. So Jay, you still like the shorts here in the? I'm assuming the Nasdaq.
Yeah, and just kind of all the equities, seeing them be a little heavy here. We bounced up to those 450s, couldn't really hold there. I'm short on one lot. Again, I switched over to the combine. My live account is locked out. I'm short for 437s, and I'm going to manage this one at that full session VWAP, which is right at 360s potentially. I'm going to give this a little bit of room. Stop is above 508, so it would be about $140 worth of risk on a one lot. Just seeing if we continue to make new lows here. I may cut this earlier, depending on the flow, but we'll see.
Yeah, I like that trade. I might be interested in that a little bit higher than
higher
56 level. Yeah, the higher I can get in short, the better.
Yeah. Yep.
It's so difficult to get in anywhere that's not like super premium. I don't know.
Yeah.
If the market's not giving us a lot of direction, then it's like, yeah, we got trying to focus more on like positioning and being really patient. I like in a range trade like this. You're looking to trade it back to the lows, Jay?
Yeah, I'm looking at well, obviously 400s, right? What happens at 400, and then full session VWAP, which is at 365s. If we get below that, then I'm looking at 280s.
Yeah, I like that trade. I wouldn't mind seeing, but there's no guarantee we'll see it. Kind of a retest of the midpoint. I've been liking playing the midpoints of these ranges. We get a really strong move down to the low, like a really directional, strong move on that 5-minute candle, just clean selling. I wouldn't mind a bounce to the midpoint of this range, then look for at least a retracement. If we get follow through, great, but I'll be looking partial out. Anyways, if we can get to the midpoint, but it's looking like this is working out for you pretty quick.
Yeah, this is excellent initial price action for Coach Jay here. Short 437.
Took this one in my live
30
account.
points and going. Yeah, isn't that the golden rule, Jay? The first trade you take after a locked out live account's always a winner. Isn't that how?
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a 1,000-point banger here. Watch. 1,000-point banger. We rejected right at that initial balance low. Also, we were talking about that earlier. Actually, no, that was not. Was that IB low? Yeah, it was IB low. 437s. See if we get some follow through here. We're at full session VWAP about 30 points lower than here. The S&P has some interesting orders on the book, though. There is a ton of size to get through on the S&P here. From 66.35 down to 66.31, there's about 2,500 contracts on the bid.
Yeah, Jay, so speaking of that, have you noticed anything peculiar about volume today or how the dome has behaved, liquidity, average volume?
So we're almost at a daily average in the S&P already. And you know, we still got 4 hours left in the trading day. So today's probably more than likely going to be an above average day, which just means that there's more follow through on some of these moves, which is good. The order book is sort of thin. Like we saw that that move that happened pre-market. We can move so much because the volume is trading, but it has to find somewhere to go. And when the order book is so thin, then you know we're going to get these huge moves, bigger ranges. I thought what was really interesting about that 1,000 lot that we saw on the Nasdaq 24,485s was that it didn't get filled. And I was actually just watching a video on YouTube this weekend about Navinder Sarao. Some of you traders probably know who that is. He had an algo that would do exactly that, right? You put an order out there, you sell in front of it, and then you pull that, you pull the support order. So we'll see what happens here with these S&P orders. 66.35.
Is that legit, Jay? Is that spoofing or is that not spoofing?
He did go to jail.
Okay, not financial advice, chat.
Right.
That is not financial advice. He went to jail for doing that. Okay, it's a nice little clarification there. Crude.
Yeah, don't spoof.
Yeah, don't. That's funny. All right, Crude hanging out 91.07, kind of been on an absolute roller coaster today. We've traded all over the place. All over the place. Oh, but let's talk about group coaching. So we got group coaching coming up. We got Deanna and Anne-Marie. We got Gabe as well. If you're in chat, go ahead and pin that form. Do the group coaching. Get your questions in. Maybe I just stole James's thunder. I'm not sure. Your thunder is now mine, James. Already pinned. Fantastic.
Oil catching a bid here.
Yeah, it is. Chat, if you could ask our coaches one thing, what would it be? Put it in chat and then put it in the form, and then they'll answer it. Or you could ask.
Braden, have you traded much oil
Braden.
with this?
Yeah, have you been?
Yeah, I was trading it last night during that chop. I don't know if y'all were watching it around like 7 or like the Asia Open, but yeah, that chop was something else. No, just ended up getting paper cut a whole bunch on that, kind of expecting a breakout.
In the overnight session, huh? And look at that sell-off. Holy moly.
Yeah. I haven't traded any of this volatility.
Yeah, I got burned on my inaugural crude oil trade, but I feel like the first trade you take in a new market's always a loser. Just like certain rules that just have to be followed for trading, and that's one of them. Something interesting here, Jay, is that are you still short?
Yeah, I'm still short.
Okay, cool. Sorry, Brad, what are you gonna say?
Oh, you go ahead, Dolby. I was just gonna ask, like, how early do y'all like start trading in the morning when you wake up?
I like trading between like 9:30 and 11, and then power hour. Probably my favorite. And then when the metals were moving, I think the overnight session was pretty fun. But it's not necessary to trade right now. What about you, Jay?
Do you wake up like real early and take a pre-market trade or anything?
Not all the time, but my platform's usually up, and I trade my personal account on Quantower. And this morning, actually, I heard the volume alerts going off. And if I'm like getting ready, in the morning, and then I hear that, then I'll just walk up to my desk and start trading from there. But it really depends. The earliest I'll probably trade is 6 a.m. Eastern time, but it really depends. This morning I happened to ignore those volume indicators, and they were going off like crazy, right? As soon as that volume's going off in the equities and in oil, and I just ignored it and came back and I'm like, oh wait, maybe I shouldn't ignore those because the Nasdaq's up 300 points or whatever it was, 1,000 points. So yeah, just listening for volume.
Nasdaq getting a little bit heavy here in the Nasdaq. I was just gonna say, Braden, we were making higher lows on the 1 minute, or sorry, on the 3 minute. Well, guess what? We've broken the higher lows on the 3 minute. So we might be getting another leg down here in the Nasdaq, currently trading 24,377. Are we going to make a new low on this 1 minute range? Can we get 372s? Jay, you're still in this trade. You are up a pretty penny so far in your trading combine. Crude is also making some newish highs on this trend that it bounced off of these 85.62s. So 85.60s up to 91.20s in one stretch, just one run. Did not take us that long. That was from 10:10 to 11:20, so about an hour to move about $5 in crude. Just incredible. What's your strategy with this trade, Jay, that you're currently in?
So I want to see the market's reaction to this full session VWAP here, which is at 24. Actually, let's go to the big contract. It's pretty much right here, right now, right? This red line here, we're holding this full session VWAP. If I was in multiples, I'd take one off here just because that's an area of contention. What I'm looking for is a 3 minute candle to close below that, and then my stop will go on the other side of that 3 minute candle. So I'll pull it down and be in profit. But we'll see here.
Jay, is there
hanging
a
out
point?
At these lows.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah,
Braden,
go ahead.
are there any setups that you're looking at? Sorry, I'm gonna hop over to Braden real quick. Are there any setups you're looking at, Braden, right now in any of these markets? New lows, Nasdaq. 364.
Yeah, after Jay's trade works out here, where's your TP at this? Like VWAP, Jay, or
yeah? So now I'm going. Now I'm trailing. So my stop's at 401s. My exit's at 401s. I'm looking for now the reaction to 260s. 283 is what I'm looking at.
All right.
I might be interested in a
30-minute range low.
I might be interested in a little scalp trade off the VWAP here if we see kind of a turnaround there. So I'll be watching VWAP in the near term, sitting at 300, I guess. And
so the S&P just filled one of those bids.
I'll just play it for
the big ones,
20, 30 points.
Yeah, Filled it at 26.75s. There's another one at 20s.
Yeah, nice. I mean, NASDAQ with a incredible stick save off of 24,346, because underneath that is lookout below. Because we've just been after that massive pop at, what was it, like 6 o'clock this morning. We had a little bit of a bounce at 24,350s about an hour later. Been range bound since then, and now we're back to testing the 30-minute range low. 346, a little bit of a stick save. Jay, if we get underneath there, your trade is going to be looking beautiful. It already looks beautiful. It's going for stunner at this point.
I'm trying to decide if there's room to add to this. Crude oil is continuing to catch a bid here, 91.43s.
It is. Yeah, there's no chilling crude. I mean, I think we're basically just unwinding the headline, is honestly what it feels like. So if we do a full unwind of that headline, we're going to see crude back at 98.60, and I have to wonder how many crude traders are thinking that might be the play. Or maybe a halfway range retracement. That'd be...
Yeah, on NQ?
I was thinking crude, but yeah.
Okay, crude.
Well, so actually, this is interesting. Yeah, so if you draw like a fib and just keep the 50, that news candle that smoked crude from 98.50 down to about 84.33, the midpoint of that 91.48. We're trading 91.45 right now. So we're at the midpoint of that range in crude. So this could be an interesting area here.
2,200 on the bid now in the S&P 6620s.
Great call, Jay. Great call.
It feels like they are just selling in front of that.
Damn.
And they're just putting that out there to hold it up so they can sell in front of it, is what it kind of feels like right now.
Yeah.
I got a sell stop at the low here in the NASDAQ, maybe to add 343s.
Okay, let's go. Jay smells blood in the water. He's starting to twist the knife a little bit, maybe in this position. Make these long suffer. I mean, underneath 346, it gets very interesting, and we're kind of bouncing. We're toying with it right now. And Dan Edmonds, thank you for the reminder. We do have London close coming up at 11:30. So that's going to be in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes for people who don't want to look at their clock. 2 minutes, London close. So we'll
Brayden, did you take that scalp?
there. One of my favorite times. Yeah, did you?
No, I'm waiting to tighten up here against the VWAP. And your conviction is scaring me a little bit, to be honest. So I'm waiting.
Don't let it. Don't let it. This is where when I get too, I'm a good trader, right? But when I get too heavy one side, the market usually turns around pretty quick. So
I think you got this one.
Added 2. Yeah.
Nice.
Short 2. 283s is the target.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Nice. NASDAQ broke through that 1 minute range low, 30-minute range low. Jay, go ahead.
Stops at 355.
That's a beautiful ad right there. You just
let's go.
That breakdown. Nice ad.
NASDAQ trading 24,310s now. Yep.
All right, so now what I'm doing is just cutting these 3-minute candles in half, and my stop's going to go above that structure. So as long as we don't take out that midpoint of these 3-minute candles. So 40 points. Okay. Take 40 points.
We got Jay managing the position here. So how often do you utilize that system for stop management? So you're taking the 50% range of a 3-minute candle.
Mm-hmm.
Is that you do that every time for your trades, or just because this one's particularly trendy?
Once we start trending, that's exactly it. So I really don't want to see the market like in the last 6 3-minute candles. We haven't taken out a 3-minute candles high. So really, I could go above that, but I don't want to give back too much of this trade since we've already been almost 100 points in profit. So I'm using that midpoint as a level of contention. And honestly, Dolby, what I do sometimes is if it holds the midpoint, that's where I'm adding to the trade. But on this one, we got pretty close to my target, which was 283s. So then we start to think, okay, this could be the low of the move. We'll see here.
Yep. So Euro close just happened. Okay, thank you for that explanation. So, okay, man, there's so much going on right now. So crude oil got to about its midpoint from its low to high for that giant sell-off. So 98.62 down to 84.33. Got to the midpoint, 91.48, and got a little bit of resistance there. So kind of curious to want to keep tabs on that crude oil going forward to see if it ends up shooting up higher above that 50% of that move. NASDAQ hanging on for dear life here. Just a crazy market right now off of those headlines. Jay, let us know when you get out of that trade. Brady, if you do anything, also let us know. Chat, well done. Also, chat, has anyone placed a great trade in a practice account today accidentally? Jay wishes he was in his live account still. You're out, Jay?
I'm out there. Yeah, I'm out there. So we got back above that 50%.
Excellent stuff.
Yep.
Excellent trade.
Nice trade.
Hey, crude oil's.
Thanks.
Crude oil's off 60 cents already. $600 on E-mini. Opportunity abound everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Europe session is come and gone. Okay. Let's kind of do a little reset here. Actually, let's do a reset. Everyone's flat, no trades in. We do have a bit of news here. So no perfect brackets remain for the men's tournaments already. Gabe, feel free to run that one.
The last perfect March Madness bracket was busted Sunday. Tennessee's win over Virginia eliminated the last flawless bracket for the NCAA men's tournament. That bracket made it through 44 games and one game better than last year. More than 36 million brackets across 7 major online game sites were tracked. According to NCAA data, nobody has ever picked a perfect March Madness bracket. An Ohio man came closest in 2019 when he predicted 49 of 63 games correctly.
I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Pour one out. Pour one out for that bracket.
I don't think it's ever going to
happen. I
happen.
don't think it's going to happen either. I mean, that's almost it's impossible, right? Almost impossible. It's like some quintillion to do it.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I don't see it. What I do see
ranges
is if we get back below that 50%, maybe getting back into this. But again, like I was saying, Braden, if I get too eager to one side, we saw that quick pop, right? It was that ad, we got 30 points out of it, but right back up.
Just it's been hard to hold on to those big ones. Yeah.
It's
been difficult.
Okay, there we go. So Jay, you were in on one on that one and then added one. Oh yeah, go ahead, Braden.
I was just gonna say this might be one of those trades where you're right about it, then it comes up, takes you out, then goes. That's been happening so much.
Yeah. We were talking about that the other day, right? It's just like, how many times have I yelled at my screen? Did I yell at my screen last week? Man. Just go already. Just go. You know where you're going. Just get there. And yeah, unfortunately, the market does not care. It actually wants you to do that so it can take your money before it goes the right way.
Trying to take your money every day. All it's trying to do. All right, well, since everyone's flat, I'll post a question to y'all. Is there a point in time in which trading 2 contracts is actually less risk than trading one? You get to take the other one off. For traders who are maybe contemplating going from 1 to 2.
Wow, big rip.
Yeah,
big rip.
Maybe you don't feel so committed to hold on to the one contract. Greed doesn't take over because at least you can partial out of one. I'm always a fan of if you get into a green position on one contract, and if you want to add into your trade, you can certainly do that. Get into 2 and still manage your risk and make sure it's a green trade no matter what. I like to do that. I think the flexibility it gives you can give you a little bit more mental clarity as far as the management of the trade. Maybe, okay, I don't really like what I'm seeing around this level. Let me take one out. I still have another one. Yes, I think the scaling factor of using multiples, I guess on paper, you're technically putting on more risk into the trade, right? You're doubling your position, double the risk, but at the same time, you're having that flexibility factor that you just can't get with that one contract.
Yes, that all in, all out. It is tricky. So you're doubling the risk, but you're trading that for the flexibility of being able to maybe base hit that second contract to cover the risk of the second one, if that's how you want to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I have an example. Last night on my stream, I took, I got into 4 micros. Well, I got into a position of 6 micros, ended up in 8, partialed out of half, so took 4 micros out at the top of the move, and then held the others. And I was like, okay, if it runs, it runs. And it ended up getting break even on the other 4. But if I only had one contract, I can't guarantee that I wouldn't have tried to just, hold it and see if we could go. I think especially in this rangier market, it's good to have multiples so that you can partial out of something when you get into profit.
Yeah,
It's
it's
funny.
like a safety blanket. What do you got, Jay?
One of the, I think it was 2 VIP seasons ago, there was a trader that could read the market really well, but they were like adamant about trading the Nasdaq, right, with the minis. And I just asked, for like a week, just try trading micros, right, with multiples, right, maybe not just 2. I think they were trading 5 micros, and they ended up making more money trading the micros because you can hold onto the trades longer, right? Because they weren't comfortable trading more than 1 mini, but then you have to make that finite decision about the trade. But with the micros, they were able to take some profits, like Braden was just saying, and then let the trade play out, and they're able to make more money. So, sometimes traders, I think, look at it as like an ego hit, like, oh, I have to trade the smaller size. We actually hear people on social media say that. It's like, oh, you're not a real trader if you're trading micros. And it's just couldn't be further from the truth. Right. It's like, if you don't want to risk your entire account in a day, then yeah, you're going to have to trade the contract size. But there are traders that make way more money trading the micros just because they can sit through trades longer, right? You're going to cut a trade in the Nasdaq 5 points in profit just because you're afraid of giving money back to the markets. And
it's a good point.
Micros pay.
Point. It's like a mental capital issue.
Yep.
Is really, I guess, what it's coming down to. Yeah. Yeah, like that happens, right? Like anytime a trader like sizes up beyond their means, like the trade typically does not pan out because we don't have the experience of handling that much size in the market, and so we end up making oftentimes fearful decisions, which go counter to what our trade is trying to become. So maybe you end up smothering the trade instead of actually letting the strategy play out. Nice little sell-off here in crude oil. Had a good sell-off, by the way. We were kind of chit-chatting, but we got up to like 91.80s and sold off down to 90s. And that's $180, 1,800 on the E-mini. Speaking of E-minis, I mean, that's $10 a tick. That's pretty sizable right there.
Braden, you were talking about the midpoint of that range. Were you looking at high to low from the the news move that we had this morning?
Oh, no. Well, I was talking about because you got the short. I was talking about, okay, if I'm looking at a retest off of, before we had broken that structure at 400s, I would have liked to see the midpoint at like 520.
Gotcha.
So the midpoint of, that higher range.
Gotcha.
I have a buy position in at 356 just to see if we can put in this higher low on NQ with a stop around the 30s. Try to trade it back to that recent high at 400s.
Said target of 430s. What was your entry? What are you looking for to get long?
I've got a bid in at 356. We've got 3 micros.
3 micros, cool. Yeah, now with the Europe flows come and gone, I'm kind of curious to see what ends up kind of shaking out here. We're just going to like return to normal, maybe just some range bound markets while everyone realizes that the news that we had was like maybe not real or was real. The words were real, but apparently the quality of it was not. I don't know. I don't know how to read the news. I don't read the news.
I thought
we catch this.
I thought he said you can't talk to them. Now they're talking.
Yeah.
Now they're talking.
Depends on the day. Depends on the day. Did we get this headline earlier? U.S. set April 9th as the deadline for ending the war with Iran. That came from Israeli official about 12 minutes ago, 8 minutes ago. April 9th.
Okay. Did Trump say April 9th, though? That just seems like, look at this headline. Okay, an Israeli official says the U.S. is going to set an April 9th deadline, but Trump hasn't said anything about a deadline.
Right, yeah. Coach Hoop got it in the chat.
So what is that? How do you interpret that as news? What does that mean? Yeah, what happens April 10th? Also, what's going to stop Trump from coming out and saying that's wrong? That's not what's happening at
Absolutely
all.
nothing.
Absolutely nothing. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, crude oil back under 90 question mark maybe. We're kind of things have slowed down a little bit, it seems like. After the Europe close, it seems like things have kind of slowed down. Like, if you guys noticed the dome kind of chilling out a little bit, kind of seeing it on the charts.
It's definitely calmed down.
Seems like it. A little Dorito forming on the crude oil and the NASDAQ, actually. So on the 1 minute, lower highs, higher lows, maybe getting a little range bound here. I can't imagine how many traders are even left after this. I mean, most people probably hit their TP or their daily loss limit by now, unless you just don't trade the morning session.
Speaking of TP, when do we get an update on what was his name? Who's up 100,000?
Tyler.
Locked out yet?
Yeah, Tyler.
That was insane.
120.
That is a crazy day.
Split between silver and NASDAQ.
Wow.
And it was definitely not just like a handful of trades. He was trading. He was trading.
That is a crazy day.
That is
that's
someone's
making
year.
That much in a day. I would get.
There would be signs, Braden.
Yeah, I'd be done for the year.
There would definitely be signs.
Book a vacation on the market close. Right, hit that lockout button. Book a vacation immediately.
You'd see me with like a grill, like 2-carat earring studs on each one. Complete personality shift.
Or do you just continue to trade the next day because you're seeing things well, right? I mean, it's tough. It's tough.
I mean, yeah, no, it's. I think there's a ladder of progression that you probably climb.
Yeah,
if he's just like consistently hitting big days like that, and he's cool with that risk that he's taking, I mean, yeah, then keep killing it. But yeah, that's it. That's a wild day.
It is.
Trump speaking. Per usual. Okay, Trump is talking, so good luck to the markets and everyone's positions. We got about 15 minutes left here. Chat, chat, get your questions in for group coaching. That is the next segment in about 15 minutes. Abe, Anne Marie, and Deanna. Deanna was fired up on fast markets today. She got like a quarter of a way through a Celsius and was just absolutely cooking. Absolutely cooking. Tea and caffeine are just a match made in heaven. All right. Now we got the dome moving again, Jay.
Yes, we do. Coach Hoop was talking about those 2,000 lots in the S&P that did get filled. 6620 is that price. Talking about somebody being up a ton. You were long 2,000 contracts, and we don't know if this market participant is long, but if you were long 2,000 contracts from 6620, you're up about $2 million right now. Trump is saying this time Iran means business. We are seeing a bid coming in here in the markets.
Yeah. Okay, I think game on again. We had our fun of quiet. It lasted all of maybe 5-10 minutes of chill, and now I think we're back to craziness. NASDAQ dome definitely starting to get a little bit squirrely. Crude oil a little bit as well. So we'll see what it ends up saying. See what he ends up saying.
He's going to
Braden,
try to.
I have a feeling you're not getting your fill. We're not getting your fill, Braden.
We might. We'll see. If we don't take off.
Would you still want it if it came back down to 355s?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Like, given now that we are attempting to break out to the upside, it's a great question. Do I still want it if it comes back down and retest? Yeah, I don't know if I will. we'll see how it approaches.
I don't know if you're getting it. As soon as we started talking about it, we just bid 40 points. Just insane right now. Actually, we haven't talked about much about gold. Jay, can you pull up a gold chart and run us through the poppies real quick?
Yeah, I actually took a gold short earlier today as well. That's what got me above, got me most of my profits from the day. But gold right now trading 43.90. We got Hoag's weekly kickoff 43.65 there that we did come down and test as a support. Pretty thin market right now on the order book. You're seeing at least a 6 tick to 7 tick spread. A lot of 1s and 2s on that order book. So just be careful if you're trading it because it is very thin. But it's moving around.
And speaking of moving around, NASDAQ is back on the move. Just sold off about 30 points in less than a minute. So back to the headlines. Man, Trump, the market is so sensitive to these headlines and Trump speaking right now. So sensitive. Hey, maybe you do get those 355s that you were looking for at this rate. I mean, anything can happen now. Chat, how'd you trade today? Chat, does anyone still have an account open available to trade? I'm assuming a lot of you trade the morning session. Who still has some ammo left to take trades after all of this madness?
Great question.
Let us know. Let us know. Good on you if you still do.
Oil back below 89 is true.
Yep.
President's kind of just repeating what he said already, which, again, if Iran doesn't confirm it, then...
Right, like seems like
what does it mean?
A disconnect between the two as far as communicating headlines. KD Trader is red but still alive. Congratulations. KD, what's your game plan for the rest of the day? You still have mental capital left to keep on taking trades with everything that's going on. Power hour should be very interesting. Actually, I think every minute of this day is going to be interesting. Guys, I don't think this day is done. Not even close. Ooh, Scott
Gold pulling back here.
In a practice account. Okay. Jay, do you have any insights into gold with its massive sell-off? Is it the dollar? Is the dollar becoming super popular?
That's what it seems like. The dollar was at its highs of the year a couple days ago, and it is holding up pretty well. I've actually taken that correlation trade in the euro last week, getting short the euro as the dollar was catching a bid. It's down today, but I think that's probably what we're seeing in gold.
Yep. I'm definitely not showing off my silver coins anymore on air. That was fun for a week.
Coach Vince was out here brokering deals with those silver coins.
Yeah,
I forgot what his price was.
I think we're like the 90s. It was like 80 or $90. Yeah, I definitely top ticked some silver for sure. Whatever, hang on to it. Okay, got a nice little stair step pattern for me here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Nice little range over range. See what happens. Getting back to Jay's original short entry that he covered. Future Farmer says, Braden never sleep. I watched him for 3 hours last night. Braden, what is your sleep schedule? That's actually a good question, Braden. When do you sleep? You're on here a lot talking about trading.
We had a good live. It was a lot of fun last night. So when it's a fun time, we stay live a little bit longer. I did not know it. Yeah, I guess I stayed live from like 7 Central to 10:30. But we were having a good time. So no, don't go to sleep late, like midnight, which I guess is pretty late. But we wake up. I don't trade the open, so I don't need to be up very, very early. So
that's good.
I start trading at like 9 Central.
I'm with you on that. Open's overrated. Some of my best trading days are the days I slept in and missed the open. Not worth it.
I don't know, man.
Not good for a range trader.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Not good for range trading. The market's still trying to figure itself out for the first hour. Hard to find a good range. Who am I? Who am I going to be today?
Yeah, the open is just insanity. I don't know how people trade it.
Mm-hmm.
I was turned off to that idea so early in my trading journey. Like I just did not. I was like, oh, this is insane. Can't trade this. Like first week.
All traders go through it.
Traded it since.
I think every trader goes through I'm going to trade the open. And then after X amount of time, it's like, yeah, it's not a great idea. Not a great idea. Some traders thrive during it, but it's its own little like microcosm of a trading world. You'd have to have almost a totally different strategy than any other time of day, at least in my opinion. Real wide stops. Oh, NASDAQ getting wiggly again. And so is Crude. Okay, so Crude and NASDAQ both kind of selling off here. NASDAQ topped out around 24,424. Ladder is starting to get a little bit squirrely on the ladder, trading down 24,380s, about a 40-point sell-off there in the NASDAQ. Maybe a inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute. It's kind of what it's looking like to me. The neckline would be right around 24,372. Ovi in chat says, the open has wiped out a lot of my combines. Me too, man. Me too.
So good
Great.
idea
What's the
by
rest of your
Daniel.
day? Oh,
We are rejecting at the IB low here in the NASDAQ. Daniel's asking, do we get back in short if we get a close below the IB low? Of course, nothing we say here is for, trading or investment advice, but that would be your risk limiter, right? If we reject at that initial balance low, then price acceptance back inside there tells you that you're wrong on that trade idea. So could it work? It absolutely could. I'm going to be a little bit cautious with the president pumping his bags right now, because he's going to try to get this market to stay up. But yeah, that would be where you would limit your risk.
Hey, user in the YouTube chat, username love Topstep.
It's a great name.
That's a cool name.
Love you too. Hope you
Winning
traded
name
well.
of the day.
There was someone in chat. We're coming up on time here, actually, but there was one person in chat who opened up a live funded account and maybe just a live account for XFA and blew it in the first 20 minutes. Any advice? One on this. Any advice, guys, to someone starting a new XFA or live funded account? Braden, go ahead, and you can say your goodbyes as well. We wrap up the segment.
Yeah, if you're looking to keep, just it's so cool, man, having a funded account. Once you get that eval pass, you have a funded account, you literally have, and this is not exaggeration, a source of income, potential income, right? If you trade it like a disciplined trader and a patient trader. And there's just no reason to use a ton of size. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So just size down, literally take it day by day, week by week, slowly compound that account. If you're doing good on one XFA, maybe go get another XFA. Just keep slowly compounding it. Once again, those profits add up, and just stay disciplined. Don't over leverage. Over leveraging is a fast track to doing everything that you're not supposed to be doing as a trader. Over trading, revenge trading. It's literally like a gateway to opening a door that is just the despise of a trader, and you start doing everything you shouldn't be doing. So just size down, keep your emotions in check, and keep working it.
Jay, anything you would like to add?
I think Braden said it there. These funded accounts, and it could feel like, oh, it's just a coin flip. I just get another one. It is, again, opening the door to potential profits and, the gateway into what the markets can present. When you kind of speed out of the gate, it's like, you saved up all your money, you bought a Ferrari, and you floored it in the Ferrari dealer parking lot, right? Yep. You're going to crash into something. So wait till you get on the road, enjoy your new funded account. Don't be in such a rush, and everyone does it. I've done it before, but slow yourself down. There's opportunity every single day. We don't have to make $1 million today, except for Tyler. Tyler, keep doing what you do.
Tyler, don't change. $120,000 day for Tyler. I'm sure we'll get some more details into that. But Braden, Jay, thank you so much for hanging out for this 11 a.m. segment. So coming up next is going to be group coaching. We're going to have Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie in chat. If we haven't answered any questions for you, they might be able to. The form is still pinned up top, so just click that and submit the question via the form, and they will answer your question on air. You got an hour with some coaches, so enjoy it. Don't waste a moment. And we'll see you later.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. It is time for some group coaching, your favorite time. And I'm here joined by Deanna and Anne-Marie. Deanna, we saw you earlier this morning. Grateful to have you back. We haven't seen Anne-Marie today. Anne-Marie, what's going on? How are you?
It's going good, staring down these charts. Today the dollar is running the show. We've had a little bit of we have a little bit of a currency thing going on. And so I think that the dollar's going to tell us where to go for the next little bit. So as the dollar bounces, we pull back. As the dollar fades, we move up. And gold is running in tandem for that same reason. It's totally disconnected from geopolitical events other than currency related geopolitical events. So it's been fun to watch. A lot going on.
Indeed. Sorry, I had to sneeze there for a second. Yeah, absolutely.
Notice the word watch. Notice the word watch.
Yeah.
Hearts play
100%.
when the markets are like this. Yeah. Tough.
Dee, did you say you had a copper trade on?
Yeah, she does.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I've been tortured by copper throughout this New York session. I do find that the New York session is a lot more up and down than the overnights for some reason. Anybody else, or just me? But I find that a lot of the moves are kind of non-committal and they end pretty abruptly. That's not very good for me. I'll be honest. So we'll see whether we can maybe get something into COMEX close. I'm still kind of thinking this is a bit late now for a failed auction on copper. Still want to see it back towards the 560. I'm going to stick to my guns and continue to be tortured by copper today. And then we'll see what happens. So
everybody needs a little torture. We all need it.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Can't have it too easy, right?
No. This wouldn't be as fun if it was too easy. I don't know. Maybe some people think it would be more fun, but I think it's...
Oh, no. That's part of the challenge, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. We got an 800 lot sitting up at 66.24.
66.24 in the ES. Wait, below? Oh, yeah.
Below,
66.24,
yes.
864, 865 contracts.
Yeah.
Looks like we're about to come scoop it. Let's see if it trades out.
Yeah.
Let us know if you see that trade out there. And
all right, I will. I'll let you know.
There, Anne-Marie. Let's take a quick trip around the market, see where some prices are, and then we got some live leaders that we want to hit real quick just to highlight some of the absolute monster days that people have been having today. S&P 66.27 half last trade. We got NASDAQ trading around 24,352. Crude oil hanging right underneath $90 a barrel, 89.86 last trade. We got gold and silver. Gold trading 43.77s and silver trading just around $69 an ounce. Micro Bitcoin just around 70,580. That's what we got cooking right now. Now 1,000 lots also sitting down at 66.22 now. So 888 contracts at 66.24 in the S&P's 1,030 at 66.22. There is some size showing up here in the ladder on the S&P. We'll see if that ends up coming down to grab that or if it gets pulled here. Tilt not looking too crazy. We got about a 62% short tilt in the ES. 56% short tilt in the NASDAQ, 50-50 in gold even, and then only a 52% long tilt in crude. So ES is the heaviest out of all four markets that we have tilt data for here at Topstep, 62% short tilt on the S&P. Looks like we want to run away from that size there, Anne-Marie.
It sure does look like it. But it looked like we were going to run away from that 2,000 lot, and then it came right in and got it and turned around. I think this is probably dynamic hedging. What do you think, Dee? These big 800 lot, 400 lot, 2,200.
Have a look.
I mean, we're 100 points above the put wall.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, let's have a look at here.
Maybe so, maybe no.
It's just about, I mean, we are sort of in positive gamma, believe it or not. And that always means some mean reversion is going to be happening, some hedging. But at the same time, it's kind of in between the
big between
area,
the
so
big
that's
numbers.
weird.
Yeah, it is pretty weird. I don't know if people were trying to catch the long and they had to cover at that stop or what it was. But it's strange for it to be right in the middle and have such big size. Because you could see the bimodal distribution. Sorry about getting all nerdy right there. But we have these two areas, the big blue area you see on top and the white area underneath. We're just building a ton of volume, and this one candlestick off that one humorous tweet.
What a nice way to put it.
Sorry. That we've just got, I mean, we are very likely going to fill in that space. I think in times like these where there's news flying all across the way, I have a little bit of an edge because my husband's from the intelligence community. And so one of the things that they talk about is I don't know any, right? I mean, he's never told, in all the years, he's never said a single thing. So, I mean, they hired a good guy. He doesn't tell me anything, but he does look at the media and he will say, listen, that is a crafted message. Pay attention. This is a crafted message. And so what we have across both sides are all these crafted messages. Super harsh rhetoric over the weekend. Hey, you've got 48 hours. Same thing from them on the other side that says, we won't stop. We're going to go after XYZ. And then the unwind. But here's the storyboard. We can't have advanced weaponry without rare earths, and China still has all the rare earths. Iran can't have advanced weaponry without guidance systems that they get from, believe it or not, Israel. So it's just this very convoluted, it's the reason why we are very not likely not to have World War III. Everybody's just in this, and now it's a save face. Let's get oil down. They've removed all the sanctions for Iran. All the tankers in the Gulf that were Iranian under an Iranian flag, no sanctions. They can go wherever they need to. Same for Russia. All the ones that were floating in there, they've removed all of it to try to get oil back to the countries that really hold our debt. And when they hold our debt and the dollar keeps rising, it makes that debt very expensive. So the goal is bring the dollar down. That's going to affect gold. And then we make nice. Everything gets a little better. But I still think oil is going to stay higher than 50s. But that's my macro storyboard. That's your checkbox of, here's what I learned about the market today. And now we can actually address real questions like the ones that we have for group coaching. I appreciate the floor.
Absolutely. By the way, speaking of gold, we quoted gold at 43.77 just a few minutes ago, and we're back around $4,400 an ounce now. So a little over a 20-point move here to where we are trading at this time. A couple people in chat saying gold's about to pop, gold's about to fly. We will find out, but we are back at a big round number here. So we'll see what happens as we get into this section. Let's go ahead and hit the live leaders. So we got a couple live funded traders that we want to give a quick shout out to. We got Tyler A. Tyler A trading silver and NASDAQ has officially locked himself out from trading for the remainder of the day at a high of $137,000 in the live markets today. What an absolute monster. Tyler, great work there. We got Boe, 75,000. Nathan, 35,460. Weefan at 26,900. And Agit at 25,808. But absolute killer day. Shout out to all the live funded traders pulling real money out of those real live markets. Sure, we're going to be seeing Tyler on the payout numbers here fairly soon, taking a little bit of that to the bank instead of just keeping that in the account. Maybe not. Maybe he's looking to scale that account. We'll find out. But he should be getting pretty close to another performance bonus as well, I would imagine, with that type of P&L day. So shout out to Tyler. All right, chat, just a quick reminder. We have one question submitted today so far. So I'm going to get to that one question, and I'm going to buy y'all some time. If you have any questions for Deanna and Marie, or heck, even myself, I'm not a coach, but we got Dee and Anne-Marie here. Prioritize those two lovely ladies, and we'll see if we can get some more questions for us. But the question that we have right now from Nicole is to Dee. Hey, you talked about the ATR and ADR to see if it's a workable trade for you before you get into the trade. Can you explain why you didn't trade gold this morning? I couldn't necessarily understand the reason. It was a new concept to me.
Because it smashed through all the averages. So if you have something that is melting through everything and not respecting the ADRs, smashing how much? Let's see. This was the ADR line on gold. So it's 42.66.3. Already reached at the end of Tokyo, then went down 1,600 ticks through it, eventually reclaiming it. How do you limit risk there? When something overshoots a level and it's potentially very news driven, could keep going down to 4,000 and below. So ADRs give you two pieces of information. It's not just one. One is in a normal day, that's the expected rough move. It's not an exact science because it can overshoot and reclaim, but that overshot cannot be 1,600 ticks. It has to be within maximum of about maybe 15% of the overall average. When it overshoots, you're now in danger of looking at the single direction day that just doesn't respect any averages and it just keeps going. At that point, the averages do nothing for me because they're not really relevant on that day. You're looking at another piece of information, an expansion of the range. So therefore, we must look elsewhere for orientation. That's why I didn't go, hey, let's go long based of ADR. Overshot was too much. Now, normally, on most days, the averages will be respected reasonably. But there are also some days where they overshoot by those 15% and they stay there and fizzle out. They don't do anything else. So you have to match the time of day and the assumption of what the direction should do at that time of day with the level. So it's not just the level, let's play it. What typically happens with ADRs that are respected, you could see them getting touched in Tokyo, but then the price action stays pretty flat until COMEX, for quite a few hours, and then they bring the reversal. But if they overshoot so much that they invalidate the level, that's no longer a level. It's just a random area that's maybe was relevant yesterday, but not today. Does that make sense? So it's a twofold measure. Is it a normal day or are we in an outlier?
Okay. I like it.
Yeah.
Nicole, hope that helps clear things up for you from Dee's session earlier this morning with us on Fast Markets. And obviously Metal Markets, of course, her primary show here right on Topstep, the YouTube channel, and the overnights here in the States. By the way, the S&P, from what I just saw in chat, we are kind of drifted right back into those mid 6620s. And I didn't see that large size that was previously there.
It didn't fill.
Okay, so
yeah,
that 1,000 lot did get pulled. We had 800 at 24, I believe, was it Anne-Marie? And then the other
Yes.
1,000 at like 22 even, I
Mhm.
think.
Yep.
Yeah,
And they
so
both
no
got paid.
size really traded out where we are now, but we're holding bid right here at 66.30 in the ES, 360s here in the NASDAQ. Gold also trying to catch a bid here off the 43.90s, back above 4,400. Silver holding that 69.50 line here. Crude oil kind of still looking at 90 as a potential point of resistance right now, kind of holding underneath, failing to close above $90 a barrel in the last 20, 25 minutes. Steve had a question that's really quick and something unrelated to what we're talking about now. But Steve asked, when is the current discount? He's referring to the Alex Ferreira promotion we had since he got an alley, an aspen named after himself. We did a promo for up to five trading combines, the no activation fee combines, and it was $26 off. That promotion, you can use code AlexGold, and that promotion ends April 1st if you have not taken advantage of that yet. So, Steve, April 1st. Let's see here. Couple other questions. Wow, yeah, you guys really started to bring up that form. Holy mackerel. All right, you're flooding me with questions now. Let's do this one. What did you learn from your biggest loss? Anne-Marie, you want to start with this one? What did you learn from your biggest loss?
That I was a moron managing risk, essentially. No. Well, I'm going to lay it straight. That really, that was it. My biggest loss sent me into a mental tailspin. And it was actually, I was trading a silver contract. It's the most dollar amount I've ever lost on a trade, a silver contract way back in the day. And I remember thinking, wow, you have got to stop trading until you figure out what you're doing, because you are not going to be able to move with size anywhere or even move at all if you keep going like that. And so that really was it. It was my point of reckoning. Either you change or you're going down with the ship, honey, and make your choice now. Which is, I'm a little bit of a donkey in terms of being stubborn. Brian Regan also says they have a tremendous sense of humor, which I don't know if they do, but maybe I'm a donkey there too, because I think I have a great sense of humor. But besides that, I really took a long time to figure out what was going on. But that kick to the head was a significant one-off event that made me go, you better straighten up and fly right, or you're going to be done. So that's me.
Real. Dee, how about you?
Yeah, my first loss was after 2 years of building up an account, and I was great at risk management. And then I started thinking I can do no wrong. Guess what? I could do wrong. And that put me on a path to find out how our brains work, why it happens. So I started learning a lot of stuff about neuroscience and psychology, but mainly neuroscience. And that's why I know so much about it, even though I still consider myself a layman. But I probably know, I would say that I am aware of how it functions and what I need to do to get myself back in the lane, so to speak. But it was like yourself, Anne-Marie, I found it was a pretty big defining moment where I'm like, I can never lose control like this. And I need to do everything in my power to change that. Yep. So for me, that comes in the form of writing things down with my hand. So every time I want to really remember something, I will write it down on a piece of paper for several days, several times. I call it the Bart Simpsoning. but some of my market stalkers have called it lovingly the writing exercise, which is a much better way. But I just thought the Bart Simpsoning is hilarious because that's what he does. Like things not to do, and then he has to do it 100 times on the blackboard. Well, I just use a notepad. And it has to be done before you go to bed because it has this whole thing that happens when you sleep. So to me, that was extremely successful. I actually went on to use that in music as well. So yeah, it was a huge learning moment. It wasn't comfortable at all. In fact, it makes you feel like you've gone through a form of a second death of some sort. Something dies inside of you. But something is also born at that time. The ability to learn, to get better, and you use that worst moment to push forward so that you try and not repeat those mistakes ever again. Very difficult, but it can be done. You know, it's a question of what are you willing to do in order to make this work? And if you give me excuses like I hear all the time, I don't have time. Oh, you know, I am too busy doing this. But I love trading NQ. You know, all of this stuff that is maybe not the best for your trading.
I feel
You keep
attacked.
doing it. I'm sorry.
Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead, Dee. Finish your
Yeah. So this is exactly what I hear. It's like, oh yeah, I feel like you're talking to me, but it's just the reality of a lot of people. And you know, I always get emails from people going, "Hey, can you help me out?" And you know, for the emails, I will always give you some piece of suggestion how to proceed, and I will share what's worked for me, what's worked for my students, and then it's really up to you whether you're going to start working on yourself. And then there's the other side where, you know, some people who are slightly older, they're like, I don't have time not to be profitable for 6 years. I'm like, well, yeah, welcome to the game, because you can't jump over hoops in order to get to consistent profitability. You still need experience. You still need screen time. You still need to journal so that you identify your pain points. And until you know that, all you're doing is just turning up, clicking buttons, and not really advancing. And I've seen people do that for 20 years. And then suddenly they're like, something needs to change. And I'm like, so it took you 20 years to get there. It's like, okay. It took me a lot less. So yeah, those are just some of my lessons. And I think we all have to go through that lesson. It's not something that somebody can tell you. It's one of those things you have to live through yourself.
Yeah. 100%.
Agreed. I side with Anne Marie a little bit more on the simplicity of just like stop being a dumbass. You know, like that's kind of
that's negative self-talk, though. It's negative self-talk. I don't like that.
In reality, though, that's what I was doing. You know, my biggest loss was purely just because I was being an ass. I mean, you know, donkey.
Yeah, but have you asked yourself why you're being an ass?
Yes.
Like,
exactly.
Why is it happening? This is what you need to get to the root. Yes, because I had a guy who I was doing my call for the coaching that I do, and I said, "Can I see your journal?" And I kid you not, he said, "Muppet trade, Muppet trade, Muppet trade, Muppet trade." This one followed it, Muppet trade, Muppet trade, and I was like, "But you didn't explain yourself." It's like, I know, okay, yes, it was a stupid trade, I get it, but why don't you explain more to yourself? Like, what was the cause of it? What was the mental trigger? Was it because you lost the other trade? Like, that's the stuff you should be, you know, writing down, not just plain simple Muppet trade. It's like, that's not going to be useful. So yeah, just like a little bit more depth, and, you know, try to find out what led to that horrible decision to do whatever you did. And then just to get to the roots of it and then work on it. Just one thing. And it's always one biggest thing in the beginning. You can deal with the little problematic things later on, but there's always something that you're doing. Like, let's say, oversizing after a loss. That's one big thing that you're doing. And you need to replace the oversizing and immediately entering into another trade with more size. So maybe just change it next time. Well, I can't help it, and I will enter a trade, but I will enter it with either the same size or smaller size. So that's like one tiny step in the right direction. And then, I have the other side of traders who like to be so elaborate that their journals look more like Dear John letters, where they're trying to break up with the bad side of them. But it's so deprecating that, again, it doesn't serve any purpose.
Yeah.
So they're like, "You're an idiot. Why did you do that? This was a completely stupid thing to do." It's like, that's not constructive. So you need to get to the root of the trigger. What was the point where you lost it? Like, you lost the plot and you started doing stupid things. That's the thing you need to write down.
Yeah, I had to quit to figure it out. And that loss made me, I had to just stop. I did. It just happened to coincide with my husband looking at the accounts going, "I don't think you know what you do." Just saying. Call me crazy. Yeah.
It's nice that he was so chill about it.
Oh, yeah. No, that's the toned down version.
I see. Okay,
yes.
Gotcha.
Yes. In the meantime, he's sharpening the knives in the background. Kidding. Jokes.
Walking behind you whilst walking down the stairs. And going, Did I? Should I?
Okay, how did we get here? This is bad. Let's swerve to the right.
Let's circle back to these markets real quick while my light is giving me a strobe light over here. We got the NASDAQ and the S&P. They were looking like they're about to make some new session lows, but we bounced off the 6620s and the S&P about 10 points higher now in the 30s. We got NASDAQ bounced off the 320s back around 357. Oil continuing to hold 90, around $89.15 per barrel last trade. Gold made another new high here recently in the last 5 minutes. Traded as high as a little over 44.15. About $5 an ounce beneath that right now. Holding pretty strong. Silver also making another attempt to maybe get back to around $70 an ounce here. All good things. All right, we got some more questions. Holy mackerel, you guys put a significant amount in the question form for me. How do you train emotional neutrality after a big win or a big winning day? This is from Julian. Shout out to Julian. That's a good question. How do you train emotional neutrality after a big win? E, why don't you start with this one?
Through experience, I think, and awareness, self-awareness. So you feel an emotion, again, write it down, and just continue to be self-aware every time that emotion crops up, whether it's fear, whether it's anger, frustration, hesitation. Be aware of it, and then write it down, and then try not to give into it. Try not to ride the wave of that emotion. Eventually, I don't think you ever train emotional neutrality. You just get better at recognizing the moments that lead to bad behaviors. But we're not robots, so you can never be like, "I don't care." You always care, because it's a position. And Jack actually said something the other day that that resonated. All of us have big accounts on the side that we've traded for many years. But he said, I would rather lose like 5K on my own account than lose $100 on a YouTube stream.
I know.
And that resonates so much. It's like, why? It's because you care, because people are watching and you want to do well. But at the same time, you will still lose trades and it will still be okay, as long as you don't completely unwind into an emotional mess. Because then that's great TV, but not very good for the P&L in any shape or form. Getting overly excited about a position, I would say that should definitely be under triggers, because then you think you can do no wrong and you're like, wow, this is amazing. And then you have a dopamine hit, which then almost makes you a bit high. And then you just go along to do things that are also irrational after that one big win. So hitting that lockout button after you've done the trade you were supposed to, it reached the target, just say it's done, the end. very difficult. But eventually, just like anything with repetition, things start to get a little bit easier and easier until your brain finds ways to automate that process. And I know that you hear the whole, oh yeah, it takes 30 days to develop a new habit. No, it doesn't. There was another study after that that said it took some people, actually the vast majority of people took, hold on, let me just send this a little short from Crude, see whether we get momentum down. You effectively get better at autopilot behaviors. So you just stop thinking about them and they just become another thing that you do in a day. That's the thing that you should aim for, not emotional neutrality. You will always have some sort of emotion attached to the trades, always.
That's a good answer.
Right. I'm
Emery?
short Crude from
Nice.
88.90.
Saw that
Big
copper
white stuff.
trade's also starting to push a little higher here
Still
for
the,
you too.
yeah, still the negative correlation. So let's see if there's some juice in here. If there isn't, there isn't. It's fine. But it's that time of day where, you know, they should make a decision. And we're under 90. So let's see.
A little pop here in the equities, by the way.
Yeah.
And by little, I mean 20-point pop in the S&P, about a 80-point pop here in the NASDAQ. Not seeing a whole lot on the wire. Yeah, not a whole lot on the wire right now so far. Maybe just a little technical buying coming in or big buying, but quite a nice little rally here to the highs of the 5-minute range here in the equities. Also, gold and silver continuing to push higher here. Micro Bitcoin also pushing out finally of that kind of mid 70,000s, back around 71,000. Actually, just traded 71,000s here.
We got some stops getting run. Watch.
Yep. Stops getting popped. Another push here in the equities. 65.55s trading in the S&P 440s in the NASDAQ. Gold trading 44.34s. Oop says, are the lows in? Good question.
Yeah, very good question.
All right, so D's still long copper. We got a short now also in micro crude from 88.90. Just one micro there to see if we get a little continuation under this 90 level. And Marie, anything you're looking at right now?
You know, I'm staring down the dollar, and so where the dollar is sitting right now is at the low of its 930 candlestick, and we've had this big push up. I'm waiting to see if price action can actually hold above here. I'm thinking that this is a short, but I just want to see how it does above maybe 66.60 if it heads into that zone, and then go from there. 66.58, 66.60.
Okay. Well, definitely let us know if you get into anything as we start to trade around that level here. Continuing to see some bid higher here. 66.57s in the S&P, 464s now in the NASDAQ. Crude oil getting a little bit of a push under the recent 5-minute low. 88.77s and continuing to push here. These lower 70-cent range. Gold about trading 44.40s now. Silver just around
By the way, somebody
$70. What's up, D?
Somebody was going like, D, you're wrong. Give us the study. You're not going to give us a study. I am. So it's in the chat. If you think I'm making shit up. There it is. Go and read it.
Where is it? You might need to send it to me.
It should be in chat.
I don't see it.
People.
I think it might have
I'll send it to
gotten.
you.
Yeah, send it to me and I'll throw it in there. I think it might have taken that
Okay.
link out for you.
There we go.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Maybe I
there's
missed it.
news. There, something came up off of Financial Juice. Did you see it? I just missed it. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, senior Iranian official, Trump does not have the authority to set conditions or deadlines for negotiations. Washington still refuses to accept two essential conditions: paying reparations and acknowledging the aggression against us. Those are the two most recent comments here on the juice. All right. Headlines across headlines. This day is not done. Plenty going on here still.
Yep.
S&P's just topped out at 66.60 to the tick. NASDAQ kind of catching a little bit of selling here right around from that 472 level that we just peaked at. Breaking above the 5-minute highs of the range. See if we get some sustained buying above that, or to Anne Marie's point, maybe just some stops are getting popped and we're going to roll right back down to some new session lows. But at the moment, Crude is looking like we are agreeing with staying under 89 here. Let's see if we can get some sustained selling underneath 89 for D's crude trade. The equities will continue to rise.
If the news are saying that he was wrong, then that surely is then against my trade. But we'll see. We do have the last 60 minutes of NYMEX. It could be a bit of technical hedging. Just fighting the headline risk here.
Well, you got some reasonable size on to fight the headline risk for sure. It's a little different if you had, a mini or two on crude versus the one single, micro.
Yeah. That would be quite expensive.
And you got to stop on. So no matter what, you'll have an exit.
Yeah,
you might not get the price you wanted, but you'll get an exit.
That's true.
All right, I got a couple other questions here. So Stephen asked, where do we look for the large size orders and how do you know if it was filled or pulled? So Stephen, what we're looking at typically is the DOM, the level 2 data in the depth of market tool off to the right. So you can see in Dee's chart right now that her screen is up on the right-hand side, that depth of market DOM tool in Topstep X, that's typically where we're gathering this information. But you do need level 2 data to be able to access more than the first tick above and below, the first essentially bid and ask above or below the market. Level 2 data is a secondary or additional charge coming straight from the exchange. There is additional cost on a monthly basis for that data, but that's what we're referring to when we go see larger size appearing, and it's only showing limit orders, resting limit orders. And then whether or not something's traded, you can use something like the time and sales, for instance. Time and sales that Dee's enabling right now briefly are showing you kind of where to find that in the add components. Time and sales will show you all the different transactions taking place, and you can filter as well. There's a filter right next to the contract, so you can put in a specific amount of contracts you're looking for as the minimum baseline. So if you're not just looking to see singles trade out at each individual tick, then you can set that up to a higher filter. And then every time something exceeds that filter or meets that, then it'll appear for you. So a combination essentially of level 2 data through the DOM and time and sales. I know Anne Marie uses a different tool, an external platform that she sees similar to Bookmap that kind of allows her to see large orders being filled at particular prices. And it's more of a visual tool rather than, more of a numerical tool like the DOM is. And time and sales. Hope that answers your question, Stephen. And you can find the level 2 data package inside your Topstep dashboard, or any potential, firm or account that you have. You need to go to the source of where you're getting data from and then pay the exchange for that level 2 data.
I'm out.
Okay. Not seeing what you're liking there. Popping back above 89.
No, because I'll show you. I can't show you Bookmap because I'm on my laptop. But I just saw like a huge sweep to the opposite side and they're just going the other way. And my copper trade was right up against that gamma flip level. that needed to break this time around. Didn't happen. So yeah, it's just headline risk all over the place, and I'm not going to hold trades against what's coming out. And this is against what's coming out. So I was expecting. Right.
Sorry. Lot just went off at the 46s.
Let me see what it is.
JD says it did trade
46.
out.
Yep, 46. Pardon the interruption.
Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Yeah, so it when they start to run it back the other way with quite some strength, and the news is in favor of crude oil longs and against what Trump said, don't want to be on the other side. So early exit it is. Just one of those days. One of those days where you're expecting the big move, because I think we're all expecting something miraculous to happen because of that big candle. But what we've ended up with is a hangover day where, yes, there's a range, but it's just a range. It is big, but it's still a range. And yeah, so I'm basically just fighting against that. And, I'll take $100 on a day when I'm not really managing to get into the flow of that. And yet the ranges are so massive that I don't think I have the patience to wait for the edges today.
Yeah.
Got you. We did see one more additional comment there, by the way. A senior Iranian official said the issue of closing the Strait of Hormuz and planting mines remains on the table in anticipation of any reckless American action. That was the third and final comment of the three that we got just before the 40 mark here in the hour.
I did say this morning, I said, I'd be highly suspicious of this complete and total resolution. And here we are. And it turns out that half of it wasn't true. So, yeah. So much for that.
It's like a he said, she said thing at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just, I said this, other party comes out and said, well, I said this, or I didn't say anything at all. And, that's kind of what we're seeing right now. So that go ahead, Emery.
I think there's a lot of, how do I put this? I'll just be flat out. That's what I do. I think there's a lot of testosterone here, and nobody wants to look like they're weak. Right? Nobody wants to look like they're giving in. But the back channels, all the back channels are probably giving in somewhere that's at least important enough to keep us from oil going back to $120 or, whatever. But you just can't believe anything right now. Really, you can't. Yeah. You just have to go, okay, I'm going to try and trade this level. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And that's really all you can do. You can't really do anything else at this time, in my mind, anyway. But
very true.
Who was the guy that just made 140 grand today? He said something totally different. He said, yeah, you can. And here's how you do it. So what a catch at 7:00 this morning. Unbelievable.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. All right, so equities right now, S&P's trading 66.42 half, NASDAQ trading right back around 24,400. We got crude hanging right around that $89 level. It's a little bit of a kind of pull off what we were just doing here in the last 10 minutes. We got gold trading 44.18s. You got silver trading 69.63s, and micro Bitcoin trading right around 71,000 still. We got a 50-50 tilt here in the S&P, 52% short tilt in the NASDAQ, 54% long in crude, and 52% gold. So everybody's pretty split right now on where we could go from here. Of course, with all the headlines, anything can happen today. So risk on for sure, but manage that risk. Get those stop losses in place. And as Anne-Marie said, all you can really do is, if you're going to decide to trade, right, trade your plan. And if the plan fails, market doesn't agree with it, and you move on to the next day, next opportunity. Absolutely. And but do keep an ear out on the wire. Financial Juice will stick around. Topstep TV, obviously, will be continuously keeping an ear on what we got cooking for the back half of this afternoon. We do have a couple other questions. I think we can squeeze another one in here. A question for Deanna and Anne Marie. James says, thanks for taking your time to share your knowledge. Deanna, when you're trading RBOB, is there a correlation between RBOB and crude or WTI? Do you use those to measure movement at all?
I don't use them to measure movement. Now, I will be straightforward now to say that I'm not trading RBOB much these days because it's gone a little bit insane. Because it's a more volatile, thinner product than crude oil, which is already thin and volatile. Well, RBOB is that times 4. Okay, so managing risk on prop, a little bit difficult on RBOB at the moment. But some points in regards to crude oil and RBOB, most times of the year, RBOB will be a derivative of crude oil, whatever it does, and then sometimes it's weaker, sometimes it's stronger, depending on seasonality. Right now, we are in a time of the year when up until now, all the way through till mid-May, RBOB tends to be in a bullish environment. So if you're going to long something, I would long RBOB, but only if I can adapt the size of the order to match whatever I'm doing in crude oil. On prop accounts, you can't really do that unless you have a big old padded balance in there. You can't do it with 5K. You can't really do it safely with 10K. So I typically don't even touch RBOB until there's like 20, 30, 40 grand in there, especially not when it's moving 3,000, 4,000 ticks a day. Very volatile. But the way I approach it, let's say that I'm looking for a mean reversion return to VWAP as let's say a failed auction of some sort. If crude oil is still not at its own VWAP, but RBOB is, I will actually extend my RBOB target until crude oil hits its own VWAP. And then you will see that they start to react. At the moment, we do have a spread between the two of them, which is seasonal. So RBOB tends to run further to the upside than crude oil. So that's another thing to keep in mind. So you have to know a little bit more about the correlation. You could probably find that information on some sites that deal with like seasonality and stuff. Because they take like the last decade and then they look at a time period. That doesn't mean that RBOB is not going to go into heavy shorts on the day. But as a whole, when you look at it on a month-to-month and year-to-year basis, you will see that there's a clear seasonal tendency for RBOB to go up. So another thing that I'm looking at, let's say that crude oil opens above value, but RBOB opens inside value. I will take the RBOB open sentiment to create my hypos over expecting that it's just going to be a range day on RBOB because we're opening inside balance. Things like that. So hopefully that helps. That's how I look at it, but I definitely do use crude oil levels to find my way around RBOB.
Awesome. Thank you, Dee. Anne-Marie, the second part of James's question was geared towards you, referring to super trend. Your super trend setup. Can you explain what you are looking for as far as technicals when it comes to using super trend?
Absolutely. What a great question. Wow, both of those questions, both of those elements, very thoughtful. Okay, so let's put the super trend in here. So for me, all I think about is my super trend moving down or up, and where's the last area of support? So, for instance, before we had this absolutely bananas candle, everything on that super trend, oh, it's not very bright, is it? Let me change the colors so we can see them just a wee bit better. Okay, so here's the super trend, and we're looking at a 30-minute candlestick formation. And so what I will do is just look for the super trend to continually move downward. How I'm going to trade it is by staring down my VWAP, which, wow, is there a sea of red around here? Let's turn this to another color. So I'll make sure that my VWAP is downward, and then I will bounce into the lower highs and then take the trade down. What people have a tendency to do with super trend in volatile markets like this is tighten up the range, and then you end up falling in and out of the trade all over the place. This reflects the commentary that Dee had a little bit ago about, I mean, if you're looking at ATR, which Supertrend uses, it's so expanded that the risk event is incredible. So if you're thinking, hey, this might be a bounce, here's my VWAP that I just recovered. I'm trying to hold above. So if I go long here and I'm staring down my super trend, that's 75 points of risk. So you can't use it like that. It just gives you the flavor of what's going on. Now, if you are one of the traders that, does something like run a 3-minute, you can use the super trend in the same kind of way. It's easier to use on a 3-minute and go, okay, when my super trend turns green, I'm going to go long into my prior highs. And when it turns red, I'm going to go short into my prior lows. That's great, except you get tons of slippage. And so a super trend is only something that says, hey, the general formation is upside, but you want to be careful, especially if you start losing prior highs. And my thought is always, listen, if I'm in a long and I make a higher high and a higher low and another higher high, if I don't make another higher low, I'm out of the trade. Now, the 3-minute super trend here actually tells you that's where you need to get out. But if you're not being wise, buying the dips, you're gonna, unless it's a big, long, beautiful trend, you're gonna end up getting chopped out. And so at the end of the day, super trend is great for saying, that's interesting. The way I look at it, unless you are in a clear regime of bullish upward formations or bearish downward formations, if you're waiting for it to turn green and red, that's a bad way to do that. What you have to look at is, am I continuing to make higher highs and higher lows? And if that's the case, well, then you don't need super trend at all. You just look at a close moving average. Now, I will say there are some traders that use it very aggressively in very tight time frames, and it works generally favorably for them. But you got to have your eyeballs really stuck there to say, okay, I got to buy the dip. This is rotating. I got to buy the dip, or I got to sell this bounce. In general, it's just something that says, isn't that interesting for me?
Wasn't that interesting? I'm just messing with you. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Appreciate that. James, hope that helps both Dee's answer on RBOB and Anne-Marie's on Super Trend. We are running out of time, though. It is time to move on. We've got Trade with Topstep. Coach Vince, Vinny Two Ticks, my guy, makes his return to Topstep TV after a little bit of a break. We're looking forward to hearing how he's been, what he's been up to, kicking back with the family. But in the meantime, Deanna and Marie, thank you both for your time today, as always. I know we'll be seeing both of you as the week progresses. It is only Monday. Tomorrow we'll have Anne-Marie for group coaching and Deanna on Wednesday. So you'll see more of these two ladies. And then don't forget, we got metal markets at 5:30 a.m. Central Standard Time every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week. So if you're up early, want to hang out with Deanna before the New York session, before we come in for opening call, definitely do so. But ladies, have a wonderful day, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Thanks, Gabe.
Thanks. All right, this is Topstep TV. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD, you know, the guy over there on the far right. That's Gabe. He just spent an hour here for group coaching. And guess who's back? The man in the middle, our good buddy, Coach Vince, head coach of the Market Makers, Topstep VIP. Welcome back, Coach Vince. Great to see you. Great to have you back. Man, Topstep TV has missed you. How you doing?
Thank
What's
you,
going
JD.
on?
Good, good. Thank you, JD. Good to see you, Gabe. Yeah, missed you guys. It's taking a little bit of time to do a couple things around here, and glad to be back with you guys and get back to these markets. They're very exciting right now, even though I'm a little bit in the red today. But let's see what we got cooking here. Maybe we can find a good trade here. How you guys doing today?
Awesome. Gabe, you've been here for the last hour, and we know you. We know you by now, Gabe. Did you put a trade on during the break? What'd you do?
I did not put any trade on right now, but I am looking to see how we handle this previous little 5-minute high here. We're trading above the 470s. We reject, get a little 3-bar reversal here around these 470s and get back underneath it. I might look to take a little cheap short with the stops kind of near the 490 to 500 range. But for now, headline market, we were talking about it last hour, got a lot going on still, a lot of things flying. So I want to be a little bit more patient. I know in the past, I typically just bum rush my way right into a trade while we're on break. So just trying to play it a little differently today.
Mm-hmm. Headline risk is on. That is for sure. We've been seeing it all day long. It's not stopping yet. There's still headlines coming across the tape right now.
Mm-hmm.
This wire has been moving. The news wire, that is, has been moving just as fast as these markets has today. Let's do a quick walk around. We'll go around the horn real quick. Just checking on the tilt. In the S&P, we got 56% long. NASDAQ, 59% long. Crude, 53% long. And gold, 57% long. So pretty flat across the board on the tilt. We're in a bit of a sideways market since we opened regular trading hours in the equities and crude oil. We saw big moves coming into the open in all these markets this morning. But Coach Vince, you said you're down just a little bit in the red. That's pretty good for a day like today. Where were you trading? Where were you looking at?
Actually, I got smoked in the ES and the YM all at the same time. So I was trying to get a little continuation here. So I was short around this 40. What was I short here? I was short around the 40s, and I had a little money in this thing, and then I got stopped out in a blink. Both markets actually. I was short, I think 50, 46, 560s. And then when I had a little money in the pocket, and pow, right? It just, I don't know if Trump said something or what, but it was looking good until it wasn't, right? That's the markets we're in today. So, we'll just try to find another opportunity. But the one thing that I was saying is we kind of have a neutral center day cooking in the equities. So the ES and in the Dow, I believe we traded both sides of the range. So in the ES, we traded both sides of the range. And not so much in the Dow, I don't think. But let me see here.
We just got.
I was actually long at one point, and then I covered it kind of at scratch because with all the headline risk, I'm just thinking this market could just fall at any point. So I really didn't like being long, but so far it looks like it was the right thing to do. So we'll find.
We just got the headline. We just got the headline that's starting to move things around a little bit. Pentagon officials weigh deployment of air troops to Iran. That's according to the New York Times. IRGC spokesperson based on necessity, Iran will use any capabilities to provide security. In a call with Trump less than 24 hours before the U.S.-Israeli strike on Iran, Netanyahu argued for the joint. We'll leave that one as it is. I'm sure everybody sees it. Use those types of words on Topstep TV. All right. Headlines are still flying out there, man. They are still flying around. Headline risk is on, everybody. Check your stops.
How about gold?
Sure everything is secure. Let's take a look at gold.
I mean, we're down $1,200 since January 27th, I believe it was. That's a big move.
That is a big move. Put in a low today. 4,100 even to the tick. 4,100 even to the tick in the micro contract. Big fat round numbers. Who said they're not a thing? Who pays attention to big fat round numbers in the markets?
And here's GC here today. 44.21. Got a little head and shoulders going on here, though. Keep our eye on this thing. Put a little line over here. See what. Keep our eyes on that.
I did get short, by the way, just before. So just before that tape bomb came out, I got short from 66.55 in the S&P here. I'm short 2. Right after that 3-bar reversal came in and we rejected that previous little high. And then we got some, movement to the downside, obviously. But I've got a bid in to cover one of them at 66.40 even, but we'll see. Stops are just above. We'll see if we can get a little bit of follow through here or whether we're just going to recover this and go right back up to some new 5-minute highs here.
Sounds good. Gave short a couple of S&Ps.
Where are you short from, Gabe?
Basically 55 and 3/4.
Okay.
66.56, call it. More headlines coming through. They're just breaking down a headline in Financial Juice right now. Combat forces would be drawn from a brigade of approximately 3,000 soldiers capable of deploying anywhere in the world in 18 hours. Terrifying. Who wants that coming at them?
We're kind of in the middle of the range here, though. I'm kind of interested in maybe trying to long in the Dow. But we're in the center of the range, so it's kind of... I try not to diddle in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Have you been paying attention, Vince, the last couple of weeks? Have you been paying attention to the crude oil Dow correlation?
The Dow and crude, very similar. Well, there's a lot of industrials, right, with the crude oil and stuff in the Dow, so that's probably has something to do with it. But yeah, the correlation was pretty close.
Mm-hmm. It was nearly tick for tick. It was an inverted correlation, so
Yep.
I haven't checked out the MRCI yet today. Let me do that real quick. The MRCI's intermarket correlation chart. It still has the Dow and crude oil at a negative 96 correlation. That's an inverse correlation of nearly 96%, almost tick for tick. One tick up in crude, one tick down in Dow. Something to watch.
Yeah, it seems like
does it work all the time?
Yeah, like a hedge.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe.
Very possible. Very possible. A little bit of a bid coming back into these markets right now. We're right on top of Gabe's entry price.
Let's see here. The NASDAQ. No, they all took out both sides of the extremes. Even the NASDAQ did by a little bit. Took it out by 2 points. The IB extremes. So both markets traded both sides, cleaned them out on both sides. We bounced off a value high though from yesterday. That was a very interesting spot, and I had the long in the ES when we bounced off of the value high from yesterday. But then, like I said, I just didn't feel comfortable with it. But it kind of hit it to the tick almost, a couple ticks. Value high from yesterday in the ES is 66.18. Today's low is 66.16. So within 2 points, we caught the bid off of that.
Interesting.
Oh man, I'm so tempted to get long the Dow here. What do you think, guys? Should we do it?
I'm gonna
do it for the fans.
Just took one of these off. I'm gonna reduce risk a little bit. I was into them only in one now. Not a huge fan of fully recovering that. We look a little bit more bullish off that little higher low here. Cut one of them. Vince looking to get launched.
Yep.
Yeah, Gabe, don't make your decision based on mine.
No. I'm seeing I'm seeing the same thing you're seeing though. And I would have loved to see a little bit more continuation off of that move if we're gonna get sustained selling underneath 66.50. So knowing we're back above, retesting kind of the highs of the range here. I'm gonna look for a better location if we do try to go a little bit deeper into those 60s.
Yeah, I'm gonna work along here in the Dow. Let's say here 40. Just gonna do micros here.
Getting in the Dow, Vince?
Still in the middle, but I feel like we might try to rotate to the other side. So let's see here. 44. All right, 44, 60. I don't want to do 5. I'm gonna do 2 Dow, micro Dow. 44, 46, 660.
46.
All right.
What was it? 46 what?
46, 660.
Okay. Vince is working bid to get long 2 micro Dow 46, 660. You know, Gabe, speaking of what you were just talking about, there's something that Hogue said years ago that I'll really never forget. Like, the best trades happen real fast. They don't sit around. The market doesn't like to sit around to wait for people to get on board. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So when you're in a trade and you want it to happen right away, sort of, to really validate your trade idea. That kind of stuck with me. I think about that a lot when I'm in a trade for more than 10 minutes or so. Like, this wasn't supposed to be a long-term trade. You know, I was supposed to be in and out of this thing in 10, 15 minutes. And here we are 10, 15 minutes in, and we got zero movement. Am I in the wrong side of this? You start second-guessing yourself big time.
Yeah, a lot of times the good opportunities, they come fast, right? And they're gone. So, all right, so we're long.
Vince is in the market long a pair.
Micro Dow.
Coach Vince long 2 micro Dow 46,660. 46,660 is the entry price for Vince. 66.51 last in the ES. Gabe's got about $5 into this trade right now. Looking all right. You like it more or less than you did a few minutes ago, Gabe? Well, more obviously because you're in the money.
Yeah, more because now we're seeing that selling can come back in. We're back under about a point under 66.50. Would love to see us not really hesitate here and flush these 40s. I'm really just treating this as a little bit of a range trade. I'm not really looking to get a whole lot out of this. I'm just looking to play the bottom or an exit. If I would have still had 2 on, I maybe would consider holding one further and moving to stop the break even on the second one. But now that I cut one, it's an all in, all out scenario here.
Very good. Very good.
For a new opportunity.
You know, selling pressure coming in.
Yeah, Vince, where's your CYA in this?
Good question.
I'm gonna put it right around 90. I'll put right into this low here. This is 80. Around 80. Let's take a look at something here quick here. Yeah,
CYA like 46,580.
Yeah,
giving this some room.
Yeah, I got 2 micros, so and I've been trading that way for a while now. Because of the swings are so big. I've been trying to, wind up the stop a little bit. Usually, I'm real tight with my stops, but the way the market's been trading, you got to give it some room. You just have to.
Yep. That's exactly what we were talking about during the opening call this morning. How do you trade this high volatility? Low liquidity, high volatility. You scale down in your size and you expand your risk parameters. Help you stay in the market just a little bit longer without taking on any additional risk. Maybe you are on the right side. Maybe your timing is just off a little bit. If you scale down, widen your risk parameters, you might not get out so quick, even if you're on the wrong side. But you're not taking on any additional risk. That's the whole point.
Exactly. Gives you a little breathing room.
We've got a read on Delta.
I might have Delta. Delta in the ES here. Let's see. I can tell you.
Well, Pixiora wants to know, how do you scale down if you're only trading 1 micro? That's as low as you can go, right? We're not trading nano contracts around here yet, but
I think at that point you don't trade. You don't take the trade. If it's too much size in 1 micro, you don't take the trade.
Exactly. Let's see.
Good question.
The
though.
delta.
Very good question.
Is this right? Hold on. ES delta positive 16,000.
Is that overnight or just day session?
No, day session.
Wow. We've been pretty sideways too during regular trading hours.
Yeah.
Very choppy. We're mid-range right now in the Dow, sort of mid-range in the S&P also. You can see. We'll just
Yeah, the NQ's delta right now, the reading I have is positive 3,700. Let me just make sure this is regular hours. No, it's not. All right, so NASDAQ, positive 1880. And ES is a lot, 16,700 positive delta in the ES right now.
Thank you.
Got it. We're just sitting right in the middle of the range here.
Yeah, a little 1 minute Dorito happening now.
Yep, I see where you're looking at. I've outlined the initial balance in the S&P on my chart. You can see we're not quite mid-range, a little closer to the lower extreme of the initial balance, but we're still trading inside the initial balance in the S&P right now.
Yep.
Little fake out to the downside and then right back in the range. So waiting for a move, waiting for the breakout. What's going to move this thing? Headlines, folks. Headlines.
Yeah. When we rallied, though, that was a positive headline, or was it negative? You remember? When we had this little pop here at about 12:30 Central Time?
12:30 Central Time. What happened at 12:30 Central Time?
Yeah, that's when we got that little pop, like 12:30.
Let me scroll back a little bit.
Because it seems like sometimes the negative news we're rallying and the positive news we're selling off sometimes. It's kind of reversed.
Yeah, Vice President Vance and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu discussed the components of a possible agreement to end the war with Iran.
Okay, all right, so they got happy.
That was the comment that came out.
Mm-hmm.
JD, we got 749 contracts being bid at 66.48 even. Keep an eye on time and sales. If that trades are only a few ticks away now.
ES is really thin today. We have like 30 on the bid and offer. So we're usually there's 100. So we're super thin in the ES. There's really no market here compared to what it normally is. 109 though, 66 half, and 145 offered at 52s in ES right now.
JD, I think that size moved. Seen it at 66.40 now. 760 contracts being bid.
760 at 40s?
66.40s, yeah, 760 at 40.
Okay, yep.
I don't think it traded at the 46 price that it was at previously.
It did not. I was watching it. I saw that bid pull, and then I scrolled down. I saw it get put back in. So. Wilson Mama wants to know if everybody made their money before 6 a.m. or at 6 a.m. I know one trader that did. Tyler A., if you're listening, we want to hear your story about today. If you're just joining us, we had a live funded trader in the live markets trading NASDAQ and Micro Silver put up close to $140,000 in profits.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
Single live account.
It's amazing.
Making some nice
money. Trading right there.
I'm about ready to cover this.
Ready to cut?
Yeah, I'm cutting. All right, I cut $94.
Gig is flat. Gave a short
There
from
you go.
66.56 roughly. Flat now. Coach Vince still hanging
not-
on to these micro Dow. Coach Vince long from 46.660.
Yeah, it's just doing
Hey,
absolutely nothing.
what made you cut there though? Was it drop in volume? Was it
Just continuing to fail to stay
Okay.
under 66.50, which is really the middle of the range. Like we're
Yeah,
stuck between
yeah, we're
40
right in
and
the middle.
60. We keep trying to get under 50s, but we keep closing right back above. And I think if I can get a push, I can get a better entry, honestly. I mean, I was,
Mhm.
but 5 points beneath the 5-minute high of the range. So I think if we can get a little bit of another push back into the 60s, I can get a little bit better location. And it looks
Right.
like so far, obviously that might have been a good cut, but we'll see. Market could obviously still fall from here, but yeah, just oiling.
Mhm.
No
Yeah.
sustained selling under 50, and knowing I can get a better location if the market offers it.
Yeah. We're just stuck in a consolidation pattern right now here on the 5-minute in the Dow. Testing out
Mhm.
the, top of this little channel here. Let's see if we can break or if it's going to fail and reverse back down. I'd like to see a break above it and keep going. But let's see. We're just consolidating, right? So chop fest.
Lumper in chat. One trading day per 30 days is the rule to keep the XFA open.
Very true. And that headline is correct that somebody just shared. Iran has agreed to freeze its missile project for 5 years. So there are talks going on.
Okay.
How about that?
We should rally then, right? Hopefully I'm on the right side of this thing. I was on the wrong side the last time they had some good news, so.
Still looking for some headlines coming out. Anything relevant? Nothing new. Dan Evans in the chat. I talked about the 140 grand guy during fast markets earlier this morning. Wasn't trading big. Traded a lot though. Started trading right on the reopen last night. Traded from basically 5:00 p.m. Central Time through 6 a.m. Central Time. That's a lot of screen time. And quite a few orders. P&L low for the day was $180. So he's always up. Never took any heat. Scratched a whole lot of trades. I dug real deep into that trade report. Scratched a whole lot of trades before catching the real nice move.
Nice.
And not trading big size. Just a lot of
do
trades. A lot of small trades. And a couple big moves.
They added up, didn't they? a lot of trades added up. Pretty good, nice. It's a nice day.
I think about 40. Yeah, I think about 40,000 of that came from silver. The rest was Nasdaq. So big day for Tyler.
Yeah, silver. I stopped really watching that one. I had fun with it for a little while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the party's kind of over, or it's died down at least in the silver market.
Yeah.
Deanna still puts a couple silver trades on here and there, but popularity has definitely waned here at Topstep.
Reminded me of like GameStop.
We got GameStop earnings this week.
Oh,
like
really?
10% last week. Yeah. It's up.
Really? Wow.
Stock just keeps going up.
How's it up 10%? Did they buy like another business or something? And they're
let me pull up a quote. Hang on a second.
It's all Pokemon. That's how GameStop's
Pokemon.
even surviving right now. All
really?
Pokemon.
I got you.
Looks like it's up 2% right now. Last trade 23.06. Pokemon's keeping GameStop alive. That's funny.
That's awesome.
I mean, legitimately, they've turned into basically just a main trading hub for people to purchase packs and sell cards, other than obviously going to like conventions and stuff. But I think they're really leaning into the trading card world just due to the lack
I
of
noticed
video game sales.
I was at the grocery store the other day, and they're selling like Topps baseball cards and stuff. I haven't seen those for years. I mean, I remember like way back in the days to collect all those, Topps and all that stuff. And all of a sudden, you're starting to see it on the checkout lines, like all these packs of cards. I'm like, okay, bringing the old school back.
Right? Did you buy some?
Nah, I was tempted to though. I got to find out who's like a good rookie these days, and then try to pick something up.
That's what they do. Yep.
Come on, let's break.
All right, let's check in.
Come on, guys, give it a boost. Give it a boost.
Still hanging on this trade, right, Vince? Still in?
Yeah, I'm still long. I hope we break this little structure here. You can see how it's just been, staying within this little Dolby Dorito.
For sure.
But I'm hoping we could pop it.
Looking for a breakout.
Some spicy nacho.
Let's pop to the upside. Get a little buying coming in here. Might take out that lower extreme of this Dolby Dorito. Let's see.
Come on.
Feels like it wants to push.
It's spicy nacho cheese here. There we go. See if we can sustain this little push here.
Got an offer in at 62.5. Get short. Get a little better location here.
Rough headline just came out. Iran's parliament speaker Ghalibaf held talks with the U.S. In a plot to sow division among Iranian officials. There is consensus among officials on continuing the war. We're just getting conflicting headlines out left and right. There's like one good one, one bad one. They're just alternating right now. Nothing's making sense. Who's in charge of what? Who's doing what? These people making comments, can they be trusted? I don't know. It's pretty wild out there.
Scary thing too, though, like you got all these get the AI news coming out, and you don't even know it's real or fake anymore. It's kind of scary.
Very true.
They kept saying that Netanyahu was killed or something.
He's very much alive. Very much alive.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's all over the internet.
We just had crude oil settle for the day. We should be getting a settlement price. And I got the settlement price. NYMEX West Texas Intermediate Crude Oil May futures settle at $88.13 a barrel. Down $10.10 a barrel. Down 10.28% on the day. Crude settles down 10.28%. It's been a tricky market today, too, during regular trading hours. Pull up that crude
were you working that short up?
62.5.
62.5.
Just a little bit beyond the 5-minute range.
Mm-hmm. We're just barcoding here. Boy, oh boy.
They really are. Looking at this crude oil chart, regular trading hours is very, very sideways. We're almost right back to mid-range in crude.
Again, right now my journal entry. Right now I'm thinking to cut the trade, right? But I tell a lot of traders how I use this emotional trade journal, and when I feel like I'm ready to bail on something because I'm starting to get nervous about it, you got to hold on a little longer. So right now here, journal entry, cut trade, but I'm not. I'm going to stick with it. Let's see what happens. I'm getting that feeling like it's time to cut it. Let's see what happens.
I've already accepted the risk, right?
Yeah.
I've accepted the risk. Let it play out. We're getting a little pop here.
That's what I mean. You start feeling like, oh man, it's time to bail on it. And sometimes it starts to do what it's supposed to do.
All right, we're in. Short 2 from 62.5.
All right, let's both make some money, Gabe. Come on, we can both do it.
Got a pretty wide stop here. I got about a 10-point stop here in the S&P.
Okay.
Trading the mini or the micro?
Value high.
Right?
Minis.
Value high in the S&Ps are sitting at 66.74 value high.
66.74 value high in the S&P.
Yeah, volume value high is actually a little bit higher up. 66.82 and volume.
Ooh, Top Trade says that's the last push. Down we go. We know Top Trade likes picking tops. He's good at it.
Uh-oh. Should I bail?
I don't know. We're
I'm gonna hold a
railing.
little longer
There's
here.
buyers stepping in there.
I'm gonna keep holding it. I'm gonna keep holding it.
Use that market generated information to let you know when to get in and out, right?
That's what we try to do.
$66.65 last trade in the S&P. 66, and we're still popping.
Come on, there we go. Come on,
pretty strong buying coming in here.
Come on,
it is. That was a decent little 5-minute candle.
All right, we're at point of control.
66.70.
Come on.
Vince is holding on. Oh, just a couple ticks away from that profit target for Coach Vince. How far away are we? What's that?
Well, I might cover it value high, just as like a little range bound type trade here. So we're gonna see. We're at the point of control. I mean, ultimately, I'd like to see get up here to 46,900 ish, somewhere up there. But this point of control is up, and we're up against value high. So if we're gonna stay in this range, it might be a good idea for me to lighten up here. So I might just get out and then look for another trade. I'm gonna give it another minute or two though. See if we can keep it moving.
Heard that. A little bit of selling coming in to the ES now.
Yeah, a little
See
bit.
what happens here in the next minute. Just a bit. Nothing to go wild about, but it's in there. Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu says he spoke to President Trump earlier. Even got a line out of Russia. Russia delays change to fiscal fund on oil prices surge. Netanyahu believes war achievements can be leveraged into a deal with Iran. These headlines just aren't stopping today.
Yeah.
They're affecting markets. 66.71 last in the S&P. Another little pop here.
What's gas prices by you guys? I paid $5.30 a gallon the other day.
Just paid $4 a gallon here in Tampa.
Yeah, $4 is the national average for a gallon of
$5.30 for me. I have to use super in mine, but yeah, it was $5.29.
Super, huh?
Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I have to. Yeah.
What are you cruising around in, Vince?
All right, we're out.
I have a Range Rover Velar.
Gotcha. Gabe's out.
Vince.
It's a sport though. It's a HSE, so it takes gas, man. It's gonna be well over $100 to fill it up now, like $125 probably, maybe a little more.
Ouch.
Yeah. I remember last time I had 2007 and 8 when Bush was in. I had a Ford Expedition, and that's when gas finally got to like $4.25 a gallon for regular. That thing was costing me like $150 at the time. It was, oh man.
A day too, right?
I drove it down
guzzled gas.
I drove it down to Florida. For like a vacation. Instead of flying, I could have flew cheaper. It was like $1,000 in gas to go round tripping that thing.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I went very economical on my last car purchase. I went for the hybrid.
Nice. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. Just haven't been able to make the move yet.
All right, 66.72 last trade in the S&P. Check in on the tilt one more time. Not a whole lot of change in the tilt. 61% long in the ES now. 59% long NASDAQ. 53% long crude and 58% long gold. Not a very compelling story being told in the tilt. Some selling in crude oil, approaching 86.50, which is our weekly kickoff low. Weekly kickoff low coming.
Boy, oh boy. More headlines coming out. That was quite interesting right there.
Oh my gosh, right
Let's
back to my
take a
entry.
look.
Yeah. Come on.
Nothing new yet.
Going around with this point of
Eating
control
shorts.
here. Bart Simpson.
Cirillo Soup is saying they're eating shorts. Eat my shorts. Yeah, I remember that one.
Eat my shorts, man. All right. Yeah, I'm very, very I'm conflicted right now. Do I cover it? Come on, Chad, help me out. Should I cover it or stay with it?
Let's take a look at the chart. What's telling you to cover it?
Value high. And point of control.
Value high.
Volume point of control, value high.
You got 2 on. You got a pair on, right? So you could peel one
Yeah,
off.
I'm thinking maybe 1.
Leave
Yeah,
it
that's what
runner.
I'm thinking. Yeah, let's sell 1 for the rally, right? Like Hogue would say. Sell 1 for the rally.
Sacrifice 1.
Oop.
All right, Vince covered 1.
What did I do there?
Sounded like you got filled on something.
That was me.
Yeah.
I
it was Gabe.
Yeah,
What'd you do, Gabe?
I'm short 2 from 68. Got a little 3-bar
2 from
reversal,
68.
nice little rejection of essentially where my stop was. So another stop was a better entry conversation there, but 4 from 68.
Gabe short
All right.
Gabe short a pair of S&P ES from 68.
So I moved myself to BE, right? Because this is where I would be taking a short up here. So if I'm going to play the range, I'd be selling it up here. So I moved myself to break even. I left my ultimate profit target in for the second contract. So let's see what happens. So we're risk free. Took a little bit off the table, and we'll let it play out.
Guys, we've got a couple of 1,000 lots offered in the S&P.
Ooh,
not too far away. 66.73, 1,000 offered. 66.76, another 1,000 offered. 2,000 resting above the market, just above the market. Last trade 66.40, 66.64. So about 9 points away.
Okay.
9 points away from some liquidity in the ES ladder. See if they drop those maybe and go to market. That would definitely help Gabe's position.
My stop is a few points beyond those orders. So
see if they even trade out. They're both still sitting there. 1,000 each. 1,031 at 76. 1,054 at 73.
Wow. Showing
and
size,
Vince, you are
huh?
flatted?
No, I'm not flat. I'm still long.
Still got one on. Still long one. Got it.
Yeah,
got it.
I got one. I covered one, and we got the next one.
Got about 100 points into one of these right now. Had both of them on just a minute ago. Peeled one off.
So we get another little push here.
No new headlines coming out. Been a little quiet. Maybe a little too quiet. Someone's got to say something soon. Just been the theme of the day, right?
Yeah.
We haven't had a moment of rest pretty much this entire day until right now. Everything's just been flying around.
Yeah, we're at an interesting spot here, I think. Kind of. You short ES, Gabe?
Yeah.
Okay.
66.68.
Okay.
About a point in the money on that right now. 46.765. Let's trade in the Dow. Still sitting on 100 points of profit on the runner contract for Coach Vince. 24.505 last in the NQ. Micro Bitcoin 71, 125 last on the MBT. Looking at 50-minute chart of micro Bitcoin. That gap filled pretty quickly. 6 o'clock a.m. Central Time in Bitcoin. Bitcoin gap lower to start the session. Closing price from Friday was 70,155. Opening price today, 68,320. Decent move. Decent gap, I should say. Came back and filled it right at 6 o'clock as those reports from Iran were coming out. ProSwab says short the world. Short the world. What does that mean? How do you short the world? Is there like a one ETF that you would sell to short everything?
Yeah, right.
It's the most evil ETF on the planet.
What would be the ticker on that?
Like DEVL,
Good question.
or devil or something.
DEVL. Tell you, these markets have definitely been interesting. I mean, this whole past month, it's been a wild ride. Been a wild ride.
Ticker hobo. I like it. Short the world. Oh, Mo's in the chat. What's up, Mo? Back.
Mo.
Our man.
Mo money.
Welcome back, Mo. Great to see you, bud. Very glad to see you. No new headlines coming out. We got a moment of quiet here. This is eerie.
Yeah,
haven't had a headline in 5 minutes.
Yeah, it is kind of eerie. So it's kind of saying here. This Dow is, man. If we could take out this 46,800, I would feel a little bit better about this trade for continuation. But we got to get above this 46,800.
46,770 last. 772 last. Right there.
Yeah.
The last 5 minute candle.
Yeah, we picked up some heat on that sell off here. So this 40 right here where the point of control is 46,795. So this is like, you know, we were rallying, we came back, we took out these lows right here, and then we kind of sold off pretty heavy. I would love to just see us get in there, right? But they're defending this area right here, this 46,800 right now, right? The point of control. But let's see if we can get a little push up through that. We need Trump to say something positive for a change here. Come on.
Enough with the doomsday rhetoric.
Right. No more doomsday. Peace treaty, peace on earth, you know.
A little bit more buying coming in equities, just a bit. Got a ways to go. We've got some room to the upside, I should say. Still basically mid-range, at least in the S&P.
Yeah.
Drew our initial balance in the ES.
So go there. Stochastic's been riding overbought levels for quite a little while here since 12:30 Central. We've been in this overbought territory here on the stochastics.
Nothing new on the tilt at all. Tilt is flat across the board. Nothing to speak of there. No headlines coming out. Who pulled the plug on everything? Who decided to switch everything off in the last 2 minutes?
Turn the machines back on.
All right. 660 offered at 71. Still that 1,000 lot at 73. Okay. Here we go. Oh, just got slapped. Slapped right in the face. 600 lot at 61 pulled. Still 1,000 at 73. I wonder if that 600 lot went to the market. So it looked like it was getting close, and then we saw a nice push down, almost 1.5, 2 points in the S&P. Then you saw the 600 lot pull. Saw it pulled, but did it go to the market?
1,000 lot pulled.
Yeah.
Yes, 1,000
You
lots
see
going
the
now
tape?
too.
How many filled on the tape?
There's a couple hundred lots sprinkled around up top.
Come on. Man, we're just sitting right at the point of control here. Look at the volume point of control. It's just sitting right on it.
What price you got for volume point of control?
Volume point 46,790. Just sitting right on it.
46,790. Volume point of control. The single price where the most volume was traded the previous day. Wait, is that yesterday's or Friday's volume point of control? Or are you running a real time VPOC?
Friday, let's see. Actually, let's see if I can pull it up. What was the date on Friday? Friday was 20th. So
Friday was indeed the 20th.
no, we were down. Now we're around the 46,000s on Friday. So let's see here. Friday. Yeah, Friday's point of control is 4680. 080.
080. Okay, gotcha. So
yeah.
This is regular trading hours VPOC we're talking about.
Yep.
1,550 contracts at 74 being offered in the ES.
There it is.
74.
This guy's getting real cute. He's been breaking this order up, moving it around. What's he doing?
Well, you know what 74 is, right? It's value high. 74 is value high. That's why I would want to sell 1,000 contracts too.
Gabe, what was the price you remember during group coaching? The 1,000 lot on the bid? Is that at 46? Does that sound right?
Yeah. Yeah, 46.
Same guy trying to get out. What if it's the same guy trying to get out of his 46s? Bought 1,000 at 46, offering 1,000 at 73.
That's a good day.
24.
That's a good day.
Yeah, I'd say so. That's a lot of ticks right there. A lot of tickies.
Wait, you said 76 and bought them at 43s?
Bought 46s, offering 73s right now.
Yeah, it's like a $1.6 million trade right there.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, we're just barcoding up here around this point of control.
Yeah, I've gone just a little bit flat. We got about 3 minutes left here for trade with Topstep. No new headlines in the last few minutes. Oh, take that back.
Marcus could use a Red Bull right now.
Markets could use a Red Bull?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, they could use a Red Bull.
Could use something. Yep. We are smack dab mid-range in the S&P. Mid-range, by mid-range, I mean right in the middle of the initial balance for the day. Initial balance is the first hour of trading, regular trading hours, 8:30 to 9:30 Central Time. That would be your initial balance high and low. I like to draw it out sometimes. You guys do that? Put a box where the initial balance is?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me put this on a tick chart. I want to see what this thing looks like on a tick by tick basis here. Let's see what this thing looks like.
Oh, Vince Nacho Adam says he prefers a green bull to a Red Bull.
A green bull? Yeah, but you want the bull to engulf the red. You want it to engulf the red. You want a red
engulfing bull?
Yes.
1,500 pulled again.
Look at this tick chart.
This guy's getting real cute.
The last 20 minutes.
That's a tick chart? That
yeah,
looks
look
like
at
some
this tick chart for the last 20 minutes.
right there.
Look at this thing.
Giving you the answers right
It's,
there. It's giving you the answers.
140.
That is a sideways market.
Wow.
I love the chat. All right, 1 minute left. Vince, I want to thank you again for joining us.
Yeah, thank
great
you guys.
having you back here. Topstep TV. We're going to get you back into the mix.
Likewise.
A couple more segments throughout the week. We'll be seeing a whole lot more of Coach Vince going forward. Don't worry about it, folks. Awesome. We're going to step aside, though, in just a minute. I guess it is time to go. The shot has changed. Once we go to that 3-up shot, I know we're running behind. But Gabe, thank you for joining us. Are you still in the market right now? You still short a couple? Or did you cover that?
Yeah, I'm still short from 68. Let's see how it plays out here in the power hour.
Couple tickies in the money. All right. Power hour coming up next. Andre, Ted M is back and Dolby time. Vince, once again, I'll catch you later this week. Can't wait to have you back on again. Good, great to see you again. Thanks for coming back. Always appreciative.
Thank you, guys.
I'll see you around.
I'll be back. I'll see you on a couple days.
You got it, Vince. All right, guys, we're going to step aside. Power hour coming up next. Andre, Ted, and Dolby time. Don't go anywhere. 1 hour of trading left on this wild and crazy day right here on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Let's go. Oh, you, me, Dolby time. It is the last hour of the trading day. Let's welcome to Power Hour, everybody. Dolby time. We're starting to see the markets moving just a little bit, a little downside pressure. Ted will be joining us in just a moment. Dolby time, seeing the NQ riding lower right now, 24,495. ES doing the same. We're catching a bit of a bid in crude. Thoughts here, Dolby? We'll keep an eye on those headlines. However, it's like some bit of selling coming in. Let's break it down.
Yeah. I mean, Dre, it's felt like we've lived like maybe 5 different lives within just this trading session here with how crazy it's been. So as far as ranges go, you know, my favorite thing on earth, we're actually stuck in the middle of the range right now, Dre. So I'm kind of curious to see how this pans out. So I got the NASDAQ open here on my right screen, looking at the 15-minute chart. We'll go to the 30-minute chart. So I used a Fibonacci here. So I just used the 0, 50, and the 100. And you just go from low to high, and that gets us to about 24,520s, 530s, which is pretty much the middle. We did get a little bit of a rejection from there, but we are in the middle of the range, which could be maybe a happy spot for the market here. But I think we're just going to be on headline watch. If I had to look for trades right now, I actually would be looking long and not short, only because we have been doing consecutive stair steps to the upside. So that's just range over range. So I'm not one to fight a trend, but it is a little bit weird as a range trader trying to hop into a range trade in the middle of a 30-minute to 1 hour range. So we'll see how this settles, Dre. But it's been a hell of a trading session so far.
Yes, it has. Ooh, who is at the door?
What's going on?
What's up in the middle there? What's up, Ted? Let's get right into it. Jumping on a moving train. Welcome to Power Hour Thoughts coming in. Got about 55 minutes left. You got your eye on any prices of interest levels here in the ES, Ted? Let's get it.
Yes. So forget what happened with the headline that made the market go up 200 points. On Friday, the implied move in the ES was about 83 points, 83 handles. And that would take us to 66.42 in the ES. That's if we had no news headline and we just rallied up. We hit 6642. That would be a resistance area. But of course, we get a headline that blows everything out of the water. And now we're above 6642. And if you also looked at oil's come off since the 9:30 open. I think the gravitational pull is going to be S&P cash 6,600, which is the equivalent of 6,652 in the ES. If they were going to close it, that's where I think they close it now.
Sounds like you want to do above below, right? Oh, so Ted, real quick, would you mind sharing your charts? I'll take a look at the ES now trading 63.
Yep. So that's my go for the gold, by the way. That's my Alex account.
Oh, it's nice.
That's my go for the gold Alex account. I started on Friday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'd like to creep that thing up a little bit today, a little bit tomorrow, and make that an XFA by Wednesday afternoon.
Dude, love it.
Yeah.
So actually, I just saw someone else in chat who actually just passed one of those. So congrats to all of those who are taking advantage of the Alex Gold promo. I believe it's going until April 1st. So you still have 7 days to take advantage.
That's right.
Of that discount.
Hey, Ted, real quick, would you mind sharing your charts for those folks in the back?
Oh. So I've had all kinds of technology this morning. Here we go. Come on.
Oh,
it's been a day, Ted. It's been a day.
It's been a day.
Let's take a look at some of these prices. We got gold.
There we go. All right, there's my
gold grinding lower right now. We're trading 44.34. Down about $35 or so in the last 10 minutes. We got crude oil trading $87.66. Dow trading 46,720. Here in the legs, you'll see in the lower right hand corner, 51 minutes till the closing bell. It's 41 minutes till MOC. Ted, I'm going to ask you a question. You know how we play this game.
Yes,
for those that are new, first of all, welcome aboard. I'm going to ask Ted what he thinks the price and the close will be in the NQ, and then we're going to put it to a poll. You think it'll be above or below said price? Ted, last trade in the NQ, 24,502. What will the price and the close be in the NQ?
below 24,412.
All right, let's put it 24,412. So about 100 points lower from here. Quiet on the headlines for now. I imagine that won't be the case for the next 51 minutes. Dolby time. Bids, offers. What are you seeing? What are you feeling? What are you thinking here?
That's all fast.
Dolby time's on mute.
Yeah.
You're never on mute.
You got me.
Right,
Almost never on mute. I know. I'm looking for longs in the Nasdaq, and I'm just trying to stick to structure. You know, we were talking about it in fast markets with so much uncertainty in the markets. The only thing we actually know for sure is what our setup is, and what the setup is telling me is stair-step highs. So as long as we're ranging over ranging, I'm looking for continuation to the upside. That's what the market's been doing. I'd rather put on a trade that's in the direction of what the market already has been doing versus something it hasn't done before. But we're in the middle of the range, right? So this is kind of a questionable trade location as a range trader. But, you know, I like longs regardless. I do like the longs. Does that mean I like the shorts in crude oil? Kind of, because you got to get in the similar setup. You're getting range under range. So consolidation, under consolidation, under consolidation, but we have a really big Dorito pattern going on there. Higher lows, lower highs. Really clean pattern. So I don't know. I think this market's exhausted. I think the market's exhausted. Those are my maybe I'm
No, we're seeing a little downtick here in crude oil. $87.51 last trade. And we see some selling.
We closed, by the way. We closed on Friday. We closed at September 2025's range. You know, that's 32 or 37 level on Friday's close. Those prices are the prices you were getting in 2025 in September.
What does that mean to you as a trader?
In the ES?
Yes, yeah.
I would, I'm sure there's I'm sure you hear about a lot of hedge funds and people that are maybe underinvested. And, you see all these traps where people buy highs and then they get a big pullback, and you hear about hedge funds blowing up and personal accounts blowing up. If I was looking at prices that I could get by in September of 2025 this month, I might say, hey, I just got a break. I got an opportunity to buy some things like you look at NVIDIA and all those Mag 7s, they're up $4 or $5 a pop. That might be an opportunity to be buying and saying, all right, I got caught up a little bit. I bought stuff that I wanted to buy back September of 2025. So this might have been a gift to some people, this down move we've had.
That's interesting. I mean, because you've had, I got a bid in at 24,488.
Good.
Yeah. Hey, could you refresh us on your trading past? I believe it was floor trading. Floor trade.
So I traded upstairs. I traded for a floor brokerage. A lot of the clients wanted to trade SPYs and Qs. So my job was managing SPY and Q orders, probably close to anywhere between 10 and 30 million Qs a day. For very smart clients, some of those big household names you hear like Paul Tudor Jones and blah, blah, blah. Trading for their traders and trading for their funds for 5 years taught me a lot. Times when they were buying 1 million Qs for an overnight trade, if I had my own pad, I would have thought, no, these guys are crazy. Come in the next day and they're selling that same million lot up $5 for $5 million profit.
Just like that?
Just like that. Yeah. So you learn a lot when you're trading for other very smart people and you're a sell side execution guy. You start to learn and see the patterns where they were buying and where they're selling. And I transitioned Qs and SPYs into trading ES and NQ.
I love it. Yeah, that's like a unique insight, right? Like, last year someone might want to get into the market here, and now we're back at that range. So maybe this is the opportunity to get back in, right? So you're kind of like, using that experience that you've had trading with really big clients, trying to get into their head, therefore influence maybe your own trading, or at least
It's
the
up gold.
levels.
It's up on gold. Gold down about
We got
gold down about $30 in the last couple minutes. Now gold trading a 44.13, a 44.11s.
497. So sorry, I got to look away at my screen over there.
Oh, good. See if we get a bit of a pop here in crude.
We might get filled here on this MNQ.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. But anything can happen here.
50-50 tilt right now. 15 minutes to the bottom of the hour. ES trading 66.59. Now 66.60.
So 52.
A little more solid coming in here in gold. Now gold 44.09 last trade. Gold down about $35. Wow. This 5-minute candle 44.06 now trades.
Gold chart is ugly. Ugly looking chart. Unless you're short. And it's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, are you bullish or bearish into the close?
Gun to my head, I think they closed the SPX cash at 6600. So that's the equivalent of 6652 in the ES. Anything way above 6652 might be a short. Anything well below 6652, I'd have to see some bullish activity. They could always move that down to like 65.75, another 25 points. But the options activity that Jack would normally call out is telling me 6,600 SPX cash is where they'd want to land the plane right now if they could.
Nice. I think Jack just got some shivers. Someone else mentioned his levels on there.
Well, he watches the DTE and the Gamma, so.
All right. The poll is up. Get those votes in for above, below.
All right.
We're long one, 24,048.
Okay.
We're going to see if we can just retest maybe these like 520s. Risking about $50 on this one. And if we can get some favorable price action. 488s, yes. Is pretty much perfect entry.
Mm-hmm.
Price action's terrible, but it is technically the location that we would want for the type of trade that we're taking.
Gold continuing to sell off. Gold down the 43 handle, 43.99 just prints.
Mm-hmm. 472.
43.98.
Another 50 points. We're at 410, which sounded crazy.
We're going to tighten up the stop on this one. This is not the price action we want for this type of trade. So our stop is to 468s. Actually, we just get out for close to break even on this one.
What's the upside target, Dolby?
Looking for around like 520s, 530s. Like I said, we didn't really get the price action we wanted off the rip, so I'm kind of getting defensive on the trade. For like this sort of trade, we really wanted to see like our 488s just kind of catch a bounce and rip, not see this whole stop run going on right now. But maybe we can get bailed out of this one. We'll see.
Yes, last trade 66.55. You see a 2,000 lot. Yes, 2,000 lot on the bid. Price of 66.20 did get filled. 2,000 times on the bid.
I feel like Crude is trying to push a little bit here. Might be pulling down our NASDAQ.
See if gold can stay bid above 4,400. Last trade 44.07. Poll results are back. 58% taking above 24,412. The NQ on the close.
Taking above, nice.
tightening our stop on this thing.
Where do you have it?
471s.
Okay. Crude uptick in here. Just a bit.
It's got me nervous, right?
Still beneath $88.
Right.
$87.93 last trade. 10 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
He's still alive for now. What's your what are you feeling for the close here?
Me?
Sense telling you. Yeah.
Lower.
Lower.
Much lower.
Says lower. Much lower.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think. What's the scarier trade right now, Ted?
Anything.
Scarier trade. I'd say being logged.
Who is in the negotiations right now?
Don't seem to have clarity on that.
Who's
answer.
negotiating right now? Who is negotiating with who, and are they real? And I mean, a 200-point pop in the ES overnight. I don't know who the players are. So I guess if you looked out a week and you said, where are we going to be in a week? I would probably buy puts in the market out till Friday and let people tweet and say whatever they want over the course of the next week. That's what I would probably do.
We're flat.
But right now, day trading futures, I feel like 6652. We could just churn here, maybe 10 points up or below. But if we go below, Dre, you could be right. We could drop.
We're starting to bid.
Yeah.
Dre might be onto something.
Gold continues to sell off. 43.96 last trade. Now 95. So we'll see if crude catches a bid.
I'm looking to flip sides here, Dre. I might want to hop on the bear train.
I'm actually short 2 MESs at 5.4. I'm using a 30 tick trailing stop on both.
Okay, we're going to offer 487s and see if we can flip direction at actually basically our old entry.
6654, short 2.
That's a total risk of $80.
$80. Nice.
Crude continuing to push higher.
Yes,
$88.33. Crude up a buck, more than a buck since power hour began. 8 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Seeing ES continuing to sell off. 66.52 last trade. Dow selling off. On Q.
I don't know if is the market going to believe headlines anymore after a day like today? That's kind of my worry. Market's just not going to care what even happens. Headlines.
What offer you working?
Trust it. 47s. One of them in Q 47s.
47. Okay.
All right. They seem to want to defend 6652. I'm taking the trade off for a small profit. Cancel my stop.
Nice.
Nothing on the tilt.
Utilizing the trailing loss limit.
Gold beneath 4,400. A couple cents. Now back at 4,400. You flat, Ted?
Yeah, I just think we're having a hard time closing below 66.52 right now. It's fighting pretty hard.
Ooh, got a little bit more selling there.
Ooh, yeah. How do we get in here? Dre? Caveman it?
We need gold. Gold needs to continue to push lower. Above 4,400 right now. But yeah, that's what I've got queued up. Oil continuing to catch a bid. $88.42 last trade.
Stabilizing.
It is, yeah. Give us a normal range. That's all we need. Something normal. We can trade.
You ready? NQ trading 24,471. What's the Dow doing? 46,652.
All right.
What do we got for Delta?
And I'm looking at.
You want to have cumulative Delta out there?
Do not. Someone in chat probably does, though.
Ready.
And crude longs look pretty interesting, too.
5 minutes bottom of the hour. And no time. Sure.
And if
you
can get a little pullback in crude, I'd be very intrigued. I don't know if that ship has already sailed. We got a lot of resistance and just general action at 88.50s.
Okay, yeah, those 52s in the ES, Ted. Holding bid.
Yep, they're bidding, holding in. One thing I would be watching is crude breaking above $89. It could be a catalyst to break us below 66.52. As long as we don't see $90 crude, then I think we kind of hang right here.
Ooh, buyers just jumped in there in
we got news.
I don't know. They took it off right here, like sold it down
off.
88.24.
That was fast.
Sure was.
Crude oil and NASDAQ got real squirrely out at the same time, so I wonder if something's coming out. We're flat. We don't have anything working right now. I don't like when that happens.
What was that?
I don't know.
Sell off. Sellers coming in crude. Just took it down. Wow, now to $87.99.
Holy crap. 50 cents right there.
Damn.
$500 on an E-mini. Just like that.
Watch it. See if the buyers jump back in. Equities.
Looks like we got a headline on our news wire. Iran conflict continues until sanctions are lifted. That's the only headline I see in red.
This is coming from, Until sanctions are lifted. Okay. Seeing selling in crude. Seeing selling in equities.
Yeah, it's interesting, Dre, because you would think the NASDAQ would have taken a massive bid, but no, it's actually selling off as we speak right now.
All right, beneath those 52s, just caveman. 66.48 last trade. ES. Yeah, and Iran Supreme Leaders Advisor, war continues until all sanctions are lifted.
We can get a range in
Iran
crude.
must also be compensated.
Okay.
We got.
See a little selling
You
here.
would think oil would go up on it.
You would think, Ted. It is selling. Oh, it's down about $1 right now. $87.72 last trade. Mention a bid in gold as well. 44.10 last trade.
What's funny is we're just sitting here churning it. Every time I look over at the ES, it's 6652.
What a number.
I mean, that's our number.
On the hour, 2 minutes. Getting headlines from the military advisor to the supreme leader of Iran. War continues until all sanctions are lifted. Also, damages to Iran must also be compensated.
Everybody wants.
Okay. I don't know how to interpret that headline. We did have that headline earlier, though, didn't we, Dre? Or is that a new one?
This is newer.
I think that just came bright red right now.
Equities. He's trying to make sense of where to take this thing. Yes, trading 66.51 now. Head scratcher is crude oil selling off on that.
Correct.
Yeah, NASDAQ still maintaining lower highs as well on this 1 minute range it has going on. Lower lows, lower highs. Now we're starting to test lower highs. I mean, when we get volatility like this, kind of makes me just want to sit on my hands a little bit. Wait for this to shake out. Yep. It's like I'm here to hang out and not make dumb trades, force anything, just hang out, listen to us. We'll keep you entertained, chat. Keep you entertained. That is for sure.
All right, gold back above 4,400, trading 44.15. Well, Ted, Dolby time?
Yeah, man.
Huh.
Time to be alive.
Huh. Interesting reaction.
Hey, if I was here to learn from some smart guys and people that have watched thousands of hours of markets on their screens, and I would love to find a trade. I mean, that's me. I would love to find something, scalp it, make $500. That'd be the greatest thing in the world right now. But I just know there's no trade, right?
Sometimes
coming. You got to sit here and watch.
All right, bottom of the hour. Here we go. Crude trading $88.
All right, $89 would be a catalyst for potentially the market to take a little leg down, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I'm looking for longs in crude, actually. Maybe around like 87.80s. 87.70s are kind of interesting. Crude's doing a good job making higher lows.
Sure is.
Certainly not making lower lows, I'll tell you that.
We're not. Equity's catching a bid here. Yes, 66.53 now. In Q, 24,481. Okay.
We're going to offer 488s in NASDAQ.
All right.
And it runs.
A headline here from the Wall Street Journal reporting U.S. Marines slated to arrive in the Middle East on Friday.
Okay. And how's everyone's mental capital doing today?
Crude catching a bid here. Yeah. $88.16.
It is. The adios to our buy order. That's not getting filled.
See if gold sells off here.
Tell you what, every time I look over at the computer, every time I look at you guys and then I look at my execution screen, where's the ES? 6652, like Groundhog Day.
All right, beneath, saw some selling there in the ES 6650. We're selling there in NQ 24,472. Dow continuing just to grind lower, trading 46,628.
Crude oil 88.
Again, Wall Street Journal reporting U.S. Marines slated to arrive in the Middle East on Friday.
Okay. I mean, NASDAQ is stuck right now. It's actually a relatively tight range too. This little 1 minute range we got like 460s up to about 480s, give or take. So it's a 20-point, 30-point range. Very reasonable. If you partake.
Crude trading $88.15.
89. I'm not going there.
Markets are trying to make sense of these headlines here in Power Hour. Topstep TV. Gold did see some selling turning around, closing back in on 4,400. About $6 to go there.
Next, still doing its lower high thing. So if you want to get short, you're going to have to chase a little bit. Doesn't make me thrilled.
Headlines.
410, man.
I got.
What are you working, Dolby?
488 3/4 to the short side. So it's like just a tick above kind of the 1 minute range. I want to see if we can maybe get a little stop run. But like I said, we just keep on doing lower highs. So the market's basically making you want to come in a little bit sooner if you want shorts, which means your stop's going to be a little bit lower. You got to take a little bit more risk. We're stingy.
Just where the ES is.
52, 66, 52.
Jesus, I feel like I must be frozen. Like my charts,
Yeah, right?
everything's frozen.
Tap that thing. Is this thing
Right?
on?
Good Lord. That's 6,600 in the SPX cash. Why not?
Yep. Yeah, do you look at the options a lot?
Yes, I do.
All right, 15 minutes till MOC.
Ooh, wow.
Very similar to Jack's kind of approach. I'm looking at gamma. I'm looking at puts and calls, and there's so many sites you can go to figure out, where are they selling the puts, where they buying puts, and spies and Qs, and Jack's very good at it. But yeah, I see it. I see it.
The options rule everything around me, huh?
Keep trying they're trying to take a peek lower.
Let's go. I'm telling you, 410 might not be a crazy prediction for the NQ.
Currently trading 24,477.
25 minutes left.
50-50 on the tilt.
Still watching Crude. We're back above 88. Anywhere near 89, we could change the look of the market into the close.
Honestly, that would make sense to me for kind of a close for Crude. That's about the kind of middle point of the Dorito that it's in, of higher lows, lower highs. Kind of just zooming into that area. NASDAQ doing kind of the same thing on the 1 minute as well. Higher lows now, lower highs. Stuck, locked up right now.
Mm-hmm. All right. First time I looked over. Yes, 6649.
Gold. Seeing a little bit more selling. 4407. That's trade.
All right.
And NASDAQ's hanging on for dear life right now. If it can break this 1 minute range, we're probably getting down to 430s, I had to guess, after that. And then maybe those 412s for the above below.
Crude catching
back on the bid again.
Yeah, $88.21. 24 cents.
I think people thought we were crazy when we said 412 30 minutes ago when it was at 5 and change.
Might get that, Ted. Might get it.
I don't know.
That's 60 points. That's nothing in NASDAQ. It's you sneeze.
I know. If you had a crystal ball, your trading career would be a week long, maybe a week and a half. You just put enough stash away.
$8.33 did just print.
All right. Crude 88.50. All right, we're bouncing pretty hard in crude. Up $1.
Yeah, we are. Looking good. Above 88.50. Might be able to get those 89s. Was a nice opportunity to grab a long in crude. Had a nice little 1 minute range. Would have been easy to define risk right around 88s.
And held it offered again. Talking about crude. Bit of a bid coming in gold. Now 44.16 last trade. About $10 in this 5 minute candle. 11 minutes till MOC.
Big bid NASDAQ. Does it mean anything?
Yeah, a little pop here in equities. Interesting.
Offer back in at 488s.
488.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Got it.
Ted, you're in a short, right?
Oh, you're in, Ted?
No, I was. I took it off. Every time I looked over, we were at 52. Yeah.
I was last in queue for the 488s. Apparently, did not get filled.
No fill?
Fortunate. Not yet. Maybe we get it here. Maybe we get it here.
We'll pop in equities. 66.54 last trade.
All right, we're short.
Now 55.
For 488s.
Okay.
Nice.
Got a one guy.
488.
Yep. We could get 60s. That'd be fine.
I like that fill.
That was a great fill. Thank you, Phil.
Yeah.
Fill the fill.
Well, it could be.
I mean, we had a really good day so far, so I'm not trying to like.
Crude's got to really above into those 50s, Dolby.
Does, but I mean, is Crude still doing higher lows? You know, as long as we're doing higher lows, I'm kind of okay with it. Definitely want to be conscious of, you know, what we did do so far today. So don't want to be ripping up this green P&L too much. Take more trades into more news headlines, but it's just a good setup, so we'll take it. This would be the best P&L of the year so far for this portion of the house account.
10 minutes MOC.
Okay.
I think I can wait for that.
Bit of a bid here. What's the VIX doing? Sidebuster, what's it doing?
Crude trying to sell off, maybe? Oh, man.
Trust it.
Now it's back on the bid. Okay.
Keep an eye on gold.
Have you seen any correlation with gold in other markets? Is like gold selling off, NASDAQ selling off, like anything like that?
Yeah, a little bit of that. Gold sells off, crude pops, equities sell off. Perhaps. Keep an eye on that.
Perhaps, okay. These markets trying to find an identity right now.
Yes, sir.
Go no go zone for you is 66.52 in the ES.
Yeah, it's 6,600 and SPX, which we could just close right here. There's a 52 point premium between the cash and the future.
Okay.
For anybody that's watching and doesn't understand, if SPX 6,600 is a pretty big level. So that equates to 6,652 in ES, which is kind of why we've been here for 41 minutes since we've been on the program. There really hasn't been much move off of that number.
All right. Here we go. Crude.
Oh, there's something's going on.
Yeah, crude. $88.49 last. Now 53 cents. 5.56 is gold selling off.
There we go. We can.
That should work for you.
Down to...
Follow through. 8 minutes MOC.
I just sold 2 micros.
Short?
Yeah, I touched short too.
Yeah, I shorted 2.
What price you get? 52s?
52s.
Okay.
30 point trailing stop again. 30 tick trailing stop. I may add to it if crude gets near 89. I just don't see it coming off this level too much. Without some help from crude.
Yeah. We're going to lower our stop down to like 495 here, just kind of above that last push to the upside. Not super interested in taking on a ton of risk, especially with how much volatility we have right now. So let the market just do its thing. We're still in the range. It's still a disciplined stop. Let this cook.
All right, let me see. No, I don't want that.
Crude on the grind.
Yeah, Crude's trying to figure out these 8850s right now, Dre.
It's yes,
we can get above these.
Right.
Should be at 95 if you ask me. $88.44 last trade.
I'm asking you, 95. 95 it is. Let's go. 24,412. Nice. No.
Yes. Market's going to make it difficult with the close here.
After going a straight line, it's like pulling teeth.
Never does.
$88.46. We got 6 minutes MOC.
Let's go. Trying to get out of this short before then.
You don't trade the news?
I also have a short in the NQ as well.
Nice.
24,479.
Nice. Water's warm. Hop in.
Thank you.
Okay. Nice get out of nowhere here in the NASDAQ, even though crude oil's bidding.
Oh.
So,
Hey, Ted, can you put up that ES chart if you don't mind? I think you got the CL chart showing right now.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, my bad.
Oh, good.
All right.
Here goes crude.
Yes. There we go. Down $12. Down about whopping $2.
What?
got our second.
Very
Tesla.
stubborn.
Why is NASDAQ bidding right now? Don't believe it.
Saw this earlier. We got 5 minutes MOC. We'll see what it brings.
I'm out. I'm stopping out. I don't think the market cares anymore.
We're out
6652 is so stubborn.
Sure feels like that. Flat?
Yeah, we're flat as well. Yeah, we got tagged out for I think $20 or $30 or something. It's the correlation now is not making a ton of sense to me.
No, it's getting messy. It's definitely getting messy.
I don't want to be eating up green P&L for garbage price action right now.
I should get out of these shorts myself.
Yeah, look at this bid here. Yeah, you know what? I'm actually going to lock.
Pull back there and crude $88.34.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Dow caught a bid. We got, and Q caught a bid as well. It's closing on 24,500.
52 held. Strong.
It's the magnet. Unreal. More buying coming in here.
Shorts getting punished right now.
They're squeezing a lot of buyers. 66.60 last trade. ES 24,506 last trade in the NQ. Short so bad up here. All right.
Nothing to do.
Just gonna ride this thing higher. What we got for Delta?
Want to cover?
MOC could throw a little wrench. You never know.
We've seen some big MOC numbers.
What was it? 7 billion? I think we saw
something like that.
Billion. Yeah.
Yeah, Jordan's like, what's garbage? What's garbage about the price action? It's simply a trend day that is retraced. Well, to put it into context, right? We were up like 260 on the day, trading pretty well, and now we're, trading in the last 15, 20 minutes. The price action's been really choppy. So it's like, how much capital do you want to risk when you're already up on the day for what is
100%.
kind of mediocre?
The head
fakes. You know what I mean? It's like, the head fakes are killer, Dre. Yeah, and it's like, this is a really easy way to take a great day and turn it shitty by over trading in the last 20 minutes of the day, trying to chase moves. It's like, I'm not going to do it. It's not worth it. Absolutely not worth it.
Gold up
I think my first 4 trades of the day were losers.
Gold on the move higher. 44.30 last
tough.
trade.
Yeah. My first 4 trades of the day were losers, but I stayed with it and creeped out $100 profit on
Yeah, right. It feels like you ran a marathon.
To me, it feels like I made $1,000 when I was down 900 earlier.
Yeah, dude. And that's
Right?
kind of the thing. It's too much work for what feels like not a lot of opportunity.
Okay.
The risk is so high right now. So high.
Very. One of the toughest days I've seen. You got a gap up at 200 points. What do you do?
Crude on the move higher. Look at that.
How do you trade that, dude? How do you trade this in NASDAQ?
Oh, crude. That was dirty. $88.61.
Yeah.
How nasty that NASDAQ move was.
This trading thing's hard, man.
It is.
What was
Well,
that?
sometimes it's pretty chill, but today
10.
is
Yeah, Dolby. My
so hard.
goodness.
Dude. I remember when I traded at an actual, hedge fund, and guys were getting killed on the desk that drove in, from into the city. And one of the funniest lines was, "Did anybody get the name off the back of that tractor trailer? Drivers needed." Because we were just getting killed
Speaking applications.
I mean,
1 minute, 60 seconds, 60 seconds, MOC. Yeah, these numbers can and will change.
let's go.
What was that?
350. Let's have something juicy to do.
That squeeze was tough.
I want to trade. I want something juicy.
Oh,
Tee it
yeah.
up.
It's there.
Carves it up.
If you're just starting your trading day, it's a lot different than if you had traded for 2-3 hours already. I'm in a totally different mindset. Yeah, chat. How much mental capital do you have left today?
You only got to watch 11 more
We
minutes.
got 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes.
Yeah, right.
We got
10
this.
minutes. Hang in there.
Dolby, the answer to the question is, if somebody just came in and started watching the market right now, they only have 11 more minutes of crap to watch instead of hours.
Look at that sell-off.
Sell side. We got 900 mil sell side ES, NQ 800 mil sell side.
That's tiny. Anything under $1 billion is really.
Numbers can and will change.
All right, where's Crude? MCL. MCL is sold off.
Short. Sold.
All right, Mike.
Too.
No, actually, Mike. I'm sorry.
Nice.
Crude did not sell off.
It did
It's
not
heading
bid.
higher.
Crude's bidding, NASDAQ
Heading
selling
towards
off.
89.
NASDAQ had to do a 30-point stop run before it decided to go
That was
lower.
brutal.
All you can do is laugh. That's such a NASDAQ thing to do.
Sell side growing just a bit in the ES. Now $1 billion sell side. And Q's right around 900 million sell side.
You come in?
Yes, so go. That's trade NQ 24,472.
Guess where the ES is.
52s.
There you go, Crude. Reluctantly going higher. $88.69.
It's a clean trend. I mean, Crude looks way cleaner than NASDAQ does. It's not even close.
I sold
Crude has like 20, 30 cent. Nice, let's go, Dre.
Yeah.
460, 45. Buddy, we're only 40 points away from the 412.
We're gonna get there.
Yeah, we're not far away at all.
I really thought that was a stretch.
Gold selling now 44.07 last trade. Now 06. 44.06.
Who is the 412?
Crude 88.70s.
Let's go.
88.70s. Crude.
There you go.
All right.
Here's a break. Nice, Dre.
Yeah. Just we got chopped up being short earlier. And then sellers jumped back in on the Crude $88.68. Still sell side. ES 1 billion. And Q 900 million sell side.
If you look at the chart in Crude, it gets a little squeezy above 88.84. If you look at a 5-minute chart.
Ooh, 5 minute. Okay.
Yeah, just a simple 5-minute chart candlestick. If you look at the left side of the cup and handle, which is bullish, the left side of that cup right there is 88.84. Above there, it could be a little squeezy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, cool.
Oh,
marking that down.
Big old tug of war here in Crude. Above 84's Ted.
Hold on.
Nice. Get that continuation there. Get that continuation. Are you still in this one?
Yep. 49.
Let's go.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Crude's got to go. $88.77 last trade. Gold's not going either. I'm not convinced on the sell-off in equities.
They're going to make it as hard as possible, it seems like, to do anything.
Sure are. Gold didn't go. Yeah, everybody's doing his own thing right now.
I mean, a crazy finish.
Sell side lightening up. I'm getting out. All right, flat. Didn't want to go. Okay, James, come on in here. We got hashtag Power Hour. We got that live leaderboard. What do you want to start with? Let's do hashtag Power. What's up, James?
What's up, everybody? Yeah, hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets is a perfect thing to start with because we got it prepped and ready for you. Earlier today, we told you to take to the X, social media, whatever you like, and tag us with your trader wins, your trader setups, and anything else you want to show us. Here is a selection I chose today, starting with our good friend Patrick. Patrick, you know how to follow instructions. Look at that. He did hashtag Fast Markets. He tagged Topstep. End of tweet. You, sir, have won hashtag Fast Markets and hashtag Power Hour. You're a good listener. Thank you. Moving on. There's some real submissions from Kieran, officially a Topstep live funded trader. Thank you for the opportunity and the incredible platform. Kieran, congrats to you. You're the one that put in the work. I love your live funded trader certificate frame there. It looks so good. Hanging on the wall, everybody can see it. Congrats to you and enjoy your live funded account. Keep it up. Moving on from AMR. Just 2 days for the payout. Most trusted firm from me. Topstep for lifetime. And you can see there he's included his 2 screenshots. The first of when he requested the payout, and the second that your payout's approved and the funds are on your way. So just 2 days. We're getting speedy around here and we're not slowing down. Momentum is on here at Topstep. So thank you, AMR. Up next, our good friend Trader Lee, another payout loaded brick by brick. You can see that nice bright and shining blue button, request payout, everyone's favorite button when they get to see it clickable. And I love that stat. Profit since last payout, $2,469.20. Some cool stats you can find all in your Topstep dashboard. Poke around. You never know what kind of stuff you might find out about yourself and your trading. But Trader Lee, enjoy the payout. Congrats to you. And last but not least, we have an up-and-comer, Brian Automates, not a practice account, trying to get live. Well, you're doing the right thing. You're starting the right steps. You're trading with Topstep. Hopefully you're watching Topstep TV. And before you know it, you just may find success in your trading. Remember, refine your trading plan and always, always, always jab for tomorrow. Brian, we hope to see your name soon on our live leaderboards. We look forward to your sharing your story more on the X. Anyway, that's all I got for you guys today. Let me throw it back to you guys. We'll get the live leaders for the day thrown up pretty quick because we have some impressive numbers. Andre, back to you.
Thank you, James. Lo and behold, we went.
As he.
Yeah, 24,000. We're closing in on, what was that price?
412s.
We called
412.
412.
When we get down there.
Jesus.
Staying sell side in the MOC.
What a call.
Didn't even need Crude.
What a call.
Just went without Crude this time. We get short again. We get short. 66.39 last trade in the ES. 24,000. Oh yeah.
There it is.
Are we getting this? Are we nailing this right
there?
There
It is. There's
right there.
Massive seller. There's the 412s, and you're waving goodbye to the 412s.
49% of the room, we had it.
Huh? This. What's Crude doing? Chilling. There we go.
Hitting.
Yeah, $88.85. Gold selling off. Another push lower here in the equities. Equities decide to budge in the final 4 minutes.
Once everyone got stopped out, Dre, now they want to make the move.
Pretty much.
I mean, crazy to say, but Crude was the easier trade between NASDAQ and Crude. Crude just stair-stepped higher, reasonable pullbacks. NASDAQ had to do a 30-point stop run before it wanted to find a trend.
Right. Well, we did see that we saw those 24,412s print. We have to check back in on that live funded leaderboard. We saw some massive numbers here.
Whoa!
Look, whoa! It grew.
Wow.
Tyler, it was 129,000. It is now $137,000 live funded trade. Boy, let's not overlook that. 75,000. Incredible. And Tyler did indeed lock it up. Fantastic stuff on this day. Wow.
Man,
job well done.
Insane.
continued to trade it up. I'm sure we'll get more of that tomorrow when JD joins us for P&Ls and payouts from our live funding trades. We got 90 seconds here, fellas. It did flip by side.
You are going to nail this.
MOC flip by
Worth than a point. Worth than a point of this above below right now. Holy moly.
There we go. Now we're below.
I have to get to like a 5-second chart
Look
here.
at this. Yeah, one below. Now 600 mil buy
Dre,
side.
when do you cover it?
ES.
You covering, Dre?
Hey, what? The ESs were stubborn.
I puked. I scratched that thing. I didn't think. I'm not sure. No chance.
ESs were stubborn. I tried them 5 times.
Here we go. Or we got we got 50 seconds. We got gold trading right at 4,400. We got Crude trading $88.72. Seeing the sellers jump in the equities, even though MOC did go a buy side. Look out below here in the NQ 24,408. Ted. Oh,
Yes,
this
sir.
this was a day, man. This was a hell of a day.
That's
Dolby time.
Crazy day.
Uh-huh.
Happy to be green, Dre. Happy to be green.
Oh, 100%. Pull up the ES letter. Look at all that size. The bids in the ass. 500 on the bid there filled. We saw 2,000 lots on the bid getting filled. Bull, Ted, nail the above below.
Yeah.
Ted, what we got? 10 seconds.
Yeah, I tried. I tried
Wow.
6 times to short this market and couldn't get it.
Yep, and now we go. Look at that side. It's all buyers jumping in here.
See ya.
Ted, I don't know.
Adios. Yes,
One
sir.
time.
Ooh.
Oh,
What a puke. 20
Ted,
points.
Fantastic stuff. If you finally budged in the last 4 minutes of this power hour, you got to be kidding me. All right, Ted, good stuff. We'll see you again. Dolby time. Hell of
I
a day.
appreciate you guys.
Hell of a day as well.
Crazy
With that
day.
being said, shout out to the Bellers. The game is longevity, survival on a day like today. We're just getting started this week. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you to Andre, thank you to Dolby, and especially thank you to our guest Ted for a wonderful power hour. And like Andre said, give it up for the Bellers, y'all. We see you in the chat every day. We know who's been here. We keep a running list. I check it twice. I'm gonna buy you all gifts this year because you're so nice. Anyway, thanks for hanging out with us on Topstep TV. It's a great way to start the week with you guys, and we can't wait to see you show up all week long. And speaking of, we are just getting started. It's Monday. We're on a roll because up next at the buzzer with Coach Jay is coming. Coach Jay and Coach Paul, they're going to help you unpack everything that went down in the markets today, and there was a lot. So if you missed even a second of the action, be sure to stay tuned because at 3:15 at the buzzer kicks off, and you guys are going to be taken in for a world of information with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Then later on tonight, slow markets. Will it be there with Coach Dakota? Let's find out. Unfortunately, Coach Dakota was unable to make it last night. We're still working behind the scenes to see if we're going to have it. Stay tuned. If it does happen, you can catch slow markets tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time. And if not, well, we'll see you another time. Slow markets will be back. Everyone needs a break. But then, who doesn't need a break? Aaron Trades. Aaron Trades is back on the clock, and Aaron Trades is hosting the London Open at 2:30 a.m. Central Time. So you can catch that if you stay up all night, chug a Red Bull, or if you're already in London time, wake up. Aaron Trades will be there for you, 2:30 a.m. Central Time. Then Deanna's Metal Markets returns at 5:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. So for us here in the States, if you are an early bird, wake up, start your morning right with Deanna and Metal Markets. And of course, that's all before we come back for another day of bell-to-bell coverage of Topstep TV. We'll be live again tomorrow morning at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. So catch Metal Markets, grab another coffee, and then be back because we're doing this whole thing all over again. Breaking news and market movement. We're reporting on it all as it happens. You don't need to go anywhere else. Stick with a channel that gives you it all in real time. I'm talking about Topstep TV. That's all I got for you guys for now. Let's go ahead and get you on over to At the Buzzer. You guys know what I'm going to say. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And this is Topstep TV. Let's go. Ayo!
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen. I've lost. But I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.